Welcome to Harry Reality Bender. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry Potter was the direct heir of all four founders? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, Gryffindor's Legacy. The blade sang through the air, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. Harry felt the power surge through his arm as he swung, the sword connecting with something solid before passing through it like smoke. A deep voice echoed around him. "Blood of my blood. The time approaches." Harry spun around, searching for the source. He stood in a vast circular chamber he'd never seen before, lit by floating orbs of amber fire. Stone walls stretched upward to a domed ceiling decorated with constellations that moved and shifted. At the center of the room stood a tall figure in crimson robes, his face obscured by shadow despite the ample light. "Who are you?" Harry called out, surprised to find the sword of Gryffindor still gripped in his hand. The figure moved closer. "You know who I am, Harry Potter. Just as I knew you would come." As the man stepped into the light, Harry saw a bearded face with keen eyes that reminded him strangely of his own. The man wore an amused expression, as though sharing a private joke. "Godric Gryffindor," Harry whispered, somehow certain. "The very same." The founder nodded. "And you are my heir, the last of my line. The blood has thinned over centuries, but in you, it awakens once more." "That's impossible," Harry said, even as something deep inside recognized the truth in those words. "I'm just Harry." Gryffindor chuckled. "No, child. You have never been just anything." The founder extended his hand toward the sword. "That blade has come to you twice now, yet you understand so little of its meaning. It is time you learned the truth of your heritage." The chamber began to dissolve around them, colors bleeding together. Harry reached out, desperate to hear more. "Wait. What truth? What heritage?" "Beware the one who seeks what was lost," Gryffindor's voice faded. "He comes for you, for what flows in your veins." Harry bolted upright in bed, sweat-soaked sheets tangled around his legs. His heart hammered against his ribs as he fumbled for his glasses. The smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive came into blurry focus, painfully ordinary after the grandeur of his dream. For the 5th night in a row, he'd dreamed of Godric Gryffindor. Each dream felt more real than the last, leaving him with a persistent sensation of something awakening inside him. Something powerful and ancient. He glanced at the clock, 3:17 a.m. With a sigh, Harry swung his legs over the edge of the bed and padded to the window. Little Whinging slept beneath a canopy of stars, unaware and uncaring of magic, of prophecies, of dark lords risen from the dead. 3 weeks since Cedric's death. 3 weeks of nightmares, of seeing that green light flash, of watching life leave a good person's eyes. Yet tonight, Cedric's death had not haunted him. Instead, for the 5th night running, Godric Gryffindor had called him heir. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The Order members guarding him remained invisible, but he knew they were there. Dumbledore had insisted on protection after Voldemort's return, though what good it did keeping him ignorant of everything happening in the wizarding world, Harry couldn't say. A flicker of movement across the street caught his attention. A shadow detached itself from the darkness between houses, too tall and too fluid to be human. Harry's hand went instinctively to his waistband before remembering his wand lay hidden beneath the floorboard. The figure stood motionless, staring directly at number 4. Then, with a gesture that might have been a beckoning hand, it stepped back into shadow and vanished. Harry's scar prickled, not the searing pain that signaled Voldemort's emotions, but an uncomfortable warmth. Something was wrong. He retrieved his wand and crept downstairs, careful to avoid the creaking 7th step. The kitchen lay silent and dark. Through the window, the garden appeared undisturbed, the moonlight casting long shadows across Uncle Vernon's pristine lawn. Harry strained his ears but heard nothing beyond the hum of the refrigerator. He was being paranoid. After everything that happened in the graveyard, perhaps that was understandable. A soft scratching came from the front door. Harry froze, wand extended. The scratching continued, methodical and deliberate, like claws testing the wood. He moved silently through the kitchen and into the hallway, keeping to the shadows. Where were the Order members now? The scratching stopped. For 3 heartbeats, silence reigned. Then the door exploded inward. Harry threw himself backward as splinters and debris shot through the hallway. A wave of magic followed, ancient and malevolent, nothing like the clean power of wizard spells. It felt oily, wrong somehow, as if reality itself objected to its presence. Through the ruined doorway stepped a figure cloaked in shadow so dense it seemed to absorb the meager light from the street. Not a Death Eater, this was something else entirely. It moved with inhuman grace, 7 feet tall and unnaturally thin. Blood of the Founders, it hissed, the words mangling in a mouth not designed for human speech. We have found you at last. Harry raised his wand. Stupefy. The red jet of light struck the creature directly in the chest, and dissipated like water on hot stone. It made a sound that might have been laughter. Magic of children. Magic of wands. It took another step forward. We bring older magics. Harry backed away, mind racing. The Dursleys would be awake any moment, he had to get this thing away from them. Whatever quarrel it had was with him. What do you want? He demanded, playing for time as he edged toward the kitchen and the back door beyond. The blood. The essence. It raised a hand of elongated fingers ending in curved black talons. The power taken from our master so long ago. Harry flung open the kitchen door and bolted through. Behind him, the creature moved with impossible speed. He felt its cold breath on his neck as he sprinted across the kitchen. Impedimenta. Harry shouted, pointing his wand over his shoulder. The spell connected, and this time the creature faltered, not stopped, but slowed just enough for Harry to reach the back door. He wrenched it open and dashed into the garden. Where were the Order members? Surely they'd seen the front door explode. Unless this thing had already dealt with them. The thought chilled him more than the creature itself. He reached the garden shed and ducked behind it, chest heaving. He needed help, but any magic would likely bring Ministry attention before Order reinforcements. After the Dementor incident last summer, Fudge would leap at another chance to discredit him. The creature stalked into the garden, its outline blurring as if it existed partially in another dimension. It sniffed the air, turning its featureless face toward Harry's hiding spot. We smell the blood of Gryffindor, it purred. Strong in this one. Not diluted like the others we have taken. Others? Harry's mind flashed to his dreams. Beware the one who seeks what was lost. Was this what Gryffindor had warned him about? The creature lunged suddenly, clearing the 15 feet between them in a single bound. Harry rolled aside as talons gouged the spot where he'd been standing. He came up with his wand extended. Incendio. Flames erupted across the creature's form. It shrieked, a sound like metal grinding against stone, thrashing as fire consumed its shadowy cloak. For a moment, Harry glimpsed something ancient and terrible beneath the flames, eyes like wells of darkness, skin like petrified wood, a mouth filled with needle teeth. Then it was moving again, wounded but still deadly, slashing at him with burning limbs. Harry ducked beneath one swing and found himself trapped against the garden wall. The creature loomed over him, flames dying across its body, leaving charred flesh that cracked to reveal darkness beneath. The blood, it rasped. Give us the blood. It reached for him with a taloned hand. Harry raised his wand, but knew no schoolboy spell would save him now. In desperation, he reached for something deeper, something the dreams had awakened. Get away from me, he roared. Power surged through him like an electric current, raw and untamed. It didn't flow from his wand but from his entire body, a wave of pure golden energy that slammed into the creature with the force of a freight train. The garden illuminated with blinding light as the thing was thrown backward, its body crumpling against Uncle Vernon's shed, which collapsed under the impact. Harry stared at his hands in shock. He'd performed wandless magic before, inflating Aunt Marge, shattering glass, but nothing like this. This hadn't felt like accidental magic. It had answered his call, responded to his need. The creature struggled amid the wreckage, its form destabilizing, parts of it seeming to fold inward into some unseen dimension. It fixed those bottomless eyes on Harry. "The blood awakens," it said, almost reverently now. "He will be pleased to know." Before Harry could respond, it collapsed in on itself, vanishing with a sound like air rushing to fill a vacuum. Where it had been, only a small pile of black ash remained, already scattering in the night breeze. Lights were coming on throughout Privet Drive. The Dursleys' bellowed questions echoed from inside the house. Harry stood frozen, staring at his still tingling hands, the golden energy fading from his vision. What had just happened? What had he done? A series of sharp cracks broke the night as multiple figures apparated into the garden. Lupin appeared at Harry's side, one drawn, eyes wild with worry. "Harry! Are you all right?" "We were ambushed, something disrupted our detection charms," he broke off, taking in the destruction. "What happened here?" Before Harry could answer, Mad-Eye Moody stumped forward, his magical eye whirling in all directions. "We need to move," he growled. "Now. Whatever that thing was, it might come back with friends." "What was it?" Harry asked. "It said something about the blood of the Founders, about Gryffindor's blood." Moody and Lupin exchanged a look that confirmed Harry's suspicion. They knew something they weren't telling him. "Not here," Lupin said gently. "We need to get you somewhere safe first." "Grimmauld Place," Moody decided. "Grab what you need, Potter." 2 minutes. As Harry rushed upstairs to collect his trunk, he heard Uncle Vernon's purple-faced tirade being met with memory charms from Order members. His hands still tingled with residual power, and Godric Gryffindor's words echoed in his mind. "The blood has thinned over centuries, but in you, it awakens once more." Grimmauld Place was exactly as grim as its name suggested. Harry followed Lupin through the front door into a dark hallway decorated with mounted house elf heads and portraits of scowling wizards. The place smelled of mildew and something else, a lingering darkness that seemed embedded in the very walls. "In here," Lupin directed, leading him into a kitchen where several Order members sat around a long wooden table. Sirius rose immediately, crossing the room in 3 quick strides to embrace his godson. "Harry! Thank Merlin you're safe. When we got word the guards were down, what was that thing?" Harry interrupted, pulling away. "And don't tell me you don't know. It knew me. It came specifically for me." The room fell silent. Sirius looked over Harry's head toward someone behind them. Harry turned to find Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway, looking grave. "Professor," Harry acknowledged coldly. The headmaster had been avoiding him all summer, ignoring his letters, keeping him in the dark. "Harry," Dumbledore nodded. "I believe we have much to discuss." He gestured toward the table. "Please, sit." Harry remained standing. "That thing talked about Gryffindor's blood." "My blood. It said others had been taken. And tonight in my dream, Gryffindor himself called me his heir." Murmurs rippled through the assembled Order members. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, but Harry caught a flicker of surprise in those blue eyes. "You've been dreaming of Godric Gryffindor?" Dumbledore asked carefully. "For 5 nights now," Harry confirmed. "And then tonight, when that thing attacked me, I did something, magic without a wand. Not accidental magic. It was like..." He struggled to describe it. "Like calling up something that was already inside me." Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Sit down, Harry. Please." This time, Harry allowed himself to be guided to a chair. Sirius sat beside him, a protective presence. Dumbledore took a seat opposite, folding his hands on the table. "I had hoped," the headmaster began, "to have this conversation when you were older. When certain abilities might have manifested more naturally. Events, it seems, have forced my hand." "You knew," Harry said flatly. "You knew and you kept it from me." Again. Dumbledore nodded, regret evident in his face. "Yes. Though the full extent of your heritage remains uncertain even to me." "My heritage?" "Harry," Dumbledore leaned forward, "what do you know about your father's family?" Harry frowned. "Almost nothing. Just that they were pure bloods. That they left him gold." "The Potter line is indeed ancient," Dumbledore confirmed. "It stretches back to the time of Hogwarts' founding. Your family has always been modest about their lineage, preferring accomplishment to ancestry. But the truth is, Harry, that the Potters are direct descendants of Godric Gryffindor himself." Despite having suspected it after his dreams, hearing it stated so plainly sent a jolt through Harry. "But, why didn't anyone tell me? Why isn't this common knowledge?" "Because," Sirius interjected, "the Potter family deliberately obscured the connection centuries ago. Being known as Gryffindor's heir made them targets." "Targets for what?" "For those who sought the Founder's power," Dumbledore explained. "Each of Hogwarts' founders possessed extraordinary magical gifts, beyond ordinary wizardry. Gifts that, to some extent, they passed to their descendants." Harry thought of the golden energy that had surged through him in the garden. "Like wandless magic?" "That and more," Dumbledore nodded. Godric Gryffindor was renowned not just for his courage, but for his battle magic, spells of his own creation that made him nearly undefeatable in combat. His innate connection to magical artifacts, particularly weapons, was legendary. "The sword," Harry murmured. "In the Chamber of Secrets." "Precisely. The sword of Gryffindor comes to those of his bloodline in moments of need, though it would come to any worthy Gryffindor, it responds most strongly to his direct descendants. The fact that it appeared for you so readily should have perhaps alerted me sooner." "But why would that creature call my blood, the blood of the Founders, plural?" Harry asked. "And why now? Why is this all happening now?" Dumbledore and Sirius exchanged another look, one that made Harry's frustration flare. "We don't know for certain," Dumbledore admitted. "There are theories. Your mother's sacrifice may have done more than protect you from Voldemort. It may have awakened dormant magical bloodlines. The trauma of the Triwizard Tournament, your blood being used in Voldemort's resurrection ritual, these events may have catalyzed something within you." "What was that thing that attacked me?" "It wasn't a Death Eater." "No," Moody growled from the corner. "Older. Darker. We've got people looking into it, but my guess? A blood hunter. Ancient magic, that. Created to track specific magical bloodlines." "Created by who?" "That," Dumbledore said gravely, "is what concerns me most. Few wizards today would have knowledge of such magic. Fewer still would have reason to send it after descendants of the Founders." A chill ran down Harry's spine. It said, "We have found you at last," and talked about others it had taken. "There are distant relatives of the Founders scattered throughout Wizarding Britain," Sirius explained. "Most don't know their heritage. The bloodlines have thinned, mixed, been forgotten. Except mine hasn't thinned." Harry guessed. "That's what the creature said, that my blood was stronger." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Your father's line maintained a purer connection to Gryffindor than most." "And your mother?" He hesitated. "My mother what?" Harry pressed. "That is a conversation for another time," Dumbledore said firmly. "For now, you need rest. Tomorrow, we will begin preparing you." "Preparing me for what?" "For whatever comes next," Sirius answered, squeezing Harry's shoulder. "If your heritage is awakening, you'll need to learn to control it. And if something is hunting the Founder's descendants, you'll need to be ready. Harry wanted to argue, to demand answers about his mother, about everything Dumbledore was still hiding. But exhaustion suddenly crashed over him like a wave. The adrenaline of the attack, the shock of the revelations, and the strange magic he'd performed had drained him completely. "Your room is ready upstairs," Sirius said gently. "Second floor, first door on the right. You'll be sharing with Ron. He's asleep now, but he and Hermione have been worried sick about you." At the mention of his friends, Harry felt a pang of longing. "They're here. Both of them?" "Arrived last week," Sirius confirmed. "Go on up. Everything else can wait until morning." As Harry climbed the creaking staircase, his mind swirled with questions. Godric Gryffindor's heir. Founder's blood. A creature hunting descendants. And whatever Dumbledore wasn't saying about his mother. He paused outside the bedroom door, hearing Ron's familiar snores within. For a moment, he considered waking his friends, telling them everything. But what would he say? That he was apparently the heir of Godric Gryffindor. That something ancient and terrible was hunting him. That Dumbledore was still keeping secrets. Tomorrow would be time enough for explanations. Tonight, he just wanted to pretend, for a few hours at least, that he was just Harry Potter, an ordinary wizard with ordinary problems. If only he could make himself believe it. Harry woke to the sound of urgent whispering and the weight of someone sitting on the edge of his bed. He cracked one eye open to find Hermione leaning over him, her bushy hair forming a curtain around her worried face as she whispered furiously to Ron. "Shouldn't wake him, Ron. Moody said the attack was horrible, yeah, but he'd want to know what we overheard." "Know what?" Harry mumbled, causing Hermione to jump and Ron to grin triumphantly. "See? Told you he'd want to know," Ron said, dropping onto the foot of Harry's bed. "Mate, you look terrible. Is it true a demon tried to eat you?" "Ronald." Hermione hissed, but her eyes betrayed equal curiosity as she turned back to Harry. Harry sat up, fumbling for his glasses. His friends came into focus, Ron lanky and freckled, wearing maroon pajamas that were too short at the ankles, Hermione in a sensible dressing gown, her hair even wilder than usual with sleep. The normality of them, the familiarity, hit him like a warm wave. These were the people who had stood by him through everything. If anyone deserved the truth, they did. "Not a demon," Harry corrected, keeping his voice low. "Something called a blood hunter. It came looking specifically for me, for Gryffindor's blood." He quickly recounted the events of the previous night, including his recurring dreams and the wandless magic he'd performed. His friends listened with widening eyes, Ron's mouth falling open and Hermione's brow furrowing deeper with each revelation. "Blimey," Ron breathed when Harry finished. "You're Gryffindor's heir. Like, the actual heir?" "Apparently," Harry shrugged. "Though Dumbledore's still being cryptic about the whole thing. He mentioned something about my mother too, but wouldn't explain." Hermione's eyes gleamed with the familiar light that appeared whenever she encountered a new intellectual puzzle. "This explains so much. The sword coming to you in the chamber, your natural affinity for defense against the dark arts. Gryffindor was known to be exceptionally talented in combat magic." "Yeah, well, I'd trade it all for not having ancient monsters trying to drain my blood," Harry said dryly. "About that," Ron leaned closer. "We overheard Mum and Dad talking this morning. There've been disappearances, wizards and witches who weren't connected to you-know-who. The Order thought they were just going into hiding because of his return, but now they're wondering if they were targeted for their bloodlines. The creature did say others had been taken," Harry recalled with a chill. "There's more," Hermione added. "Fred and George were testing their extendable ears during an Order meeting last night after you went to sleep. They heard Dumbledore tell the others that Hogwarts will be accepting a transfer student this year, something that almost never happens." "A transfer student? What's that got to do with anything?" "The student is coming from Durmstrang," Ron explained. "Name's Damien something. Blackthorn, I think. And? Harry prompted, sensing there was more. And, Hermione continued, Moody was convinced it was suspicious timing. Said anyone coming from Durmstrang right now should be thoroughly investigated. But Dumbledore said the boy's guardian insisted on the transfer after what happened to Cedric, claiming Hogwarts must be safer with Dumbledore in charge. His guardian? Harry frowned. Not his parents. Orphan, Ron confirmed. Raised by some distant relative. Sound familiar? The parallel wasn't lost on Harry. So this Damien could be anyone. Could even be working for Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name but nodded. Or whoever sent that blood hunter after you. Hermione bit her lip, clearly troubled. There's something else, Harry. Something about your mother. Harry's attention snapped fully to her. What about her? I'm not sure exactly, Hermione admitted. Fred and George said the adults started whispering, and all they caught was Dumbledore saying something about Lily's lineage and the other founders before Moody realized they were being eavesdropped on and cast a Muffliato charm. Other founders? Harry repeated, his mind racing. You don't think that your mum might have been descended from another founder? Ron finished. Would explain why Dumbledore was being dodgy about it. Hermione nodded slowly. It would also explain what the creature said about the blood of the founders, plural. Harry sat back against the headboard, trying to process this new possibility. His father's line traced to Gryffindor. Could his mother, Muggle-born Lily Evans, somehow be connected to Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or even Slytherin? I need to know for certain, he decided. I'm tired of Dumbledore parceling out information when he thinks I can handle it. What are you going to do? Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. Confront him. Today. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. I deserve to know what's happening to me, what I might be capable of. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Just, don't go charging in like a raging hippogriff, Ron advised. Dumbledore might be keeping secrets, but he's usually got reasons. Even if they're barmy reasons, Hermione added with uncharacteristic criticism of authority that made both boys look at her in surprise. She blushed slightly. Well, it's true. After everything you've been through, you deserve the whole truth. A knock at the door interrupted them. Mrs. Weasley poked her head in, her expression softening when she saw Harry awake. There you are, dear. How are you feeling? You must be starving after that ordeal. Breakfast is ready downstairs whenever you're dressed. Her gaze shifted to Hermione. And what are you doing in the boys' room in your nightclothes, young lady? Hermione flushed deeper. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. I just wanted to make sure Harry was all right. Mrs. Weasley didn't look entirely convinced but let it pass. Well, come along then. Food first, then we'll see about everything else. As she disappeared back down the hallway, Ron rolled his eyes. Mental, she is. As if Hermione was up to something dodgy. Hermione's blush hadn't quite faded, and she stood quickly. I'll meet you both downstairs. After she left, Ron gave Harry a significant look. So. Heir of Gryffindor. Apparently, Harry sighed, pulling on a t-shirt. Reckon that means you could order the Sorting Hat to put people wherever you want. Or give everyone perfect marks in defense. Despite everything, Harry found himself laughing. Leave it to Ron to immediately consider how magical heritage could be used for school mischief. Somehow I doubt that's how it works, he replied, feeling lighter than he had since the dreams began. No matter what revelations awaited, at least he had his friends beside him. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place buzzed with activity when Harry entered. Mrs. Weasley directed various breakfast foods with her wand while order members came and went, some looking exhausted from night duties, others freshly prepared for the day ahead. Tonks sat nursing a cup of tea, her hair a subdued brown that suggested fatigue. Watch her, Harry, she greeted with a tired smile. Heard you had quite the night. That's one way of putting it, he replied, sliding onto the bench beside her. Were you there? At Privet Drive? She shook her head. Night off. Lucky for me, unlucky for Dung Fletcher who's still in ST. Mungo's having shadow poison extracted from his lungs. Harry winced. That thing attacked the Order members first. Took out the entire perimeter guard, Moody confirmed, stumping into the room. Sophisticated magic. Ancient. Targeted wizard signature specifically. Any idea who sent it? Harry asked, accepting a plate piled high with eggs and sausages from Mrs. Weasley. Working on it, Moody growled. Not Voldemort's style. Too subtle. Too old. Is Dumbledore here? Harry tried to sound casual. I need to speak with him. Several adults exchanged glances that Harry pretended not to notice. He'll be by this afternoon, Sirius said, entering the kitchen with several rolls of parchment under his arm. Order meeting at 3. Until then, he dropped the parchments on the table with a grin, we start your training. Training? Harry, Ron, and Hermione asked in unison. If your Gryffindor heritage is waking up, you need to learn to control it, Sirius explained. Unless you want to accidentally blast more garden sheds to splinters. Mrs. Weasley made a disapproving noise. Surely this can wait until he's back at Hogwarts, Sirius. The boy's just been attacked, which is precisely why it can't wait, Sirius countered firmly. Whatever sent that blood hunter knows what Harry is. They'll send something else. Better, stronger. I want to learn, Harry said quickly, before Mrs. Weasley could object further. If I'd known how to control this power last night, maybe Mundungus wouldn't be in St. Mungo's now. Mrs. Weasley's expression softened. It's not your responsibility to protect Order members, dear. Isn't it, though? Harry met her gaze steadily. If they're being hurt because of me, because of what I am. An uncomfortable silence fell over the kitchen. Finally, Moody broke it with a grunt of approval. Boy's right. Needs training. Today. His magical eye fixed on Harry. Finish eating. Meet in the drawing room in 20 minutes. As Moody clunked out, the tension in the room dissipated. Conversations resumed, and Harry turned to his breakfast with renewed purpose. Beside him, Ron was eyeing the parchment Sirius had brought. What's all this, then? He asked through a mouthful of toast. Sirius grinned. Family histories. Lineage records. And, he tapped one particularly ancient-looking scroll, Godric Gryffindor's personal journals, or what's left of them. Hermione gasped, nearly choking on her pumpkin juice. His actual journals? But those are supposed to be lost. Not lost, Sirius corrected. Protected. Passed down through the Potter line, along with certain artifacts. What kind of artifacts? Harry asked, suddenly very interested. You'll see this afternoon. We salvaged what we could from your parents' vault after they died. James never had a chance to show you your inheritance properly. The reminder of his parents brought a fresh ache to Harry's chest. What would his father have told him about their Gryffindor ancestry? Would his mother have explained her own lineage, whatever it might be? For now, Sirius continued, rolling up the parchments, we focus on controlling that wandless magic you unleashed. Raw power is dangerous without direction. Hermione's eyes gleamed with academic excitement. Can Ron and I join the training too? If we're going to help Harry, we should understand what he's capable of. Sirius hesitated, glancing at Mrs. Weasley, who pressed her lips into a thin line but didn't object outright. I don't see why not, he decided. You two have stood by Harry through everything else. Just, stay back when we're testing the more explosive stuff, yeah. 20 minutes later, they gathered in the drawing room, which had been cleared of furniture except for a few chairs pushed against the walls. Sirius stood in the center, twirling his wand between his fingers with the easy confidence that reminded Harry that his godfather had once been considered one of the most talented wizards of his generation. Right, Sirius began as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered. First principle of wandless magic: it's not about not having a wand. It's about not needing one. He flicked his hand, and a small flame appeared dancing above his palm. All wizards are capable of some wandless magic. Most never develop it because wands are more convenient, more precise. But the ability exists in all of us to varying degrees. Like accidental magic children do? Hermione asked. Exactly, Sirius nodded. Accidental magic is just wandless magic without control or direction. What makes Gryffindor's line special is their affinity for combat-oriented wandless magic, shields, force projection, weapon enhancement. He turned to Harry. Last night, when you blasted that creature, what exactly were you feeling? Harry considered the question. Trapped. Desperate. But also, angry. Not just scared, but furious that this thing had come for me, had hurt people protecting me. Righteous anger, Sirius mused. Very Gryffindor. The founder was known for his temper, not blind rage, but righteous indignation. A willingness to fight for what was right. So Harry's powers activate when he's angry and fighting for something good? Ron clarified. Seems straightforward enough. Not quite, Sirius cautioned. Emotion can trigger the power, but relying on emotional triggers makes it unpredictable, dangerous. You need to learn to call it up at will, Harry, without waiting for danger to activate it. How? Harry asked. By understanding what the power actually is. Sirius gestured for Harry to stand in the center of the room. Close your eyes. Think back to last night. Not the fear, not the anger, but the moment the power surged through you. What did it feel like physically? Harry closed his eyes, recalling the sensation. Warm. Like liquid gold flowing through my veins. It started in my chest and spread outward through my arms. Good. Now, without opening your eyes, try to recreate that feeling. Don't force it. Just, invite it. Harry concentrated, trying to summon the warm golden energy. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then, faintly, he felt it, a spark of warmth in his chest, like a banked ember stirring to life. I feel something, he murmured. It's there, but distant. Don't reach for it, Sirius instructed. Let it come to you. Acknowledge it. Welcome it. Harry focused on the tiny spark, not grasping but accepting. Gradually, the warmth grew, spreading from his chest into his shoulders, then down his arms. It's working, he whispered, surprised. I can feel it growing. Open your eyes, Sirius said softly. Harry did, and gasped. A faint golden aura surrounded his hands, pulsing gently with his heartbeat. Ron and Hermione stared, wide-eyed with wonder. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. That's it, Sirius confirmed with a proud smile. That's Gryffindor's magic. Not separate from your own, but a deeper expression of it. The core of your magical identity. The golden light flickered and faded as Harry's concentration broke. He stared at his now normal hands in amazement. I did it. I actually called it up without being in danger. First step of many, Sirius cautioned. Now you need to learn to direct it, shape it, control its intensity. Can all descendants of Gryffindor do this? Hermione asked, her analytical mind clearly working through implications. To varying degrees, Sirius confirmed. The further removed from the direct line, the weaker the manifestation. Your father could produce similar effects when necessary, Harry, though I only saw him do it a few times, usually when your mother was in danger. A thought occurred to Harry. You said Gryffindor had an affinity for weapons. Is that why the sword came to me in the Chamber of Secrets? Partly, Sirius nodded. But there's more to it. The sword doesn't just come to any Gryffindor descendant. It comes to those who demonstrate the qualities Godric valued most: courage, determination, sacrifice. But I didn't do anything special, Harry protested. I just needed help, and it appeared. You were willing to die facing the basilisk to save Ginny, Hermione pointed out quietly. If that's not courage and sacrifice, what is? Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks. Put that way, he supposed it did sound rather Gryffindorish. Enough theory, Sirius declared. Let's practice. I want you to call up that energy again, but this time, try to direct it toward that target. He pointed to a small cushion he'd placed on a chair across the room. For the next hour, Harry practiced summoning and directing the golden energy. Progress was slow and frustrating. Sometimes the power came easily, flowing through him like a familiar friend. Other times it remained stubbornly dormant, or flared up unpredictably, once blasting a hole in the ancient wallpaper that made Sirius laugh and declare it an improvement to the decor. By lunchtime, Harry could reliably produce a golden shield that deflected minor jinxes and could project enough force to knock the cushion off its perch 7 times out of 10. Each success left him feeling drained but exhilarated. That's enough for today, Sirius decided as Harry swayed slightly after his latest attempt. This type of magic drains your core faster than wand work. You need to build up stamina gradually. But I'm getting it, Harry insisted, though he couldn't deny the exhaustion seeping through him. I can feel it becoming more natural each time. You're doing brilliantly, Hermione assured him. I've read that most wizards take months to develop even basic wandless capabilities. Most wizards aren't the heir of Gryffindor, Ron pointed out. Just wait until we get back to Hogwarts. Malfoy won't know what hit him, literally. Harry grinned at the thought, but Sirius shook his head sternly. This isn't for schoolyard duels, Harry. Whatever sent that blood hunter is powerful and dangerous. You need every advantage when it comes for you again. When, not if. Harry noted grimly. When, Sirius confirmed. Creatures like that don't give up, especially after they've tasted their prey's magic. It'll be back, or something worse will come in its place. A sobering thought to end the session. As they headed downstairs for lunch, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that time was running short. He needed answers, about his father's lineage, about his mother's possible connection to the Founders, about why someone was hunting their descendants now. And he intended to get those answers from Dumbledore, one way or another. The Order meeting was scheduled for 3 o'clock, which gave Harry time to shower and change after lunch. The training session had left him physically drained but mentally alert, a strange combination that made his skin feel too tight for his body. He'd spent the intervening time poring over the scrolls Sirius had brought, though the archaic language and faded ink made Gryffindor's journals difficult to decipher. Hermione, naturally, had taken to the challenge with enthusiasm, muttering translation charms and making copious notes. It's fascinating, Harry, she'd exclaimed. Godric writes about developing his wandless abilities through what he calls battle meditation, a state of perfect focus achieved under pressure. Sounds like what you did against the Blood Hunter, Ron had observed, peering over her shoulder. Your mind went clear when you were cornered, yeah. It was true, Harry realized. In that moment of desperate clarity, all extraneous thoughts had vanished. There had been only the threat and his response to it, pure and instinctive. Now, as he descended the stairs toward the kitchen where Order meetings were held, that same clarity settled over him. He needed answers, and he would get them today. Predictably, Mrs. Weasley intercepted him at the kitchen door. Harry, dear, the meeting is for Order members only, she said gently but firmly. Why don't you join the others upstairs? I believe Fred and George are demonstrating their latest inventions. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied, keeping his voice respectful but determined. It's about what happened last night. About my heritage. Mrs. Weasley's expression softened with sympathy. I understand, but Dumbledore will have time for you after the meeting. There are sensitive matters being discussed, matters concerning me, Harry interrupted. My blood. My family history. With all due respect, Mrs. Weasley, I'm tired of being kept in the dark about things that directly affect me. Let him in, Molly. They both turned to find Sirius standing behind them, arms crossed and expression serious. Sirius, you know the rules, Mrs. Weasley began. Rules made to protect Order secrets from children, Sirius countered. But this meeting is about Harry's heritage, about the threat targeting him specifically. He has more right to be there than half the people already inside. Mrs. Weasley looked torn, maternal protection warring with the logic of Sirius's argument. Finally, she sighed. Just Harry, she conceded. Not the others. Agreed, Sirius nodded, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and steering him past Mrs. Weasley into the kitchen. The long table was nearly full. Dumbledore sat at the head, deep in conversation with Professor McGonagall. Snape occupied a corner seat, looking as though he'd rather be anywhere else. Various other Order members filled the remaining chairs, some Harry recognized, others he didn't. Conversation died as he entered, faces turning toward him with expressions ranging from sympathy to curiosity to, in Snape's case, thinly veiled contempt. Harry, Dumbledore acknowledged, not appearing surprised by his presence. I understand you wish to join us today. I need answers, Harry said simply, remaining standing despite Sirius's gentle pressure toward an empty chair. About what I am. About why that creature came for me. About what you know regarding my mother's lineage. A ripple of murmurs spread around the table. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, but he nodded slowly. Very well. Please, sit. We were just about to discuss these very matters. Harry took the offered seat beside Sirius, acutely aware of everyone's attention on him. As you all know, Dumbledore began, addressing the group, last night an ancient blood hunter attacked Harry at his residence. Thanks to his quick thinking and an unexpected manifestation of his heritage, he was able to repel it. But this attack represents an escalation we cannot ignore. Blood hunters haven't been seen in Britain for centuries, a wizard Harry didn't recognize commented. Dark magic of the highest order. Indeed, Elphias, Dumbledore agreed. And they require a focus object containing the blood signature of their target's ancestors. Someone has acquired founder artifacts containing blood or essence traces. Which brings us to the matter at hand, McGonagall interjected. Mr. Potter's heritage, and the recent disappearances of other suspected founder descendants. You believe they're connected? Tonks asked, her hair cycling through worried colors. 7 disappearances in the past month, Moody confirmed gruffly. All from families with suspected ties to the Hogwarts founders. Distant branches, most of them, probably didn't even know their heritage. But someone knew. Someone's collecting them. Harry's stomach churned. Collecting them for what? A heavy silence fell over the table. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his years. There are ancient rituals, he explained carefully, that require the blood of magical bloodlines. Particularly powerful bloodlines like those of the founders. Rituals for what? Harry pressed. Power transfer, Snape answered coldly from his corner. Blood magic that allows the caster to absorb magical abilities from the bloodlines they harvest. The clinical way he described it made Harry's skin crawl. So whoever sent that creature wants to drain my blood? Take my magic? Your Gryffindor abilities, specifically, Dumbledore corrected. Though I suspect they do not yet know the full extent of your heritage. Which brings us to the matter of Lily, Sirius said quietly beside him. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who removed his spectacles and pinched the bridge of his nose, a rare gesture of weariness from the normally composed headmaster. I had hoped to confirm my suspicions before sharing them, he began. But circumstances no longer afford that luxury. He replaced his glasses and looked directly at Harry. Your mother came from a line of squibs, Harry. A very old line that had lost its magic so many generations back that no one remembered their wizarding origins. When Lily's magic manifested, it was assumed she was Muggle-born, a new magical bloodline emerging spontaneously. But she wasn't, Harry guessed, heart-pounding. She came from a founder's line too. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I did not realize it until after her death, when certain abilities you displayed as an infant raised questions. Lily Evans was a direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, through a daughter who married into a family that gradually lost its magic over centuries. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. His mother, descended from Ravenclaw. It seemed impossible, yet somehow right. Lily's intelligence, her skill with charms, her quick learning, all hallmarks of Ravenclaw's line. 2 founders, he whispered. I have the blood of 2 founders. At minimum, Dumbledore nodded. Though there are indications that the connections may run deeper still. What indications? Harry demanded, but Dumbledore raised a hand. One revelation at a time, Harry. First, we must address the immediate threat. Someone is systematically hunting descendants of all 4 founders. The disappearances Alastair mentioned include suspected descendants of each house. But why now? Lupin asked from across the table. What's changed? Voldemort's return may have been a catalyst, Dumbledore suggested. The dark magic of his resurrection ritual created ripples that awakened dormant bloodlines. Or perhaps. He trailed off, looking troubled. Perhaps what? Harry prompted. Perhaps our enemy has been searching for the right descendant, Dumbledore said carefully. Not just any heir, but one with particularly strong connections to the Founder's magic. Like me, Harry concluded grimly. Like you, Dumbledore confirmed. Your encounter with the Blood Hunter confirms what I have long suspected, your connection to the Founder bloodlines is unusually strong, unusually pure. So what do we do? Sirius asked, his protective instinct evident. How do we keep Harry safe while figuring out who's behind this? Hogwarts remains the safest place, Dumbledore said firmly. Its protections were designed by the Founders themselves. No Blood Hunter can penetrate those wards. What about this transfer student? Moody growled. Convenient timing, wouldn't you say? Boy from Durmstrang arriving just as Founder descendants are being hunted. Damien Blackthorn's guardian has provided impeccable references, Dumbledore countered. Including personal vouchers from 3 members of the International Confederation of Wizards. References can be forged, Moody insisted. Memories modified. People imperieused. I share your caution, Alastair, Dumbledore assured him. Young Mr. Blackthorn will be watched closely. But we cannot refuse a legitimate transfer without cause, particularly one with such prominent backing. Harry's mind was still reeling from the revelation about his mother. 2 Founder bloodlines. The pieces began clicking into place, his natural aptitude for defense, inherited from Gryffindor, his occasional flashes of intuitive understanding, echoes of Ravenclaw. What abilities might I have from Ravenclaw's line? He asked suddenly. The table fell silent again, all eyes returning to Dumbledore. Rowena Ravenclaw was known for her extraordinary mental magic, the headmaster explained. Not just intelligence, but magical innovation, spell creation, and what some called knowledge absorption, the ability to internalize magical theories at an accelerated rate. Explains why you picked up the Patronus so quickly, Lupin commented thoughtfully. A spell many adult wizards never master. And the wandless magic yesterday? Harry pressed. Was that Gryffindor's influence? Most definitely, Dumbledore nodded. The golden energy you described is a hallmark of Godric's battle magic. As you train, you may find your Ravenclaw heritage manifesting in different ways, perhaps enhanced learning abilities, affinity for certain types of charms, or magical intuition. Harry absorbed this, trying to imagine what it meant for his future. 2 Founder bloodlines, possibly more if Dumbledore's hints were to be believed. Powers awakening that he'd never known existed. What do I do now? He asked finally. How do I prepare for whatever's coming? Train, Moody said bluntly. Master what abilities you have. Learn to control them. And when we return to Hogwarts? Harry looked to Dumbledore. When you return to Hogwarts, we will continue your education in these matters more formally, the headmaster assured him. I have already arranged for certain accommodations that will allow for specialized training. What about Ron and Hermione? Harry asked. I don't want to keep secrets from them. Your friends have proven their loyalty beyond question, Dumbledore acknowledged. You may share what you've learned with them, though I would ask that the information not spread further for now. The fewer who know the extent of your heritage, the safer you will be. Harry nodded, relieved. The thought of facing this new challenge without his friend's support was unthinkable. There is one more thing, Dumbledore added, his tone growing more solemn. Your connection to the Founder's bloodlines may affect your relationship with Voldemort in ways we do not yet fully understand. Your scar, your ability to sense his emotions, these may evolve as your heritage awakens. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Evolved how? That remains to be seen, Dumbledore admitted. But be vigilant, Harry. Notice any changes, any new sensations or abilities. Report them to me immediately. The meeting continued for another hour, discussing protective measures, training schedules, and investigations into the disappearances. Harry listened intently, occasionally asking questions but mostly absorbing the enormity of what he'd learned. By the time they adjourned, Harry's mind was racing with implications. As Order members filed out, Dumbledore approached him. I know this is overwhelming, the headmaster said quietly. But you have faced extraordinary challenges before and emerged stronger. This will be no different. It's all happening at once, Harry admitted. Voldemort's return, now this. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever just have a normal year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Normalcy is overrated, I find. But I understand the sentiment. His expression grew serious again. I have arranged for the Sword of Gryffindor to be available to you at Hogwarts. As heir, you have the right to carry it, and given recent events, it may prove necessary. Harry nodded, remembering the weight of the sword in his hands, both in the Chamber of Secrets and in his dreams. Thank you, sir. As Dumbledore turned to leave, Harry called after him. Professor. You said there were indications my heritage might go beyond Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. What did you mean? The headmaster paused, considering his words carefully. There are anomalies in your magical signature, Harry. Abilities that neither Godric nor Rowena were known to possess. They may simply be unique to you, or they may suggest connections we have not yet discovered. Like Parseltongue, Harry guessed. That's a Slytherin trait. Indeed, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though its appearance in you was long attributed to your connection with Voldemort, there may be other explanations. Before Harry could press further, the headmaster bid him good night, leaving him with more questions than answers. That night, Harry lay awake long after Ron's snores filled their shared bedroom. His mind raced with everything he'd learned, everything that remained uncertain. Heir of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Possibly more. Targeted by something ancient and dangerous. A mysterious transfer student arriving under suspicious circumstances. It was too much to process at once. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his thoughts, and found himself reaching instinctively for the golden energy he practiced with earlier. It came more easily now, a warm glow spreading through his chest and down his arms, comforting in its familiarity. As he drifted toward sleep, the energy still humming through his veins, he thought he heard a whisper, not Godric Gryffindor's voice this time, but a woman's, melodic and wise. Knowledge is your birthright, the voice murmured. Seek it. Master it. Rowena Ravenclaw, reaching across centuries to guide her heir. Harry fell asleep with the Founder's magic pulsing gently within him, unaware that miles away, in an ancient manor house hidden from Muggle and wizard alike, Damien Blackthorne stood over a bubbling cauldron containing a single drop of Harry Potter's blood, collected by the Blood Hunter before its defeat. "Heir of two," Damien murmured, dark eyes reflecting the potion's glow. "Perhaps more." "Perfect." Behind him, suspended in magical stasis, 7 unconscious figures floated, the missing descendants, their blood slowly draining into runic channels carved into the stone floor. "Soon," Damien promised them, though they couldn't hear. "Soon we'll be reunited with what was stolen from us. And Harry Potter will be the key." In his sleep, Harry stirred uneasily, as if sensing a distant threat. The golden energy flared briefly around him, then settled into a protective aura that would remain until morning, the first sign that his heritage was awakening fully, preparing him for the challenges that awaited at Hogwarts. Chapter 2, Ravenclaw's Wisdom. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the familiar chaos of departure day. Steam billowed from the Hogwarts Express, enveloping students in shifting clouds as they navigated trunks, cages, and tearful parents. Harry stood beside the Weasleys, keenly aware of the additional Order members scattered throughout the crowd, Tonks disguised as an elderly witch helping first years, Kingsley Shacklebolt pretending to read the Daily Prophet near the barrier, Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye visible beneath a porter's cap. "They're not exactly subtle, are they?" Harry muttered to Ron. "Better obvious protection than none," Ron replied, eyeing a suspicious wizard who'd been following the same group of students in circles for 5 minutes. "After that Blood Hunter thing, I don't blame them." The remaining weeks at Grimmauld Place had passed in a blur of training sessions with serious and defensive magic practice with whoever was available. Harry had made significant progress with his Gryffindor abilities. He could now summon and maintain the golden energy at will, shape it into shields, and even focus it into controlled bursts that could knock over practice dummies across the room. The Ravenclaw heritage, however, remained frustratingly dormant. Despite Hermione's research and numerous attempts at meditation, Harry had yet to experience anything resembling Rowena's legendary mental magic. Maybe it only activates at Hogwarts, Hermione had suggested after their 10th failed attempt. Ravenclaw's connection to the castle was particularly strong. Being there might trigger something. Now, as they prepared to board the train, Harry hoped she was right. Mastering one Founder's abilities had proven challenging enough, the prospect of possibly having more filled him with equal parts excitement and dread. "There you are, dears." Mrs. Weasley bustled over, straightening Ron's collar despite his protests. "Now remember, keep your heads down this year." With everything that's happening, her worried gaze flicked to Harry. "We'll be careful, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione assured her. "Extra careful," Harry added, touched by her concern. Mrs. Weasley pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. "You write to us if anything happens, Harry. Anything unusual. Arthur and I are here for you, no matter what powers or heritage or nonsense comes up. Your family." Harry's throat tightened. "Thank you," he managed. Final goodbyes exchanged, they boarded the train, finding an empty compartment toward the rear. Ginny joined them briefly before departing to meet friends, while Neville and Luna appeared shortly after the train lurched into motion. "Good summer?" Neville asked, settling Mimbulus Mimbletonia carefully on the seat beside him. "Eventful," Harry replied, exchanging knowing glances with Ron and Hermione. They'd agreed to keep his heritage secret from all but their closest friends, and even then, only when necessary. "Mine too," Luna said dreamily, lowering her upside-down quibbler. "Daddy and I went searching for crumplehorn snorkax in Sweden." Her protuberant eyes fixed suddenly on Harry with unnerving intensity. "But it seems you found something far more interesting, Harry Potter." Harry stiffened. "What do you mean?" "The golden light around you," she replied matter-of-factly, as if commenting on his choice of jumper. "It wasn't there last year. And there's something else too, a blue shimmer, very faint, just beginning." A shocked silence fell over the compartment. Neville looked bewildered, while Ron and Hermione stared at Luna with new appreciation. "You can see it?" Harry finally asked. "The magic?" Luna nodded, tilting her head curiously. "Can't everyone?" "No," Hermione said slowly. "They definitely can't." Luna shrugged as if this were perfectly ordinary. "My mother could see magical auras too. She always said I had Rowena's eyes." Another significant glance between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Rowena Ravenclaw had reportedly possessed the ability to see magic itself, to perceive the energy flows invisible to most wizards. "Luna," Harry said carefully, "what exactly does this blue shimmer look like?" "Like morning mist," she replied, making a flowing gesture with her hands. "It gathers around your temples when you're thinking hard. Just like the portraits of Rowena in our common room." Neville looked between them in confusion. "What are you all talking about? Harry's got some kind of light around him." Hermione bit her lip, silently asking Harry's permission. He nodded slightly. If Luna could already see it, there was little point in secrecy with Neville. "Harry's recently discovered some ancestry information," Hermione explained carefully. "He's descended from Godric Gryffindor. And possibly Rowena Ravenclaw as well." Neville's jaw dropped. "Founder's blood? Blimey, Harry." "Keep it down," Ron hissed, glancing toward the corridor. "It's not something we want getting around." "Because of the disappearances," Luna said quietly, surprising them again. "The missing heirs." Harry leaned forward. "How do you know about that?" "Daddy investigates things the Prophet won't print," Luna replied. 7 witches and wizards gone since June. All with suspected connections to the founders. The ministry's keeping it quiet, of course. Harry exchanged another look with his friends. Luna Lovegood, it seemed, was full of surprises. "I should tell you something too," Neville said hesitantly. "Gran didn't want me to mention it, but we got a strange visitor this summer. Someone asking about our family history, specifically any connections to Helga Hufflepuff." "What?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed together. Neville nodded earnestly. "Gran sent them packing, said our family tree was none of their business. But afterward, she strengthened all the wards on our house and told me not to go anywhere alone." "Did you see who it was?" Harry asked urgently. "A young man, maybe 20. Neville frowned in concentration. "Dark hair, expensive robes. Very polite, which made Gran even more suspicious. Said his name was Damien something." Ice formed in Harry's stomach. "Blackthorn?" "That's it," Neville confirmed, surprised. "You know him?" "He's transferring to Hogwarts this year," Harry explained grimly. "From Durmstrang. And apparently taking a keen interest in founder descendants before he even arrives," Hermione added, her expression troubled. Luna was watching Harry with that unnerving directness again. "The golden light flares when you're worried," she observed. "It's beautiful, actually. Like sunrise." Before Harry could respond, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood framed in the doorway, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Unlike previous years, however, he wasn't wearing his customary sneer. Instead, he regarded Harry with careful assessment. "Potter," he said, his voice missing its usual drawl. "A word?" "Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of everyone," Harry replied coolly. Malfoy's eyes flickered over the others, lingering momentarily on Luna. "Fine. I thought you should know, there's a new student this year. 7th-year transfer. He's been asking questions about you." Harry kept his expression neutral, though his pulse quickened. "And why would you tell me this?" "Because he's been asking the wrong kind of questions," Malfoy replied cryptically. "About your family. Your blood. Since when do you care about Harry's well-being?" Hermione challenged. Malfoy's lip curled slightly in her direction, but the expression lacked its usual venom. "I don't. But my father sent me an owl this morning with explicit instructions to stay away from Damien Blackthorne. When Lucius Malfoy warns you away from a dark wizard, it's generally wise to listen. With that bombshell delivered, he turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Potter. I'd keep those new abilities of yours under wraps. People are talking. The door slid shut behind him, leaving a stunned silence. What just happened? Ron finally asked. Did Malfoy just help us? I think he did, Harry said slowly, mind racing. But why would Lucius Malfoy warn Draco away from Blackthorne? Aren't they both in Voldemort's camp? Hermione looked thoughtful. Maybe they're not allies. Remember what Dumbledore said, whoever's hunting founder descendants is distinct from Voldemort. They might even be rivals. Great, Harry muttered. 2 separate dark forces to worry about. 3 if you count the Ministry, Ron added gloomily. Dad says Fudge is still on his anti-Dumbledore, anti-Harry campaign. The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy, Luna said serenely. That's what Daddy always says about political conspiracies. Neville looked overwhelmed. So there's you-know-who, this Blackthorne person, and the Ministry all potentially against us. Welcome to my world, Harry said dryly, but he managed a reassuring smile. Look, all we know for sure is that Blackthorne is suspicious and asking questions. We'll keep our distance, stay alert, and report anything unusual to Dumbledore. And continue your training, Hermione added firmly. If both your Gryffindor and Ravenclaw abilities are awakening, you need to master them as quickly as possible. Harry nodded, though privately he wondered how he was supposed to master abilities he didn't yet understand. The golden energy of Gryffindor responded to his will now, but whatever Ravenclaw gifts he might possess remained frustratingly elusive. As if reading his thoughts, Luna said softly, knowledge comes to those who open their minds, not just their books. That's what Rowena believed. You know a lot about Ravenclaw, Hermione observed. Luna smiled. She speaks to me sometimes. In dreams. Another shocked silence fell. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, remembering his own dreams of Godric Gryffindor. You dream about her too? He asked quietly. Luna nodded, not seeming surprised by the question. Since I was little. Daddy says it's because our family has distant ties to her line, though much diluted now. Her large eyes fixed on Harry again. But you dream of them too, don't you? The founders? Gryffindor, Harry admitted. And I thought I heard Ravenclaw once, just before leaving for Hogwarts. Then you should expect the others soon, Luna said matter-of-factly. They always come together, in the stories. The 4 united. Before Harry could ask what she meant, the train began to slow. Outside the windows, the familiar silhouette of Hogsmeade Station appeared through the gathering dusk. As they collected their belongings, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Luna Lovegood knew far more than she was letting on, and that her dreamy exterior concealed insights he desperately needed. Luna, he said impulsively as they prepared to disembark, would you mind if we talked more about this? About Ravenclaw, and the dreams? I'd like that, she replied with a genuine smile. The blue shimmer grew brighter when you asked. I think Rowena approves. Hogwarts looked exactly as Harry remembered it, ancient, magnificent, and somehow alive with welcoming magic. As they passed through the great oak doors into the entrance hall, however, he stumbled, overwhelmed by a sudden rush of sensation. The castle's magic, previously a background hum he'd barely noticed, now pulsed around him in visible currents of gold, blue, green, and yellow. The foundations thrummed with power, ley lines of energy crisscrossing beneath the flagstones. The very walls seemed to whisper welcomes, recognition flowing from stone to stone. Harry. Hermione grabbed his arm, steadying him. What's wrong? The castle, he gasped, blinking rapidly as the magical overlay gradually faded from his vision. I can see everything. Ravenclaw's sight, Luna whispered beside him. You've come home, and she's welcoming you. Before Harry could process this new development, a silky voice interrupted them. "Mr. Potter. How illuminating to see you again." Professor Snape stood before them, his dark eyes narrowed as they swept over Harry with unnerving intensity. Unlike previous years, however, there was something beyond simple dislike in his gaze, a wary assessment, almost calculating. "Professor," Harry acknowledged neutrally. "The headmaster wishes to see you after the feast," Snape continued. "The password is acid pops. Do not be late." With a final searching look, he swept past them toward the Great Hall. Did Snape just see something? Ron murmured as they followed the crowd of students. "I think he did," Hermione replied worriedly. "Harry, is the magic still visible around you?" Harry concentrated, reaching for the awareness he'd felt moments ago. The magical currents were still there, but muted now, like background noise he could tune in and out. "It's fading," he assured them. "I can control it." As they entered the Great Hall, Harry's gaze was drawn instinctively to the Slytherin table. It took only moments to spot him. Damien Blackthorne sat near the middle, surrounded by curious upper years but somehow apart from them. He was handsome in a severe way, with sharp cheekbones and dark hair swept back from a high forehead. Despite being new, he carried himself with the easy confidence of someone who belonged exactly where he was. As if sensing Harry's attention, Blackthorne looked up. Their eyes met across the hall, and a jolt like static electricity ran down Harry's spine. The other boy smiled, not a friendly expression but a knowing one, a predator recognizing worthy prey. "That's him," Hermione whispered as they sat at the Gryffindor table. Harry nodded, breaking the unsettling eye contact. "That's him." "Doesn't look like much," Ron commented, though his tone lacked conviction. "Neither did Tom Riddle," Harry reminded him quietly. The sorting ceremony proceeded with its usual fanfare, followed by Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements. As the headmaster introduced the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a toad-like woman in pink who interrupted with a simpering speech about progress for progress's sake being discouraged, Harry found his attention wandering back to Blackthorne. The transfer student was watching Umbridge with an expression of polite boredom, occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table. Twice more their eyes met, and each time Harry felt that same jolt of recognition, as if something in his blood was responding to something in Blackthorne's. "He keeps looking at you," Hermione murmured. "I know," Harry replied, equally quiet. "And every time he does, I feel something. Like a pull." Hermione's brow furrowed with concern. "Be careful, Harry. If he's hunting founder descendants, then I'm the grand prize," Harry finished grimly. "I know." The feast appeared before them, temporarily distracting Ron with its bounty. As Harry reached for a serving dish, however, another wave of awareness washed over him. He could see the magic in the food, house elf spells for preservation and flavor, transport enchantments that had brought it from the kitchens below. More disturbingly, he could sense the magic in his fellow students, bright cores of energy, some stronger than others, each with a distinctive signature. Neville's magic flowed like spring water, while Hermione's sparkled with ordered, crystalline complexity. Ron's burned steady and warm like banked coals. And across the hall, Damien Blackthorne's magic roiled like a storm cloud, dark and potent, with strange dissonant patterns Harry had never seen before. "Harry?" Hermione's concerned voice broke his concentration. "You're staring again." He blinked, the magical overlay receding once more. "Sorry. It's happening again, I can see magic. Everyone's magic." Ravenclaw's sight, Luna confirmed from further down the table, where she'd apparently been listening. "It gets easier to control with practice." "Great," Harry muttered. "Another ability I need to master before it drives me mad." The remainder of the feast passed in relative normalcy, though Harry remained acutely aware of Blackthorne's occasional glances. As students began filing out toward their dormitories, Hermione touched his arm. "We'll wait for you in the common room," she said. "After you see Dumbledore." Harry nodded gratefully. Thanks. Hopefully he'll have some answers about all of this. Making his way against the tide of students, Harry approached the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Acid pops," he said, and the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, fingers steepled before him. The office looked as it always had, silver instruments whirring softly, Fawkes preening on his perch, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames. Yet with his newly awakened senses, Harry could now perceive the layers of magic saturating the space, protections, detection charms, and something deeper, more ancient, pulsing from the very stones. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Please, sit. How was your journey?" "Enlightening," Harry replied, taking the offered chair. "I can see magic now. Everyone's magic. The castle's magic. Everything." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, his blue eyes twinkling with interest. "Rowena's sight, manifesting already? Remarkable. I had expected your Gryffindor heritage to remain dominant for some time." "It's overwhelming," Harry admitted. "And I met Damien Blackthorne. Or at least, saw him. And?" Dumbledore prompted gently. "And there's something wrong with his magic," Harry said bluntly. "It doesn't flow right. It's like twisted, somehow." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "As I suspected. Young Mr. Blackthorne has been exposed to unusual magical influences. His guardian is known for experimenting with obscure branches of magic. His guardian sent him here to spy on me, didn't they?" Harry asked directly. "That seems a reasonable assumption," Dumbledore agreed. "Though proving it will be challenging, given his guardian's political connections." "Who is his guardian, exactly?" "A wizard named Augustus Blackthorne, supposedly Damien's great-uncle, though the relationship appears conveniently discovered after Damien's parents died in a magical accident 10 years ago." Dumbledore's tone suggested he found this explanation dubious. "Augustus rarely appears in public but wields considerable influence in certain international circles." Harry processed this. "And you allowed the transfer anyway? Knowing Blackthorne might be dangerous." "Better to have potential threats where we can observe them," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Besides, Hogwarts has protection specifically designed to prevent harm to heirs of the Founders within its walls." "It does?" This was news to Harry. "Indeed. The Founders were, above all, protective of their bloodlines. The castle itself will respond to deliberate threats against you, now that your heritage is awakening." Dumbledore gestured around them. "Can you not feel it? The castle's recognition?" Harry nodded slowly, realizing he'd felt it since arriving, a sense of belonging deeper than he'd ever experienced, as if Hogwarts itself welcomed him home. "That brings me to the purpose of our meeting," Dumbledore continued. "Now that your Ravenclaw abilities are manifesting alongside your Gryffindor heritage, you will require specialized training beyond what your regular classes can provide." "More training sessions like with Sirius?" "Similar, but more comprehensive." Dumbledore rose, moving to a bookshelf where he retrieved an ancient leather-bound volume. "This text contains exercises developed by Rowena herself to help her descendants control their mental gifts. I suggest you begin with the chapters on filtering magical perception. It will help prevent the overwhelming sensations you're experiencing." Harry accepted the book, feeling a faint tingle as his fingers touched the leather. "Thank you, sir." "Additionally," Dumbledore continued, "I have arranged for you to have access to certain areas of the castle normally restricted to students. Areas the Founders created for their heirs' use." "Like the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked, remembering the hidden space Salazar Slytherin had created. "Each Founder left similar chambers," Dumbledore confirmed. "Godric's armory you will find behind the painting of the Lion Pride on the 7th floor. Simply press your palm to the canvas and speak your name, the blood recognition will grant you entry." "And Ravenclaw's chamber?" "The Aerie," Dumbledore smiled. "Located at the top of the astronomy tower. The entrance appears only under starlight to those of Rowena's line. Place your hand upon the highest stone of the eastern parapet during the night hours, and you will find your way. Harry's mind reeled with the implications. Secret chambers, founder magic, specialized training, it was far more than he'd expected. One last thing, Dumbledore said, moving to his desk and withdrawing a long, narrow box. As I promised. He opened the lid to reveal the sword of Gryffindor, its ruby-encrusted hilt gleaming in the office light. As heir, this is rightfully yours to carry. It cannot be taken from you once claimed, and will come to your hand when called, regardless of distance. Harry stared at the sword, remembering the weight of it in the Chamber of Secrets, the dream where Godric himself had guided his hand. Slowly, reverently, he reached out and grasped the hilt. Power surged through him instantly, not the golden energy of his combat magic, but something deeper, more primal. The sword grew warm in his hand, and for a moment he thought he heard a distant voice murmur, "Worthy." "The sword accepts you," Dumbledore observed with satisfaction. "It will now respond to your call alone, until you pass it to your heir or return it to the school upon your death." "How do I carry it?" Harry asked practically. "I can't exactly wear it to potions." Dumbledore chuckled. "Once bonded, the sword exists in a state of magical readiness. It will appear when summoned and return to that state when dismissed. Simply focus your intent and it will respond." Harry concentrated on the sword, mentally commanding it to disappear. The weapon shimmered briefly, then faded from his grasp, not gone, he could still feel its presence, but no longer physically manifest. "Brilliant," he breathed. "Now," Dumbledore said, resuming his seat, "there is the matter of your continued training. Professor McGonagall has been informed of your heritage and will oversee your transfiguration exercises with additional focus on the Gryffindor aspects. For your Ravenclaw abilities, Professor Flitwick, himself a distant descendant of Rowena, will provide guidance. And defense against the dark arts?" Harry asked, thinking of Umbridge's simpering speech. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. "Ah. There we face complications. Professor Umbridge has been imposed upon us by the Ministry, as you no doubt deduced from her speech. She will not be informed of your heritage, nor will she support any specialized training. So what do I do about defense?" "I suggest," Dumbledore said carefully, "that you consider alternative educational arrangements in that particular subject. Perhaps, among trusted peers." Harry understood immediately. "You want me to teach them?" "My friends. I merely observe that your practical experience exceeds that of most seventh years, and your emerging Gryffindor combat abilities make you uniquely qualified." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "What you choose to do with that observation is, of course, entirely up to you." A student defense group. The idea had merit, especially with Voldemort returned and the Ministry in denial. And if his friends needed to defend themselves against whatever Blackthorn represented, official instruction would clearly be lacking. "I'll consider it," Harry said diplomatically. "Excellent." Dumbledore stood, signaling the end of their meeting. "I suggest you begin with Rowena's exercises tonight. The sooner you gain control over your magical perception, the easier your adjustment will be." As Harry reached the door, Dumbledore added, "Oh, and Harry. Do let me know if you begin dreaming of the other founders. Particularly Salazar. His messages tend to be cryptic." The Gryffindor common room was nearly empty when Harry returned, most students having retired after the feast. Hermione and Ron waited by the fire, heads bent close together in quiet conversation that stopped abruptly when Harry approached. "Well?" Ron prompted as Harry dropped into an armchair beside them. "Dumbledore gave me this," Harry replied, showing them the ancient book. "Exercises to control the Ravenclaw abilities. And he confirmed Blackthorn is probably here to spy on me." "We could have told him that," Ron muttered. "He also gave me access to secret chambers the Founders created," Harry continued, lowering his voice. "And the Sword of Gryffindor." Hermione's eyes widened. "He gave you the sword? Where is it?" Harry concentrated briefly, and the sword materialized in his hand, gleaming in the firelight. Ron let out a low whistle as Harry quickly dismissed it again. Wicked, Ron breathed. Can you just summon it whenever you want? Apparently, Harry confirmed. It's bound to me now. What about these secret chambers? Hermione asked, practical as ever. What's in them? No idea. I haven't visited them yet. Gryffindor's is behind a painting on the 7th floor, and Ravenclaw's is at the top of the astronomy tower, only visible under starlight. We should explore them tomorrow, Ron suggested eagerly. I was thinking tonight, actually, Harry admitted. For Ravenclaw's, at least. These exercises might work better if I'm in her space. Hermione checked her watch. It's nearly curfew. If we're caught, when has that ever stopped us? Ron interrupted with a grin. Besides, Harry added, Dumbledore practically gave me permission. He said I have access to these areas as an heir. Hermione wavered visibly, torn between rule-following and curiosity. Oh, all right, she finally conceded. But we take the invisibility cloak. 20 minutes later, the trio huddled beneath the cloak on the astronomy tower's eastern parapet, the night sky spread above them in a tapestry of stars. The September air carried a hint of autumn chill, making Hermione shiver against Harry's side. Which stone did Dumbledore say? Ron whispered. The highest on the eastern side, Harry replied, examining the parapet wall. One stone jutted slightly above the others, its surface smoother than its neighbors, as if worn by countless touches over centuries. Taking a deep breath, Harry pressed his palm against the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if responding to his blood, faint lines of blue light began to spread from beneath his hand, tracing arcane patterns across the parapet floor. Incredible, Hermione breathed as the light formed a complex astronomical chart that mirrored the stars above. Where the constellation of Ravenclaw's eagle formed in the pattern, a doorway shimmered into existence, not in the parapet wall but in the seemingly empty air beside it, a rectangle of softly glowing blue suspended impossibly in open space. How does that even work? Ron asked, awestruck. Extension charms, dimensional folding, space manipulation, Hermione theorized rapidly. It's brilliant magic. Are we going in? Harry asked, gesturing to the floating doorway. You first, Ron suggested. You're the heir. If there are defenses. Taking another steadying breath, Harry stepped through the doorway, and into another world entirely. He found himself in a circular chamber that, logically, couldn't exist where it appeared to be. The room was vast, far larger than the astronomy tower could possibly contain, with a domed ceiling enchanted to display the night sky in perfect detail. Bookshelves lined the walls, interrupted by tall arched windows that somehow showed views of the grounds from impossible perspectives. The center of the room held a large circular table carved with runes and astronomical symbols, surrounded by comfortable chairs upholstered in Ravenclaw blue. Delicate instruments of silver and crystal stood on smaller tables throughout the space, telescopes more advanced than any Harry had seen, devices for calculating celestial movements, and tools whose purposes he couldn't begin to guess. Bloody hell, Ron whispered as he and Hermione stepped through behind him. The Aerie, Hermione breathed, turning slowly to take in the impossible space. Rowena's private study. As if responding to her words, soft blue lights ignited around the room, illuminating details previously hidden in shadow. A portrait hung on the wall behind the main table, Rowena Ravenclaw herself, beautiful and serene, regarding them with intelligent eyes that seemed too aware for mere paint and canvas. "Welcome, heir of my blood," the portrait said, her voice musical and clear. "I have awaited your arrival." Harry approached cautiously. "You've been waiting for me?" "Specifically?" "For the one who carries multiple founder bloodlines," the portrait clarified. "The convergence has been foretold since our time." "Convergence?" Hermione asked, stepping forward. "What convergence?" The portrait's eyes shifted to her, assessing. "A friend of my heir." Intelligence shines in you, child. You would have done well in my house. Hermione blushed with pleasure at the compliment. The convergence of the Founder's blood, Rowena continued, returning her attention to Harry. For bloodlines, separated by time and circumstance, reunited in a single vessel when the school faces its greatest threat. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. You mean me? I have all 4 Founders' blood. The potential exists, Rowena confirmed. Godric's courage flows strongly in you already. My wisdom begins to awaken. The others lie dormant still, awaiting their catalysts. Hufflepuff and Slytherin, Harry murmured, remembering Dumbledore's cryptic hints. But how? My father was from Gryffindor's line, my mother from yours. Bloodlines intertwine in ways not always recorded by history, Rowena said with a slight smile. Your mother's lineage traces to me, yes, but further back, other connections wait to be discovered. Ron looked between Harry and the portrait with undisguised awe. Mate, do you realize what this means? If you're the heir of all 4 Founders, then Hogwarts itself answers to you, Hermione finished, her expression stunned. The combined power would be unimaginable. And dangerous, Rowena's portrait cautioned. Such power awakening all at once would overwhelm any vessel, no matter how worthy. There is a reason the bloodlines separated. The convergence must happen gradually, each heritage awakening fully before the next emerges. So I need to master the Ravenclaw abilities before Hufflepuff or Slytherin can manifest? Harry asked, trying to understand. Precisely, Rowena nodded. Which is why you must begin your training immediately. The threat approaches faster than you realize. Blackthorn? Harry guessed. The Blood Hunter, Rowena corrected. The one who sent it. Ancient enemies of the Founders walk again, seeking what was denied them centuries ago. Which was what, exactly? Hermione asked. The portrait's expression grew solemn. The secret of combined magic, the power that comes when the 4 magical approaches unite in perfect harmony. What you now call the foundations of modern wizardry. Someone thinks Harry has this secret? Ron asked incredulously. Not consciously, Rowena replied. But in his blood, in the very structure of his magic, yes, the secret exists. And those who seek it would drain him dry to extract it. Harry suppressed a shudder, remembering the Blood Hunter's cold touch, its whispered demands for his blood. How do I protect myself? How do I master these abilities quickly enough? Begin with the text Albus provided, Rowena instructed. Then return here. My library contains knowledge I shared with no other, spells of my own creation, mental disciplines lost to modern wizardry. As my heir, they are your birthright. And Blackthorn? Harry pressed. What do I do about him? Watch, but do not engage directly, Rowena advised. His bloodline is complicated. Dangerous. Complicated how? The portrait hesitated, something unusual passing across her painted features. Some histories are better explored when you are more prepared. For now, focus on mastering my gifts. Control the sight first, it is both your greatest tool and your greatest vulnerability. Harry sensed the portrait would say no more on the subject of Blackthorn. The sight, you mean seeing magic? Magical perception, Rowena corrected. Not just seeing but understanding the patterns of energy that underlie all magical creation. It is why I was considered the greatest spellcrafter of our age. Can I learn to create spells too? Harry asked, intrigued despite the gravity of the situation. In time, Rowena smiled. But first, control. Open the book Albus gave you to the 3rd chapter. The exercises there will help you filter the magical information overwhelming your senses. Harry retrieved the book from his pocket and found the indicated chapter. Complex diagrams filled the pages, alongside text in an archaic form of English that would have been incomprehensible without Hermione peering over his shoulder to translate. It's a meditation technique, she explained. visualizing layers of perception and learning to shift between them at will. Begin tonight, Rowena instructed. Return tomorrow. We have much to accomplish and little time. Little time before what? Ron asked warily. The portrait's expression darkened. Before the hunter sends something worse than a mere blood seeker. Before your enemy discovers the true extent of Harry's heritage. With those ominous words, the blue lights dimmed slightly, a clear dismissal. As they prepared to leave, Harry turned back to the portrait one last time. In my dreams, he said, Gryffindor warned me about the one who seeks what was lost. Is that the same person who sent the blood hunter? Godric speaks to you directly. Rowena looked surprised, then thoughtful. The connection is stronger than I realized. Yes, the warning is the same. Beware the descendants of the Forgotten One, the fifth who was denied. The fifth? Hermione repeated. Fifth what? Another time, Rowena said firmly. Master my gifts first. Return tomorrow night. As they made their way back through the magical doorway, which sealed seamlessly behind them, Harry's mind whirled with new questions. The fifth who was denied. Descendants of the Forgotten One. The mystery deepened even as partial answers emerged. Harry, Hermione said quietly as they huddled under the cloak again, if you really are the heir of all four founders. Then I'm exactly what Blackthorn is looking for, Harry finished grimly. The perfect target. But also potentially powerful enough to stop him, Ron pointed out. If you can master all four bloodlines. One at a time, Harry sighed, remembering Rowena's warning. And I've barely scratched the surface of two. They reached the fat lady's portrait without incident, the common room beyond blessedly empty. As they prepared to head up to their respective dormitories, Hermione caught Harry's arm. Start the exercises tonight, she urged. The sooner you control the sight, the better. I will, he promised. And tomorrow. I think we should consider what Dumbledore suggested about teaching defense. Ron nodded firmly. With that Umbridge woman and Blackthorn both at Hogwarts, we'll need all the defense training we can get. As Harry climbed into bed an hour later, his mind still racing with revelations, he opened Rowena's book to the third chapter. The meditation exercises seemed simple enough in theory, visualizing filters for magical perception, creating mental structures to organize the overwhelming information. He closed his eyes, following the instructions to picture a series of veils, each capable of blocking certain types of magical perception. As he focused, the chaotic swirl of magical information that had bombarded him since arriving at Hogwarts began to settle into more comprehensible patterns. The castle's ambient magic receded to a gentle background hum. The dizzying array of student magical signatures faded to distant pinpricks of light. Even his own Gryffindor energy settled into a warm, steady glow at his core rather than the distracting pulse it had been. As his consciousness drifted deeper into the meditative state, Harry felt a new awareness unfold, not the overwhelming sensory barrage of raw magical perception, but a structured understanding of the patterns underlying it. Spells became visible as intricate knots of energy, wards as layered webs, enchantments as flowing rivers of intent. And somewhere distant, a thread of magic reached toward him, dark, probing, curious. A mental touch that sought to breach his newfound awareness. Instinctively, Harry threw up a shield of golden Gryffindor energy. The probing tendril recoiled briefly, then returned with more force. Behind it, Harry sensed a mind, calculating, powerful, and unmistakably hostile. Blackthorn. The transfer student was attempting legilimency, using Harry's expanded magical awareness as a gateway to his thoughts. The realization galvanized Harry into action. Drawing on Rowena's meditation techniques, he visualized not just filters but walls, mental barricades constructed of blue energy that meshed seamlessly with his golden shields. The combined defense held, forcing Blackthorn's mental probe to retreat. In the moment before the connection broke, Harry caught a flash of the other student's thoughts, frustration, grudging respect, and something darker, more obsessive. A hunger for something Harry possessed. Harry opened his eyes, heart pounding in the darkness of his dormitory. Ron's familiar snores rumbled from the next bed, unaware of the mental battle that had just taken place. The threat was real, immediate, and far more sophisticated than Harry had anticipated. Damien Blackthorne wasn't just watching him, he was actively seeking a way into Harry's mind, perhaps to discover the extent of his founder heritage. But something unexpected had happened during the brief mental contact. Harry had not only repelled the invasion, he'd learned something from it. The structure of Blackthorne's legitimacy attack, the way he'd shaped his magic to probe for weaknesses, now existed in Harry's memory as a pattern he understood. In fact, Harry realized with growing amazement, he could reproduce that pattern himself if he chose. Somehow, through Rowena's perception, he had absorbed the fundamental principle of the spell merely by experiencing it. Knowledge absorption. Just as Dumbledore had described. His Ravenclaw heritage wasn't just awakening, it was accelerating, responding to the threat by rapidly developing the mental defenses and abilities he needed most urgently. Tomorrow, Harry decided as he reinforced his mental shields and settled back into uneasy sleep, he would begin teaching his friends to defend themselves, not just against Voldemort, but against the new, more insidious threat Blackthorne represented. And he would return to the Eyrie to learn everything Rowena's portrait could teach him about his emerging abilities. The game had changed. Dumbledore had been right to let Blackthorne into Hogwarts where they could watch him, but the transfer student clearly had similar ideas about keeping his enemies close. The question was, who would learn more about whom first? Morning brought a fresh wave of challenges. Harry woke to find his magical perception still active, though somewhat muted by the previous night's exercises. The Gryffindor common room blazed with centuries of accumulated enchantments, each student glowed with their unique magical signature, and even the breakfast in the Great Hall revealed complex webs of preservation and preparation spells. "Is it still overwhelming?" Hermione asked quietly as they found seats at the Gryffindor table. "Better," Harry replied, concentrating on maintaining his mental filters. "I can tone it down now, sort of like adjusting the volume." "Good," Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "Last thing we need is you gaping at everyone's magical auras during potions. Snape would have a field day." "Speaking of which," Hermione interjected, examining their new schedules, "we have double potions this morning, followed by defense against the dark arts with Umbridge this afternoon." "Perfect," Harry muttered. "Snape and Umbridge in the same day. Just what I needed." "At least it's Friday," Ron consoled him. "We can visit that Gryffindor chamber tomorrow." As they discussed plans for the weekend, Harry felt a familiar prickle at the base of his skull. Looking up, he found Damien Blackthorne watching him from the Slytherin table, his dark eyes intent. Unlike the previous night, however, Harry was prepared. He reinforced his mental shields, and when Blackthorne's probe brushed against them, Harry allowed him to sense only what he wanted seen, basic surface thoughts about classes and weekend plans. Blackthorne's eyebrow arched slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his expression returned to calculated neutrality. Message delivered, Harry was aware of his mental intrusions and capable of defending against them. "He's trying to read your mind again, isn't he?" Hermione whispered, following Harry's gaze. Trying and failing, Harry confirmed with grim satisfaction. "Rowena's techniques work. We should start the defense group today," Hermione decided. "After classes. I've been thinking about how to organize it without drawing attention from Umbridge." "Count me in," Ron agreed. "Who else should we invite?" "People we trust absolutely," Harry said firmly. "At least at first. The DA members from last night, plus a few others Hermione vouches for." They spent the remainder of breakfast compiling a list of potential members and discussing secure meeting locations. As they headed toward the dungeons for potions, Harry found himself walking with newfound confidence. For the first time, he wasn't merely reacting to threats, he was actively preparing for them, using his emerging abilities to protect himself and his friends. Potions proved surprisingly uneventful. Snape, while still unpleasant, seemed distracted, his usual pointed harassment of Harry replaced by occasional calculating glances. When Harry successfully brewed the day's assignment, a complex antidote that previously would have challenged him, Snape merely narrowed his eyes suspiciously rather than finding fault. "Is it just me," Ron whispered as they bottled their samples, "or is Snape being weirdly not terrible today?" "He knows something's changed," Harry murmured back. "He can probably sense the founder magic awakening." "Good," Hermione said firmly. "Maybe he'll finally stop treating you like you're deliberately failing." As they filed out of the dungeon classroom, Snape's voice stopped them. "Potter. A word." Harry exchanged quick glances with his friends before turning back. "Yes, Professor." Snape waited until the other students had departed, then regarded Harry with an unreadable expression. "Your potion was adequate today," he said, the admission clearly costing him. "I assume this sudden improvement is related to your recently discovered heritage." Harry tensed, unsure how much Snape knew or how to respond. "Sir. Do not play ignorant, Potter," Snape snapped, though with less venom than usual. "The headmaster has informed certain staff members of your situation. As your potions instructor, I need to know what abilities might be manifesting." Surprised by the almost professional approach, Harry decided on honesty. "I can see magic now, sir. Spells, potion ingredients, how they interact." It made following the recipe much clearer today. Something flickered in Snape's expression, not quite respect, but a reluctant reassessment. Ravenclaw's sight. Earlier than expected. He paused, then added curtly, "You will find that ability particularly useful in this subject, provided you apply it properly." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, still wrong-footed by this almost civil conversation. Snape seemed to struggle internally before continuing. "I will be providing additional materials for your review. Specialized potions texts that address the magical properties visible only to those with the sight." Harry blinked in surprise. "Thank you, Professor." "Do not thank me," Snape said coldly. "Consider it my obligation to ensure you don't blow up my classroom through half-understood perceptions." He turned away, then added over his shoulder, "And Potter. Be careful around Blackthorn. His interest in you is concerning." Before Harry could respond, Snape swept back into his office, leaving Harry to process this unexpected warning. First Malfoy, now Snape, what did they know about Blackthorn that made even Slytherins wary of him? Defense against the dark arts confirmed their worst fears about Umbridge. Her simpering introduction to a course of purely theoretical study, complete with childish textbooks and prohibition of practical magic, left the class seething with frustration. "She's deliberately preventing us from learning to defend ourselves," Hermione fumed as they left the classroom. "It's criminal," with Voldemort returned. "Not to mention whatever Blackthorn's planning," Harry added quietly, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. "We definitely need to start the defense group now." "Tonight," Ron agreed firmly. "After dinner." Word spread quickly among their trusted friends. By dinner, a small group had confirmed they would meet in the room of requirement at 8 o'clock, a location Hermione had suggested for its secrecy and adaptability. As Harry finished his shepherd's pie, Luna drifted over from the Ravenclaw table, her dreamy expression belied by the focused intensity in her eyes. "Tonight's gathering will be important," she said without preamble, sliding onto the bench beside him. "The blue aura has grown stronger since yesterday. You've been practicing her techniques." "They helped," Harry confirmed. "Did you want to join us tonight, Luna?" "Oh yes," she nodded. "Rowena thinks it's important too." Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. "Rowena thinks. She visits me in dreams, remember?" Luna said matter-of-factly. "Last night she said the heir must teach others to protect themselves. That darkness gathers more quickly than expected." Hermione leaned forward, intrigued despite her usual skepticism of Luna's pronouncements. "Did she say anything else?" "Only that the room of requirement has deeper secrets than most realize," Luna replied. "That Harry should ask it for the Founder's training ground specifically." Ron looked between them eagerly. Well, should we try it? Definitely, Harry decided, his curiosity piqued. If Rowena thinks it's important. At 8 o'clock, a small group gathered in the 7th-floor corridor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Besides Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Luna had arrived with Ginny, while Neville brought Dean and Seamus. Fred and George appeared with Lee Jordan, and to Harry's mild surprise, Cho Chang and her friend Marietta hung back at the edge of the group. Right, Harry said, taking charge naturally. Luna suggested we ask the room for something specific tonight. Let me try it alone first, just to be safe. He paced before the blank wall, concentrating on the phrase, "We need the Founder's training ground." On his third pass, the familiar door materialized, larger and more ornate than he'd seen before, carved with the emblems of all 4 houses surrounding a Hogwarts crest. Harry grasped the bronze handle and pushed it open, then stopped in amazement. The room of requirement had outdone itself. Instead of the practical but simple training space they'd used for the DA in his dream, this was a vast chamber with soaring ceilings and walls lined with training equipment from various eras. One section held medieval weapons and armor bearing the Gryffindor crest, another contained delicate instruments and bookshelves marked with Ravenclaw's eagle, a third displayed plants and healing implements under Hufflepuff's badger, while the final quarter housed potions equipment and serpentine decorations representing Slytherin. The center of the room was a large circular dueling platform, surrounded by comfortable seating areas for instruction. Above it all, 4 massive banners bearing the house crests hung from the ceiling. Bloody hell, Ron breathed as the group filed in behind Harry. This is brilliant. It's the actual training room the Founders used for their own students, Hermione realized, examining a nearby bookshelf with awe. These are original texts on defensive magic from their time. Everyone scattered to explore, exclaiming over various discoveries. Fred and George gravitated immediately to a collection of enchanted shields that adapted to different spell types. Neville, to everyone's surprise, seemed drawn to the Hufflepuff section, examining the healing plants with unexpected confidence. Harry felt a strange sense of belonging here, stronger even than his connection to the Gryffindor common room. With his awakened senses, he could perceive layers of Founder magic saturating the space, ancient power responding to his presence. Right, he said, gathering everyone's attention. We all know why we're here. Umbridge isn't teaching defense, Voldemort's back, and we need to be prepared. Several students flinched at the name, but no one objected. There's more, Harry continued, looking to his closest friends for support. Some of you already know this, but there's another threat at Hogwarts this year. The new transfer student, Damien Blackthorne, isn't here by coincidence. What's he after? Dean asked. Harry hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. He's hunting students with connections to the Founders' bloodlines. There have been disappearances outside Hogwarts, people taken for some kind of ritual involving Founder magic. Shocked murmurs ran through the group. How do you know this? Seamus asked, skepticism evident. Because he tried to take me this summer, Harry replied grimly. Sent a blood hunter after me. A blood hunter? Cho gasped. Those are dark creatures from ancient times. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Whatever Blackthorne's planning, it involves old magic. Dangerous magic. And he's here watching all of us, probably identifying potential targets. So this isn't just about fighting you-know-who anymore, George said thoughtfully. It's about protecting ourselves from multiple threats, Fred finished. Precisely, Hermione stepped forward. Which is why we need to learn more than just standard defensive spells. We need to understand how to counter mental intrusion, recognize magical surveillance, and defend against both modern and ancient forms of attack. And you're going to teach us all that? Marietta asked, sounding doubtful. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. I'm going to teach what I know from facing Voldemort. But this will be collaborative. Everyone here has different strengths, different knowledge. We'll learn from each other. The idea of a collaborative approach rather than just Harry teaching seemed to resonate with the group. Nods of approval circulated. First things first, Harry continued, moving toward the dueling platform. We need to assess where everyone stands with basic defensive magic. Disarming, shielding, stunning, the fundamentals that could save your life in a confrontation. As the group organized into pairs for practice, Harry felt a familiar presence at his side. Luna stood watching the others, her head tilted thoughtfully. Your golden and blue auras are working together now, she observed. Harmonizing. That's good, you'll need both to face what's coming. What exactly is coming, Luna? Harry asked quietly. Your dreams with Rowena, has she told you more about the threat? Luna's normally dreamy expression sharpened. The Forgotten One seeks what was denied him. Through his descendants, he reaches across time to claim what he believes was stolen. The fifth who was denied, Harry recalled Rowena's words. Who was he, Luna? The fifth what? The fifth founder, Luna replied simply. Or so he believed himself to be. The one whose approach to magic was rejected when Hogwarts was formed. Before Harry could press for more details, Hermione called him over to demonstrate a proper shield charm. The training session proceeded smoothly after that, with Harry circulating among the pairs, correcting techniques and offering suggestions. To his surprise, his ability to see magic made him a far more effective teacher than before. He could literally perceive where spells were forming incorrectly and guide students to proper magical flow. Near the end of the session, as everyone gathered for final remarks, Harry felt a sudden prickle of awareness. His recently honed magical perception detected a foreign presence, someone listening, watching from beyond the room's boundaries. Someone spying on us, he said quietly to Ron and Hermione. Hermione's eyes widened. How? The room is supposed to be unplottable. I don't think they're physically monitoring us, Harry explained, focusing on the sensation. It's more like magical surveillance. A spell that's sensing magical activity. Blackthorn? Ron guessed. Or Umbridge, Harry replied grimly. Either way, we need to be more careful. Raising his voice to address the whole group, he said, that's enough for tonight. You've all done brilliantly. A few things before we leave. First, we need a secure way to communicate about meetings. Hermione's working on that. Hermione nodded. I've modified some communication galleons. They'll warm up and show the date and time of the next meeting. I'll distribute them next time. Second, Harry continued, we need a name for our group. Something that won't raise suspicions if overheard. How about Defense Association? Cho suggested. The DA for short. I like it, Ginny interjected with a mischievous smile, but let's say it stands for Dumbledore's Army instead. That's what the Ministry fears most, isn't it? A ripple of appreciative laughter ran through the group, and the name was unanimously approved. Finally, Harry concluded, leave in small groups, different directions. I think we're being watched, so let's not make it obvious we were all together. As the members departed in staggered intervals, Harry remained behind with Ron, Hermione, and Luna to secure the room. Once they were alone, Harry approached a section of wall bearing the Ravenclaw emblem, drawn by an intuition he couldn't explain. There's something here, he murmured, placing his hand on the carved eagle. To everyone's surprise, the emblem glowed blue beneath his touch, and a small compartment opened in the previously solid wall. Inside lay a slender silver diadem set with sapphires and inscribed with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Is that? Hermione gasped. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Luna confirmed, her voice uncharacteristically solemn. The one that enhances the wisdom of the wearer. But it's been missing for centuries. Hermione protested. How can it be here? The room of requirement becomes what the seeker needs most, Luna explained. And right now, Harry needs his heritage. Harry carefully lifted the diadem, feeling a familiar tingle of recognition as his fingers contacted the metal. Unlike his connection to Gryffindor's sword, which felt like fire and battle readiness, this artifact radiated calm clarity, like a still pool reflecting starlight. "Should I try it on?" he asked uncertainly. "It belongs to you by blood right," Luna said simply. "Rowena would want you to use it." Taking a deep breath, Harry placed the diadem on his head. The effect was immediate and astonishing. His mind expanded, thoughts organizing themselves with crystal clarity. The magical perceptions that had threatened to overwhelm him now flowed in structured patterns he could interpret effortlessly. Knowledge from his years of magical education rearranged itself into logical frameworks, connections forming between previously separate concepts. Most remarkably, the room of requirement itself seemed to open to his awareness. He could perceive its boundaries, understand the complex enchantments that allowed it to transform, even sense the castle's magic flowing through and around it. "Harry?" Hermione's voice sounded distant. "Are you all right?" He removed the diadem slowly, the enhanced clarity receding but not disappearing entirely, as if his mind had been permanently altered by the brief contact. "It's incredible," he breathed. "I could understand everything. The room, the castle, how all the magic connects." "You're keeping it, right?" Ron asked, eyeing the diadem with newfound respect. Harry nodded, carefully placing the artifact in his bag. "It's part of my heritage. And if Blackthorn is hunting founder artifacts, we can't risk leaving it where he might find it." As they prepared to leave under the invisibility cloak, Luna placed a gentle hand on Harry's arm. "The convergence accelerates," she said cryptically. "Two powers now awake within you. The others will follow soon." "Hufflepuff and Slytherin," Harry confirmed, remembering Rowena's portrait's words. "Yes," Luna nodded. "But remember, each must be mastered before the next awakens. Control your current gifts before seeking more." With that warning in mind, they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris with the help of the Marauder's map. As Harry climbed into bed that night, the diadem safely hidden in his trunk, he felt both exhilarated and sobered by the evening's events. Dumbledore's army had formed, stronger and more focused than in his dream. He'd recovered a powerful founder artifact. His Ravenclaw abilities were developing rapidly alongside his Gryffindor heritage. Yet the mystery of the fifth founder remained, as did the immediate threat Blackthorn posed. And somewhere beyond Hogwarts, Voldemort continued gathering strength, unaware that Harry was becoming something more than the boy he'd failed to kill in the graveyard. As sleep claimed him, Harry's last coherent thought was a determination to visit Godric's armory the next day. If his Gryffindor powers were to complement his rapidly developing Ravenclaw abilities, he needed to understand them fully. The balance between courage and wisdom would be crucial in the challenges ahead. Harry's dreams that night were unlike any he'd experienced before. Instead of the usual nightmares about the graveyard or the confusing corridor that had plagued him since summer, he found himself standing on a windswept hilltop overlooking a valley where Hogwarts Castle stood, not the finished structure he knew, but a work in progress, scaffolding surrounding partially completed towers. 4 figures stood beside him, their faces obscured by the bright sun behind them. Though he couldn't see them clearly, he knew instinctively who they were, the founders, surveying their creation. "It will stand for 1,000 years, a deep voice said. Godric, Harry realized. "Our legacy to future generations. And our protection against those who would misuse what we've discovered," added a melodic female voice, Rowena. "The children will be safe here," said a warm, motherly voice that could only belong to Helga Hufflepuff. "All who seek learning, regardless of birth. So long as they have the aptitude and discipline to use power responsibly," countered a cool, precise male voice, Salazar Slytherin, before his falling out with the others. "You always were selective, Salazar," Godric chuckled without rancor. "With good reason," Slytherin replied. "Power without control leads to tragedy. We've seen it before." A fifth figure approached then, climbing the hill toward them. Unlike the founders, this person was hooded, face hidden in shadow even without the sun's interference. "You've started without me," the newcomer said, voice neutral but with an undercurrent of tension. "Again." "The plans were agreed upon," Rowena replied diplomatically. "For houses, for approaches to magic, in balance." "Four," the hooded figure repeated. "Always 4. Never 5. "Your methods remain untested," Godric said, a note of caution in his voice. "The risks, progress requires risk," the figure countered. "Magic is meant to evolve, to transcend limitations. You 4 would keep it chained to tradition." "We would keep it safe," Hufflepuff corrected gently. "For all magic users, not just the exceptional few your approach would benefit." "And what of those with the potential for greatness?" the figure demanded. "Would you deny them advancement to protect the mediocre?" "This argument is circular," Slytherin said dismissively. "We've made our decision. 4 founders, 4 approaches. Yours is not compatible." The hooded figure straightened, anger radiating from every line of their body. "You steal my research, incorporate elements of my work into your own, then reject me as unworthy? History will remember this betrayal." "No one has stolen anything," Rowena said firmly. "Ideas build upon one another. That is the nature of magical discovery." "So you claim," the figure replied bitterly. "Very well. Build your school. Teach your limited magic. But know this, what you deny me, my bloodline will reclaim. What you 4 have joined, my descendants will separate and claim as their own." With those words, the figure turned and descended the hill, disappearing into mist that suddenly rolled in from the valley below. "A dangerous enemy," Slytherin observed dispassionately. "A wounded colleague," Hufflepuff countered sadly. "Perhaps in time." "No," Godric said with finality. "Some divisions cannot be healed. Some paths diverge permanently." Rowena sighed. "We must prepare for the day his threat manifests. Our bloodlines may face the consequences of our decision long after we are gone. Then we shall leave them protection," Godric declared. "Gifts to awaken when needed. Powers that, together, can counter whatever vengeance is planned." "And if our bloodlines should ever converge?" Slytherin asked, a calculating note in his voice. "Then that heir would hold power beyond imagining," Rowena answered. "For good or ill?" "Let us ensure it is for good, then," Hufflepuff said firmly. "Let us build more than a school, let us create a legacy that will stand against darkness in all its forms." As they turned toward the castle, the dream began to fade, the founders becoming indistinct as mist swirled around them. The last thing Harry heard before waking was Rowena's voice, now speaking directly to him. "Remember, heir of my blood. The 5th seeks what was denied. Your enemy is not who you think." Harry woke with a gasp, sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows. The dream remained vivid in his mind, unlike normal dreams that faded upon waking. This had been more than a normal dream, a vision, perhaps, or a memory preserved in his awakening founder blood. The 5th founder. The rejected one whose descendants now hunted the bloodlines of those who had denied him. Could Blackthorn be descended from this mysterious figure? It would explain his interest in founder bloodlines, his twisted magical signature that Harry had sensed. Grabbing parchment and quill from his bedside table, Harry quickly recorded the dream before details could fade. He needed to share this with Dumbledore, and with his friends. The pieces were beginning to fit together, forming a picture more complex and ancient than he had imagined. Later that morning, Harry related the dream to Ron and Hermione over breakfast in the nearly empty Great Hall. Most students were still asleep on the Saturday morning, affording them rare privacy for sensitive conversations. "A 5th founder?" Hermione repeated, brow furrowed in concentration. "There's no mention of that in Hogwarts, a history or any other text I've read." "History is written by the victors," Ron pointed out, surprisingly insightful. "If this bloke was kicked out of the Founders' Circle, they'd hardly advertise it." But what was his approach to magic that they found so objectionable? Hermione wondered, the academic puzzle clearly fascinating her. Something dangerous, Harry guessed, remembering the Founder's concerns. Something that violated their ethical principles. Like blood magic? Ron suggested. That would explain the blood hunters and the missing descendants. Hermione nodded slowly. It fits. Blood magic was heavily restricted even in ancient times because of its potential for abuse. If this fifth person advocated unrestricted exploration of blood-based powers, the Founders would have rejected that approach, Harry finished. They wanted Hogwarts to be safe for all magical children, not just the powerful few. And now his descendant is trying to collect Founder blood to, what? Prove him right? Get revenge? Ron frowned. Or to recreate whatever magical breakthrough the fifth person was working on, Hermione theorized. Something that required the combined magical approaches of all four Founders. Harry pushed his eggs around his plate, appetite diminished by the implications. I need to find Godric's armory today. Maybe there are records there, or artifacts that could help us understand what we're up against. And we should tell Dumbledore about your dream, Hermione added. After we check the armory, Harry decided. I want to have more information first. After breakfast, they made their way to the 7th floor, following Dumbledore's directions to the painting of the Lion Pride. Unlike the more famous portrait of the fat lady guarding Gryffindor Tower, this painting hung in an obscure corridor rarely traversed by students. The lions in the portrait dozed peacefully in golden savanna grass, occasionally twitching an ear or flicking a tail. As Harry approached, however, the largest male opened one eye, regarding him with intelligent assessment. Blood of Gryffindor approaches, the lion rumbled, its mouth moving in perfect synchronization with the words. State your name and claim your birthright. Harry placed his palm against the canvas as Dumbledore had instructed. Harry James Potter, heir of Godric Gryffindor. Golden light spread from his hand throughout the painting, causing the lions to rise and bow their heads in acknowledgement. The frame swung outward, revealing a passageway beyond. That's brilliant, Ron breathed. Talking lions and everything. Recognition magic tied to bloodlines, Hermione noted admiringly. Incredibly sophisticated for the Founders' era. They entered a short stone passage that opened into a circular chamber reminiscent of the Gryffindor common room, though more austere and clearly designed for a different purpose. Weapons lined the walls, swords, shields, bows, and more exotic implements Harry couldn't name. A large round table dominated the center of the room, its surface carved with a detailed map of Hogwarts and its grounds. Most impressive was the array of armor standing on pedestals around the perimeter, not ordinary suits, but masterworks embedded with protective enchantments that glowed visibly to Harry's enhanced perception. Godric's personal armory, Harry murmured, turning slowly to take it all in. Where he trained for battle. And where he expected his heirs to do the same, a deep voice added. Harry spun around to find a portrait he hadn't noticed before, Godric Gryffindor himself, depicted in full battle regalia, the original sword hanging at his side. Unlike in Harry's dreams, here Godric's face was clearly visible, strong features, auburn hair and beard streaked with silver, and eyes that matched Harry's own in both color and intensity. You honor me with your presence, heir, the portrait said formally. You're the one from my dreams, Harry replied, approaching the portrait. You've been trying to warn me. The blood speaks to blood when danger threatens, Godric confirmed. You face enemies I hoped would remain buried in history. The fifth Founder, Harry said directly. The one who was rejected. Godric's painted eyebrows rose. You know of him already? The memories are awakening faster than expected. I had a dream, a vision of the 5 of you on a hilltop, arguing about the school's founding principles. Godric nodded gravely. Einar Blackthorn. Brilliant but dangerous. His approach to magic focused on blood empowerment, the extraction and transfer of magical abilities between wizards. Blackthorn? Ron exclaimed. Like Damien Blackthorne. His descendant, undoubtedly, Godric confirmed. The family has pursued their founder's work through generations, seeking to prove his theories correct and claim the recognition denied him. What exactly did he want to do? Hermione asked, stepping forward. What was so dangerous that 4 of history's greatest wizards rejected it? Godric's expression darkened. Einar believed that magical ability could be enhanced, even transferred completely, through blood rituals. Not merely the temporary boost of drinking unicorn blood or similar known practices, but permanent acquisition of another wizard's unique gifts. That's horrifying, Hermione whispered. Indeed, Godric agreed. He began with voluntary exchanges between consenting wizards, but his research increasingly suggested that unwilling subjects yielded stronger results. When he proposed experiments using magical children as donors to enhance adult wizards, we knew we could not include his approach among Hogwarts teachings. Harry felt sick at the implication. And now his descendant is hunting founder bloodlines to complete his work. To acquire the combined magical approaches that Einar believed would allow the ultimate transformation, Godric confirmed. A single wizard embodying all magical disciplines at their highest expression. But that's what Harry is becoming naturally, Ron pointed out. A convergence of the founder's bloodlines. Which makes him both Damien's greatest prize and his greatest threat, Hermione realized. If Harry can master all 4 founder magics through his birthright, he'd represent everything Einar claimed was possible, but without the ethical violations. Godric nodded approvingly at Hermione. Precisely, young scholar. My heir embodies the ethical path to magical convergence, through birth, training, and worthiness rather than theft and sacrifice. Harry processed this, the weight of his heritage feeling heavier than ever. So what do I do? How do I stop Blackthorne? How do I master these abilities quickly enough to protect myself and others? Begin here, Godric gestured to the armory around them. My combat gifts were not merely physical prowess, but magical enhancements that amplified natural abilities. The golden energy you've discovered is only the foundation. There's more. Harry asked, both daunted and intrigued. Much more, Godric confirmed. My magic centered on protective enhancement, spells that augment natural capabilities in defense of others. The shield magic you've manifested can be extended beyond yourself to protect companions. Weapons can be imbued with intent, becoming extensions of your will rather than mere tools. That's why the sword responds to you, Hermione said to Harry. It's not just an enchanted object, it's designed specifically to amplify Gryffindor combat magic. Indeed, Godric smiled. Summon it now, Heir, and I will guide you through the first exercises. Harry concentrated, calling to the sword as he had in Dumbledore's office. It materialized in his hand instantly, seeming somehow more balanced, more natural to hold than before. Now, Godric instructed, call forth the golden energy, but direct it into the blade rather than projecting it outward. Harry closed his eyes, summoning the now familiar warm glow of Gryffindor magic. Instead of forming it into a shield or projection, he visualized it flowing down his arm and into the sword. The blade grew warm in his hand, and when he opened his eyes, he saw it glowing with golden light. Excellent, Godric approved. The sword now acts as a focus for your protective magic, much as a wand does for conventional spells, but with greater efficiency for combat purposes. For the next hour, under Godric's guidance, Harry practiced channeling his founder magic through the sword, learning to extend its protective properties beyond himself. Ron volunteered as a test subject, standing across the room while Harry created golden shields around him using the sword as a focus point. This is brilliant! Ron exclaimed as a jet of harmless light from Hermione's wand bounced off the golden barrier surrounding him. It's like being inside a Protego, but I don't have to cast anything myself. The true power of Gryffindor magic, Godric explained, lies not in self-protection but in defending others. The stronger your desire to protect, the more powerful the enchantment becomes. By the session's end, Harry could maintain simultaneous shields around both Ron and Hermione while still defending himself, a feat that would have been impossible with conventional spellwork. "Your progress is remarkable," Godric observed as Harry finally lowered the sword, breathing heavily from the magical exertion. "The Ravenclaw blood enhances your learning capacity, allowing you to master techniques that took my original heir's months to perfect." "It's easier to understand the magical theory behind it now," Harry admitted. "Like I can see how the energy should flow and just guide it there." "The convergence of bloodlines creates synergies," Godric nodded. "Each heritage amplifies the others when properly balanced. This is what Einar never understood, forced magical acquisition lacks this natural harmony." As they prepared to leave the armory, Godric offered a final warning. "Be vigilant, heir. Damien Blackthorn will soon realize you possess multiple founder bloodlines. When he does, his pursuit will intensify. He will see you as both the ultimate prize and the ultimate validation of his ancestors' theories. Or the ultimate threat," Hermione added thoughtfully. "Proof that the founders were right to reject Einar's approach, since the convergence can happen naturally through bloodlines." "Precisely," Godric agreed. "Which makes you both valuable and dangerous to him. Take nothing for granted, trust few, and continue your training with urgency. Time grows short." With that ominous advice lingering in their minds, they exited the armory, the portrait sealing seamlessly behind them. As they headed toward Dumbledore's office to report their discoveries, Harry felt a familiar prickle at the base of his skull, the sensation of being watched. Extending his magical awareness as Rowena's training had taught him, he detected a surveillance charm nearby, subtle but distinctive, woven with that same discordant pattern he'd observed in Blackthorn's magic. "We're being followed," he murmured to his friends. "Magical surveillance. Blackthorn's watching us. Can you block it?" Hermione whispered back. Harry nodded, drawing his wand to maintain the appearance of normal spellcasting while actually channeling Gryffindor's protective magic. The golden energy expanded outward, surrounding the three of them in a bubble that disrupted the surveillance charm. He felt the spell dissolve, unable to penetrate his founder magic. "It's gone for now," he confirmed. "But this confirms our suspicions. Blackthorn's actively monitoring me, trying to learn what I know." "Which means we need to be even more careful," Ron said grimly. "No discussing founder stuff except in secure locations. And we need to accelerate the DA training," Hermione added. "If Blackthorn's becoming more aggressive in his surveillance, he might move against other students soon, especially anyone he suspects might have founder connections." Harry nodded, resolution hardening within him. "We'll step up everything, my training, the DA, our research. Whatever Blackthorn's planning, we need to be ready." As they approached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. 2 founder bloodlines awakened, 2 still dormant. Blackthorn watching from the shadows, planning who knew what. And somewhere in the background, Voldemort gathered strength, unaware that an equally dangerous threat had emerged at Hogwarts. The board was set, the pieces moving into position. The game that had begun centuries ago with 5 ambitious wizards on a hilltop was approaching its endgame, and Harry stood at its center, the convergence of bloodlines that both sides sought to control. With Gryffindor's courage and Ravenclaw's wisdom now flowing through him, he was no longer just a pawn in this ancient conflict. But whether that would be enough to protect himself and those he cared about remained to be seen. Chapter 3, Hufflepuff's Heart. October painted Hogwarts in amber and gold, the grounds ablaze with autumn colors that reminded Harry of the Gryffindor energy he'd learned to command. In the month since discovering Godric's armory, his training had intensified across multiple fronts. The sword now came to his hand as naturally as breathing, the golden shields manifesting with a mere thought rather than conscious effort. Ravenclaw's diadem, which he used sparingly to avoid its addictive clarity, had accelerated his learning to astonishing levels. Perhaps most surprising was his newfound aptitude in potions. With Ravenclaw's sight allowing him to perceive the magical interactions between ingredients, Harry had advanced from barely competent to near the top of the class. Even Snape had grudgingly acknowledged the improvement, though he'd immediately followed the rare praise with cutting remarks about finally applying yourself after 5 years of willful mediocrity. The DA had grown too, now boasting over 20 trusted members who met twice weekly in the Founders Training Ground. Harry had organized them into specialized groups based on their natural aptitudes: defensive specialists, offensive tactics, healing support, and reconnaissance. Luna, whose dreamy exterior masked remarkable magical perception almost rivaling Harry's newfound abilities, had proven unexpectedly valuable in identifying each student's innate strengths. But while Harry's Gryffindor and Ravenclaw abilities flourished, the promised Hufflepuff and Slytherin heritages remained dormant, leaving him with a persistent sense of racing against an invisible clock. Blackthorn's surveillance had grown more sophisticated, requiring increasing vigilance to counter. The transfer student maintained his distance physically, but his magical probes became more frequent and aggressive with each passing week. "He knows something," Harry told Ron and Hermione as they walked the grounds during a rare free period. The crisp October air carried the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke from Hagrid's cabin. "Blackthorn's changed tactics. He's not just watching anymore. He's testing my defenses, looking for weaknesses. Has he tried direct legilimency again?" Hermione asked, her breath fogging in the cool air. Harry nodded grimly. "Twice during meals last week. More subtle than before, but I recognized his magical signature." He didn't add that each intrusion attempt had left him with a pounding headache, his mental defenses taxed by the increasingly sophisticated attacks. "Any progress on the Hufflepuff abilities?" Ron asked, changing the subject to something marginally less worrying. "You've been meditating with that book from Sprout, right?" Professor Sprout had taken Harry aside after herbology the previous week, quietly presenting him with a dirt-stained, leather-bound volume titled Nurturing Magic: Helga's Approach to Earth Energies. The herbology professor hadn't explicitly mentioned founder heritage, but her knowing gaze and whispered advice to read it under green light suggested Dumbledore had shared at least some information with her. "Every night," Harry confirmed. "But nothing's happening. I can follow the visualization exercises perfectly now, thanks to Ravenclaw's mental techniques, but the actual Hufflepuff magic remains out of reach." Hermione frowned thoughtfully. "Maybe that's the problem. You're approaching it too intellectually." "What do you mean?" "Hufflepuff wasn't about intellect or combat," she explained. "Her magic centered on empathy, nurturing, connection. Maybe you can't access it through structured exercises and visualization. So how am I supposed to awaken it?" Harry asked, frustration edging his voice. October was waning, and with each passing day, Blackthorn's activities grew more concerning. 3 Ravenclaw students had reported strange dreams after interacting with him, and a second-year Hufflepuff had been found disoriented after Blackthorn allegedly offered to help with her astronomy homework. "What does the book say about Helga's approach to magic?" Hermione asked. Harry tried to recall the flowery, metaphorical language that had initially frustrated him. "That magic flows from connection. That power grows through giving, not taking. That healing comes from understanding pain rather than merely countering it." He shrugged. "Honestly, it reads more like philosophy than practical instruction." "Because it is philosophy," Hermione said, excitement kindling in her eyes. "Don't you see? Hufflepuff's magic isn't about techniques and exercises. It's about approaching magic with a fundamentally different attitude." "Great," Harry muttered. "So I need a personality transplant to access my own heritage." "No," Hermione countered. "You just need to experience magic from Hufflepuff's perspective rather than Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's." "And how exactly do I do that?" Ron, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, suddenly brightened. "The hospital wing." Harry and Hermione turned to him in confusion. "Healing magic," Ron explained. "That's pure Hufflepuff, isn't it? Maybe you need to try healing someone to trigger it." Hermione's eyes widened. "Ron, that's brilliant. No need to sound so surprised," he grumbled, though he looked pleased by the praise. "It's worth trying," Harry agreed, though privately he wondered who would volunteer to be injured just so he could attempt untested founder magic on them. As if reading his thoughts, Hermione added, "We should ask Madame Pomfrey first. If Dumbledore has informed the staff about your heritage, she might be willing to supervise a controlled attempt." "Let's go now," Harry decided, suddenly eager. "I'm tired of waiting for something to happen." They changed course toward the castle, the autumn sunshine warming their backs as they climbed the stone steps to the entrance hall. They'd barely crossed the threshold, however, when a commotion from the direction of the dungeons caught their attention, raised voices, running footsteps, and a cry of pain. "What's happening?" Hermione asked, already moving toward the sound. They rounded the corner to find a crowd gathered around someone on the floor. As students shifted nervously, Harry caught glimpses of a small figure curled in apparent agony, surrounded by spilled books and scattered parchment. "Move aside," Harry called, pushing through the onlookers. "Let me see." The crowd parted reluctantly, revealing a first-year Hufflepuff boy Harry vaguely recognized from the welcoming feast. The child's face was contorted in pain, his breathing rapid and shallow. "Dennis?" A worried second year knelt beside him. "What happened? Was it that potion?" "What potion?" Hermione demanded, crouching on the boy's other side. The second year hesitated, then admitted, some older Slytherin gave him a vial, said it would help with homesickness. Harry's stomach clenched. "An older Slytherin? Who?" "The new one," the second year whispered. "The transfer student." Anger surged through Harry, the golden Gryffindor energy responding automatically to his emotions. He forced it down, focusing instead on the suffering child before him. "We need to get him to the hospital wing," Hermione said urgently. "No time," Harry replied, something deep inside him responding to the boy's pain. Without conscious thought, he placed his hands gently on the child's shoulders. "Dennis? I'm going to try to help you. Just hold still." Instead of reaching for the familiar golden energy of Gryffindor or the blue clarity of Ravenclaw, Harry closed his eyes and thought of connection, of feeling what Dennis felt, of understanding the pain to heal it. He remembered Hufflepuff's book, "Power Grows Through Giving, Not Taking." A warm sensation spread through Harry's palms, different from Gryffindor's fire or Ravenclaw's crystalline precision. This energy moved like water, flowing and adaptive, seeking the source of suffering with gentle persistence. Unlike his other founder abilities, which he directed with his will, this magic seemed to have intelligence of its own, responding to need rather than command. Gasps from the watching students told Harry something was happening. He opened his eyes to see his hands glowing with soft yellow light that spread across Dennis's small form, seeping into his skin like sunshine being absorbed by a plant. The boy's expression shifted from pain to surprise, then relief. His breathing steadied, color returning to his previously pallid cheeks. The yellow light pulsed once more, then faded gradually, leaving a lingering sense of warmth in its wake. "How do you feel?" Harry asked softly. Dennis blinked up at him in wonder. "Better. Much better." He sat up cautiously. "What did you do?" Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall pushed through the crowd, her expression shifting from concern to sharp assessment as she took in the scene. "What's happened here?" she demanded. "Dennis was poisoned," Hermione explained quickly. Harry helped him. McGonagall's gaze fixed on Harry, who still knelt beside the young Hufflepuff. Something in her expression told Harry she understood exactly what had occurred. "Mr. Potter, please accompany me to the headmaster's office," she said crisply. Then, to Dennis, "Mr. Albright, you will come to the hospital wing for a thorough examination. The rest of you, disperse immediately." As the crowd reluctantly scattered, Ron whispered, "Did what I think just happened actually happen?" "Hufflepuff's healing magic," Hermione confirmed, eyes shining with excitement despite the seriousness of the situation. "Harry, you did it." Harry barely registered their words, his attention focused inward on the new energy now flowing alongside the familiar Gryffindor and Ravenclaw powers. Unlike their awakening, which had felt like discoveries of abilities always latent within him. This was like opening a door to something entirely new, a way of experiencing magic through connection rather than action or understanding. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall prompted, interrupting his contemplation. "The headmaster is waiting." Harry nodded, rising from beside Dennis, who was now being helped to his feet by Professor Sprout, who had arrived during the commotion. As he followed McGonagall toward Dumbledore's office, Harry became aware of another sensation, a heightened perception of the emotions around him. Not thoughts, precisely, but feelings: Hermione's nervous excitement, Ron's confused awe, McGonagall's concerned urgency. "Professor," he said quietly as they walked, "I can feel what others are feeling." McGonagall's stride faltered slightly, the only indication of her surprise. "Hufflepuff's empathic ability," she murmured. "It's manifesting more quickly than we anticipated." "Is that dangerous?" Harry asked, remembering Rowena's portrait warning that each founder ability needed to be mastered before the next emerged. "Not inherently," McGonagall replied. "But without proper shielding techniques, you may find others' emotions overwhelming, particularly in crowded areas." Harry nodded, already feeling the press of distant emotional impressions from students they passed, flashes of worry, amusement, stress, and the occasional sharper burst of happiness or distress. "Acromantula," McGonagall said to the gargoyle, which sprang aside to reveal the spiral staircase. "The headmaster is expecting you, Mr. Potter. I must see to young Mr. Albright's situation." Harry climbed the stairs alone, his mind racing. 3 founder abilities now active, all triggered by different circumstances: Gryffindor by mortal danger, Ravenclaw by returning to Hogwarts, and now Hufflepuff by the need to heal another's suffering. What would catalyze Slytherin's emergence, assuming the pattern held? Dumbledore waited behind his desk, blue eyes thoughtful as Harry entered. Unlike previous meetings, the headmaster showed no surprise at Harry's unexpected arrival. "Ah, Harry," he said mildly. "I believe congratulations are in order. Helga's gift has awakened within you." Harry took the offered seat. "You already know." "How?" "The castle informed me," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "As I mentioned previously, Hogwarts itself responds to the Founder's magic. When Hufflepuff's healing energy manifested in the entrance hall, the castle recognized it." "I healed Dennis Albright," Harry said, still processing what he'd done instinctively. "He was poisoned." "By Blackthorn." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Are you certain it was Mr. Blackthorn? Did anyone witness him administering this supposed poison?" "A second year saw him give Dennis a vial," Harry replied, frustration building at Dumbledore's apparent skepticism. "Said it would help with homesickness." "I see," Dumbledore sighed. "Unfortunately, without direct evidence of harmful intent, we faced the same challenge as before. Mr. Blackthorn's guardian has ensured he enjoys considerable protection from accusations. So he just gets away with poisoning first years?" Harry demanded, the yellow Hufflepuff energy stirring alongside Gryffindor's gold in response to his indignation. "Not at all," Dumbledore assured him. "Professor Snape is analyzing samples of Mr. Albright's blood as we speak. If a prohibited substance is identified, there will be consequences." He leaned forward. "But our immediate concern must be your rapidly developing abilities, Harry. 3 founder heritages now active, each powerful in its own right. The empathic ability," Harry said, remembering McGonagall's warning. "I can feel other people's emotions. It's distracting. And potentially overwhelming without proper training," Dumbledore agreed. "Unlike your Gryffindor and Ravenclaw gifts, Hufflepuff's empathic magic has no natural boundaries. Without shields, you will experience the emotional states of everyone around you, joy and sorrow, love and hatred, all without filter or distance. How do I control it?" "You must visit Helga's sanctuary," Dumbledore replied. "As you visited Godric's armory and Rowena's eyrie. Each founder created a space where their heirs could master the family gifts. And where is Hufflepuff's sanctuary? Where else?" Dumbledore smiled. In the earth beneath Hogwarts, where growing things thrive despite the Scottish winters. The entrance lies behind the largest barrel in the kitchens, accessible only to those with Hufflepuff blood or the headmaster's explicit permission. Harry nodded, mentally adding yet another secret chamber to explore. What about Slytherin's chamber? Beyond the Chamber of Secrets, I mean. Ah, Dumbledore's expression grew cautious. Salazar's sanctum remains problematic. Unlike the other founders, who intended their sacred spaces to be accessible to future headmasters, Slytherin sealed his final retreat against all but his direct heirs. The Chamber of Secrets was merely his workshop, the sanctum contains his most closely guarded knowledge. So you don't know where it is? I have suspicions, Dumbledore admitted. But no certainty. When your Slytherin heritage awakens, if it does, you may succeed where I have failed in locating it. Harry absorbed this information, then circled back to his more immediate concern. What exactly did I do to Dennis? The healing magic just happened. Helga Hufflepuff's greatest gift was healing through empathic connection, Dumbledore explained. Not merely repairing physical damage, as modern healing spells do, but understanding the injury or illness on a fundamental level and guiding the body's natural magic toward wholeness. It is, in many ways, the opposite of conventional healing, which imposes external magical solutions. I felt what he was feeling, Harry recalled. The magic knew what to do without me directing it. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Hufflepuff magic works with nature rather than commanding it. This principle extends beyond healing to include earth magic, plant cultivation, and emotional attunement, all areas where cooperation yields better results than domination. A thought struck Harry. Is that why Neville's so gifted with plants? Does he have Hufflepuff blood too? An insightful question, Dumbledore smiled. The Longbottom family does indeed carry a trace of Helga's lineage, though more distant than your own connection. It manifests primarily in their affinity for herbology rather than the broader magical gifts. This explained Neville's inexplicable draw to the Hufflepuff section of the Founders' training ground during DA sessions. Harry made a mental note to discuss this with his friend. Perhaps Neville could help him understand the plant magic aspects of his new abilities. Now, Dumbledore continued, regarding Mr. Blackthorn's concerning behavior, while we gather evidence, I must ask you to exercise extreme caution. If he is indeed testing poisons on students, his plans may be accelerating. I think they are, Harry agreed grimly. The magical surveillance has increased. He's getting bolder, taking more risks. Which suggests he's working against a deadline, Dumbledore mused. Perhaps tied to an astronomical event or ritual requirement. The book in Ravenclaw's Eyre mentioned something about a convergence ritual that requires founder blood, Harry recalled. Could that be what he's planning? Possibly, Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. Ancient blood rituals often align with celestial events for maximum potency. The winter solstice approaches, a powerful time for transformative magic. The implication hung in the air between them. Blackthorn might be preparing for something at the winter solstice, less than 2 months away. A deadline for whatever he had been methodically working toward since arriving at Hogwarts. I need to master these abilities quickly, Harry said, determination hardening his voice. All of them. Without rushing, Dumbledore cautioned. Particularly the Hufflepuff gifts, which respond poorly to force or urgency. Visit Helga's sanctuary tonight. Her portrait will guide you, as Godric's and Rowena's have done. As Harry rose to leave, Dumbledore added, oh, and Harry. Perhaps visit with Hagrid this afternoon. He's been asking after you, and I believe you'll find his perspective on magical creatures uniquely valuable in understanding Hufflepuff's approach to magic. Recognizing the gentle dismissal, Harry nodded and turned to go. As he reached the door, Dumbledore spoke once more, his voice softer, almost wistful. Your mother would be particularly proud, I think, of this latest development. Lily had a remarkable capacity for empathy, a quality that saved your life and may yet prove to be your greatest inheritance from her. The walk to Hagrid's cabin gave Harry time to adjust to his newfound empathic awareness. Each student he passed radiated emotional energy, some bright and clear, others murky with conflicting feelings. By the time he reached the edge of the grounds, he developed a rudimentary method of dampening the input, imagining a translucent yellow barrier that allowed him to sense emotions without being overwhelmed by them. Ron and Hermione had gone ahead to the hospital wing to check on Dennis, promising to meet Harry at Hagrid's afterward. As he approached the gamekeeper's cabin, smoke curling invitingly from the chimney, Harry sensed Hagrid's emotions before he even knocked, a warm, steady presence tinged with melancholy and something else, concern. The door swung open before Harry could knock, Hagrid's massive form filling the frame. "There ya are," the half-giant boomed, enveloping Harry in a rib-crushing hug that conveyed more than physical affection. Harry could feel Hagrid's genuine joy and relief washing over him. "Been wonderin' when yet visit." "Sorry, Hagrid," Harry managed as he was released. "It's been a complicated term." "So I've heard," Hagrid replied, ushering him inside. "Dumbledore told me a bit about your situation. Founder blood, eh? Always knew ya were special, didn't I?" The familiar, cluttered warmth of Hagrid's cabin welcomed Harry as he took a seat at the rough wooden table. Fong immediately lumbered over to rest his head on Harry's knee, drooling contentedly. With his new empathic sense, Harry could perceive even the boarhound's simple emotions, loyalty, contentment, and undemanding affection. "It's getting more complicated by the day," Harry admitted as Hagrid placed a steaming mug of tea before him. "Hufflepuff's abilities just awakened this morning. That's 3 founder bloodlines active now." Hagrid whistled low. 3 out of 4 already. "Ya don't do things by halves, do ya, Harry?" He settled his massive frame into a chair that creaked ominously. "How're ya holdin' up with all that magic flowin' through ya?" The question, asked with such simple, genuine concern, broke through Harry's carefully maintained composure. To his horror, he felt tears welling in his eyes. "I don't know, Hagrid," he confessed, voice cracking. "Everyone expects me to master these abilities instantly, to be ready for whatever Blackthorn's planning. But I'm still figuring out the basics, and now there's this empathic thing where I can feel what everyone else is feeling, and it's just, a lot." Instead of embarrassment or awkward platitudes, Hagrid radiated understanding. The half-giant reached across the table to pat Harry's shoulder gently, or what passed for gently from someone Hagrid's size. "Course it's a lot," Hagrid said softly. "You're 15, for Merlin's sake. Shouldn't have to deal with any this." He paused, then continued thoughtfully, "But no, that Hufflepuff gift, feeling what others feel, I reckon I understand that one better than most." Harry looked up in surprise. "You do?" Hagrid nodded, his beetle-black eyes warm. "Why d'ya think I get on so well with creatures, Harry? It's not just about knowin' their habits or how to feed 'em. It's about understandin' how they feel, what scares 'em, what comforts 'em, what they need that they can't say in words." "You're an empath?" Harry asked, amazed he'd never realized this before. "Not in the magical sense, not like what you're experiencin'," Hagrid clarified. "But I've always had a knack for feeling what creatures feel. It's why dragons don't burn me as quick as they might, why thestrals come when I call. They know I understand 'em." Harry considered this revelation. "Dumbledore said I should talk to you. That your perspective on magical creatures would help me understand Hufflepuff magic." "Ah, well," Hagrid looked pleased but embarrassed by the headmaster's endorsement. "I suppose what I've learned is that understanding comes before control. Ya can force a creature to obey with spells and such, but that's not the same as workin' with its nature." "Working with nature instead of commanding it," Harry murmured, remembering Dumbledore's words. "That's what he said about Hufflepuff's approach." "Exactly." Hagrid beamed. "Take Buckbeak, for instance. Proud creature, hippogriffs. Ya don't tell 'em what to do, ya show respect, understand their needs and feelings, and they choose to work with ya. As Hagrid launched into examples from various magical creatures, Harry found himself absorbing not just the information but the underlying philosophy. Hufflepuff's approach to magic wasn't about imposing will, like Gryffindor's combat magic, or analyzing patterns, like Ravenclaw's mental disciplines. It was about connection, understanding, and cooperation, finding the natural flow of magic and working in harmony with it. A knock at the door announced Ron and Hermione's arrival. As they entered, Harry immediately sensed their emotional states. Ron's lingering excitement mingled with concern, Hermione's analytical curiosity overlaid with protective worry. "Dennis is going to be fine," Hermione reported as she took a seat beside Harry. "Madame Pomfrey confirmed your healing magic worked perfectly, better than a standard antidote would have, actually, because it neutralized the poison and repaired the damage simultaneously." "Brilliant job, mate," Ron added, helping himself to a rock cake and immediately regretting it, judging by his expression. "Everyone's talking about it. The way your hands glowed yellow and everything." Harry groaned. "Great. More attention, just what I needed." "It's not all bad," Hermione said, practical as ever. "Blackthorn will think twice before trying something similar again, now that he knows you can counter his poisons directly." "Or he'll escalate," Harry countered grimly. "Try something I can't heal so easily." "That's why we need to be ready," Ron said firmly. "The DA's coming along brilliant, but we should warn them about Blackthorn targeting younger students now." They spent the next hour discussing strategy with Hagrid, who offered surprisingly insightful advice about defensive preparations. As the conversation wound down, Harry remembered Dumbledore's suggestion about visiting Hufflepuff's sanctuary. "I need to find Helga's sacred space tonight," he told his friends. "Dumbledore said it's behind the largest barrel in the kitchens." "We'll come with you," Hermione said immediately. "Might want to go after curfew," Hagrid advised, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Umbridge has been snooping around more than usual. That woman's up to no good, mark my words." The mention of Umbridge soured the mood instantly. The defense professor had grown increasingly tyrannical as the term progressed, implementing educational decrees that restricted everything from student gatherings to teacher conduct. Her latest power grab involved appointing herself High Inquisitor, with authority to inspect and potentially remove other professors. "She's inspected every teacher except Snape," Ron reported. "Made Trelawney cry yesterday, according to Parvati." "She's systematically undermining Dumbledore's authority," Hermione added. "The Daily Prophet's backing her completely. They ran another article yesterday suggesting Dumbledore's mental faculties are failing." "Ministry's scared," Hagrid grunted. "Fudge can't handle the truth about you-know-who being back, so he's trying to take control of Hogwarts instead. And now with this founder business." He shook his massive head. "Dark times, these are." As twilight descended over the grounds, the three friends made their way back to the castle, Harry maintaining his empathic shields against the emotional maelstrom of the Great Hall during dinner. Blackthorn was present at the Slytherin table, looking pale but composed as he picked at his food. When their eyes met briefly across the hall, Harry felt a cold, calculating interest emanate from the transfer student, neither hatred nor fear, but something more clinical. The emotion of a researcher observing a particularly fascinating specimen. After dinner, they retreated to the Gryffindor common room to wait for the castle to quiet down. Under the guise of homework, they discussed the day's events in hushed tones, Harry sharing Dumbledore's concerns about a potential winter solstice deadline for whatever ritual Blackthorn might be planning. "December 21st, Hermione said, her analytical mind immediately calculating. "That gives us just under 2 months to prepare. And find out exactly what he's planning," Ron added. "We know he's after founder blood, but for what specific ritual?" "Something his ancestor was working on," Harry replied. The fifth founder, Einar Blackthorn, believed in transferring magical abilities through blood rituals. Godric's portrait said he wanted to create wizards who embodied all magical disciplines at their highest expression. "Which is what you're becoming naturally," Hermione noted, her brow furrowed in concentration. "A convergence of the founder's gifts through birthright rather than blood theft." The irony being that my blood might be exactly what Damien needs to complete his ancestors' work, Harry concluded grimly. By 11 o'clock, the common room had emptied except for a few seventh years cramming for NEWT assignments. Retrieving the Marauder's map and invisibility cloak from his dormitory, Harry rejoined his friends by the fire. "Coast is clear," he reported, checking the map. "Filch is on the 3rd floor, Mrs. Norris near the astronomy tower. Umbridge is in her office." "What about Blackthorn?" Ron asked. Harry scanned the map, frowning when he didn't immediately locate the transfer student. "That's odd. I don't see him anywhere." "Maybe he's in the room of requirement," Hermione suggested. "It doesn't appear on the map." "Or he's found a way to hide from magical detection," Harry said darkly. "Either way, we should be careful." Under the cloak, they navigated the silent corridors to the entrance hall, then down the stone steps leading to the kitchens. The ticklish pair granted them access to the bustling nighttime activity of the house elves, who were already preparing for the next day's meals. "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby squealed, darting forward when he spotted them removing the cloak. Dobby is so happy to see Harry Potter and his friends. With his empathic sense, Harry could feel the house elf's genuine joy, a bright, effervescent emotion uncomplicated by the mixed feelings that characterized human interactions. It was refreshing after a day of navigating complex emotional currents. "Hello, Dobby," Harry smiled. "We need to find something. The largest barrel in the kitchens, do you know where it is?" Dobby's ears perked up. "Oh yes, Harry Potter, sir. The great barrel that never empties, behind which lies the special garden. Dobby can show you." The house elf led them past busy cooking stations to a far corner of the vast kitchen, where an enormous wooden barrel stood against the wall, easily twice the height of a man. Unlike the other storage containers nearby, this one bore no labels or markings, only a small badger carved into the wood near its base. "House elves is not entering the special garden," Dobby explained, gesturing to the barrel. "Only headmaster and those with the old magic may pass." "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, genuinely grateful. "This is exactly what we needed." After Dobby returned to his duties, Harry examined the barrel more closely. The carved badger was exquisitely detailed, its eyes tiny pieces of amber that caught the kitchen's warm light. Following instinct, Harry placed his palm over the carving and felt an immediate response, a gentle warmth spreading from the wood into his hand. "Blood of my blood," whispered a voice that seemed to emanate from the barrel itself. "Welcome home." The solid wall behind the barrel shimmered and dissolved, revealing an arched passageway lined with softly glowing plants that provided gentle illumination. Warm, earthy air wafted from the opening, carrying scents of rich soil, growing things, and a subtle sweetness like honey. "Brilliant," Ron breathed. "Secret passage behind a barrel. Very Hufflepuff." "Shall we?" Hermione prompted, already stepping toward the entrance. The passage sloped gently downward, curving in a lazy spiral that took them deeper beneath the castle. As they descended, Harry felt a growing sense of peace, not imposed but naturally arising from the harmonious magic surrounding them. The plants lining the walls grew more exotic the further they went, some species Harry had never seen before, others that he recognized from herbology but in unusually vibrant forms. Finally, the passage opened into a vast underground chamber that took their breath away. Unlike the medieval grandeur of Godric's armory or the airy intellectual space of Rowena's Eyrie, Helga's sanctuary was a paradise of living magic. An enormous greenhouse spread before them, illuminated by enchanted skylights that somehow channeled actual moonlight from far above. Beds of magical plants organized in concentric circles radiated from a central island where a small, crystal-clear pool reflected the conjured night sky. Flowering vines climbed trellises, fruit-bearing trees heavy with produce lined earthen paths, and herbs of every description released their mingled fragrances into the humid air. "It's incredible," Hermione whispered, turning slowly to take in the verdant splendor. "A perfect magical ecosystem, sustained for 1,000 years. "Helga's garden," said a warm, melodious voice from near the central pool. Where life and magic intertwine. They approached the center to find a portrait hanging suspended in midair above the pool's surface, Helga Hufflepuff herself, depicted not in formal robes like the other founders' portraits but in practical gardening attire, her hands earth-stained, her round face kind beneath a crown of dried flowers. "Welcome, heir of my blood," she greeted Harry, her eyes crinkling with genuine pleasure. "And welcome to his trusted companions." She nodded to Ron and Hermione with equal warmth. Loyalty deserves recognition in this sacred space. "Thank you for welcoming us," Harry replied, feeling immediately at ease with this founder. Unlike Godric's martial bearing or Rowena's intellectual intensity, Helga projected simple, unaffected kindness. "You come at a fortuitous time," Helga observed. "Your empathic gift has awakened, yet you still struggle to contain it. The emotional currents overwhelm you." "Yes," Harry admitted. "I can feel everyone's emotions, but I can't control what I receive or block it out completely." Helga nodded understanding. "Empathy is not meant to be blocked, dear one. It is meant to be channeled, like water. Not dammed up, but directed to where it can nurture rather than flood." "How do I learn to do that?" Harry asked. "Begin with the pool," Helga instructed, gesturing to the still water below her portrait. "It contains water from my original sanctuary, enchanted to help develop empathic regulation. Place your hands upon its surface and allow your awareness to expand, not fighting the emotions you sense, but acknowledging them without attachment." Harry knelt beside the pool, Ron and Hermione watching silently from a respectful distance. As instructed, he placed his palms on the water's surface, expecting to break through into the liquid. Instead, his hands met an unexpected resistance, not solid, but like touching thick honey that supported his weight without yielding. The moment contact was established, his empathic awareness expanded dramatically. Rather than individual emotional signatures, he now perceived the entire castle above, thousands of overlapping feelings forming a complex tapestry of human experience. Students sleeping peacefully, others restless with worry, professors grading papers with varying degrees of satisfaction or frustration, even the house elves' contented industry in the kitchens above. "Don't resist," Helga's voice guided him. "Don't try to categorize or analyze. Simply observe the flow." Harry relaxed into the experience, allowing the emotions to wash through him without attempting to control or direct them. Gradually, he began to perceive patterns, how emotions influenced each other, how they changed and evolved moment by moment, how they connected people in invisible webs of shared experience. "This is the foundation of Hufflepuff magic," Helga explained softly. "Understanding that all beings exist in relationship, that magic flows between, not merely within. The empathic gift allows you to perceive these connections, and eventually, to work with them rather than being overwhelmed by them." As Harry continued the exercise, he discovered he could adjust his awareness like focusing a telescope, zooming in on specific emotional signatures or pulling back to perceive broader patterns. With practice, he found he could maintain awareness of the emotional landscape while preventing it from dominating his attention. "Very good," Helga approved as Harry finally withdrew his hands from the pool, the expanded awareness receding to manageable levels. "With regular practice, you will develop natural filters that allow you to perceive emotions when useful while maintaining your own emotional equilibrium. It's not just about defense, is it?" Harry realized. "The empathic ability, I mean. It's about understanding others at a fundamental level." "Precisely," Helga beamed. "And that understanding is the foundation for the other Hufflepuff gifts, healing magic, birth attunement, and eventually, the ability to strengthen magical connections between people." "I healed a student today," Harry told her. "It just happened. The magic knew what to do without me directing it." "Healing magic responds to genuine compassion," Helga explained. "Unlike charm-based medical spells that apply standardized magical solutions, empathic healing works with the recipient's own magical nature to accelerate natural recovery processes." "And is it safe?" Harry asked, remembering how the magic had drained him afterward. "It left me exhausted." "All healing requires energy exchange," Helga acknowledged. But with proper technique, you can learn to channel ambient magical energy rather than depleting your own reserves. She gestured to the plants surrounding them. That is why this garden exists, to teach my heirs how to work with the living magic in plants, earth, and water. For the next hour, under Helga's patient guidance, Harry practiced basic plant magic, not the horticultural techniques taught in herbology, but the deeper art of perceiving and influencing the natural magical energy in living things. He learned to sense a plant's vitality, to encourage growth with gentle magical nudges rather than forceful commands, and to recognize the unique magical signature of different botanical species. Ron and Hermione, initially observers, gradually joined in. Hermione proved surprisingly adept at the theoretical aspects, while Ron discovered an unexpected gift for communicating with the more temperamental specimens. "You have natural earth magic, young man," Helga told Ron with evident approval. "The venerable Weasley line carries traces of my blood, though distant now." Ron's ears turned pink with pleasure at the recognition. "Really? I've always been rubbish at herbology, though." "Academic gardening is not the same as intuitive connection," Helga corrected kindly. "You understand plants' needs without needing to memorize their properties. A valuable gift, and one that complements your friend's abilities nicely." As midnight approached, Helga directed Harry to a particular section of the garden where rare healing herbs grew in concentric rings around a small, earthy mound. "My final gift to my heirs," she explained. "Earth from my original garden, magically preserved. Press your hands into it and allow its energy to connect with your Hufflepuff magic." Harry did as instructed, pushing his fingers into the rich, dark soil. Immediately, a surge of yellow energy spiraled up his arms, weaving itself into his magical core alongside the gold of Gryffindor and the blue of Ravenclaw. Unlike his previous heritage awakenings, this felt less like discovering something new and more like remembering something long forgotten, a reconnection rather than an acquisition. When he withdrew his hands, they remained stained with dirt that glowed softly yellow before absorbing into his skin entirely. A warm, nurturing energy now flowed steadily through him, distinct from Gryffindor's protective fire and Ravenclaw's analytical clarity. "Three magics now united within you," Helga observed with satisfaction. "Each balancing the others, preventing any single approach from dominating. Will this help me control the empathic abilities?" Harry asked, already noticing that the emotional inputs from his friends seemed less intrusive, more manageable. "It provides the foundation," Helga confirmed. "Regular practice with the pool will strengthen your control. But remember, true mastery comes from acceptance, not resistance. The empathic gift is meant to connect you to others, not isolate you from them." As they prepared to leave, Helga offered a final piece of advice. "Visit the healing herbs before significant confrontations. They will restore your energy and strengthen your magical core. And Harry," her expression grew more solemn, "when you face the Blackthorn heir, remember that understanding your enemy's pain does not obligate you to endure the suffering he would inflict. Compassion has limits. Protection takes precedence." With that warning lingering in their minds, they bid farewell to the portrait and made their way back through the winding passage to the kitchens. The barrels sealed seamlessly behind them, once again appearing as nothing more than an oversized storage container. As they navigated the silent corridors back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry's newly regulated empathic sense detected a familiar emotional signature nearby, the cold, calculating interest he now recognized as Blackthorn. Without breaking stride, he guided his friends down a different corridor, avoiding potential confrontation. "He's watching again," Harry murmured once they were safely past. "I could feel him nearby." "You can identify people by their emotional signature now?" Hermione asked, impressed. Harry nodded. "Blackthorn's is distinctive, analytical curiosity without warmth, like a researcher examining specimens." "Creepy," Ron commented. "Useful though, being able to sense when he's lurking about." Back in the common room, as Ron headed up to bed, Hermione lingered, her emotional signature radiating concern mixed with something warmer, more complex. "You've changed," she said softly. "Not just the magical abilities, but something deeper. The way you perceive everything. With his empathic sense, Harry could feel the undercurrents beneath her words: admiration, worry, and something else he wasn't quite ready to name. 3 different magical approaches now active, he acknowledged. Gryffindor's protective instinct, Ravenclaw's analytical perception, and now Hufflepuff's empathic connection. They're balancing each other, I think. Making me more complete. Hermione studied him in the dying firelight. And when Slytherin awakens? What then? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I'm starting to understand why the founders separated their magical approaches in the first place. Each one is powerful, but potentially dangerous if taken to extremes. Together, they check and balance each other. Like the houses themselves were meant to do, Hermione realized. Complement rather than compete. As they finally headed to their respective dormitories, Harry felt a newfound clarity about the challenges ahead. 3 founder bloodlines now active, each offering different perspectives, different strengths. When Slytherin's ambition and cunning joined the mix, he would possess a magical understanding unlike any since the founders themselves. The question remained whether that would be enough to counter whatever Blackthorn was planning. The winter solstice approached, and with it, whatever ritual the descendant of the forgotten 5th founder intended to perform. But tonight, for the first time since discovering his complex heritage, Harry felt truly equipped to face that challenge. Not alone, but connected, to his friends, to the founder's legacy, and to the very magic of Hogwarts itself. November arrived with biting winds and the first dusting of snow across the Hogwarts grounds. In the weeks following his visit to Hufflepuff's garden, Harry had developed his newest abilities with focused determination. Daily meditation with the enchanted pool had refined his empathic regulation until he could navigate the emotional currents of the Great Hall without feeling overwhelmed. Practice with the healing herbs had enhanced his ability to channel energy efficiently, allowing him to heal minor injuries without personal exhaustion. More surprisingly, his connection to plants and earth magic had grown almost exponentially. Professor Sprout nearly dropped her pruning shears in shock when Harry not only perfectly handled the notoriously temperamental venomous tentacula during a practical lesson, but appeared to communicate with it on some fundamental level, the dangerous plant responding to his touch like a contented house cat. Never seen anything like it, the herbology professor had whispered afterward, her eyes shining with professional appreciation. Not even in graduates who've gone on to botanical mastery. The DA had flourished as well, expanding to include trusted members from all houses, even a few cautious Slytherins vouched for by more established members. Harry's combined founder abilities made him an exceptionally effective teacher, able to perceive each student's magical approach and adapt his instruction accordingly. Perhaps most satisfying was the subtle shift in house relations. Harry's empathic abilities allowed him to identify common ground between traditionally opposed groups, gradually fostering collaboration that transcended house boundaries. Study groups formed with mixed membership, Quidditch enthusiasts from different teams began friendly skill-sharing sessions, and the invisible barriers in the Great Hall slowly dissolved as students occasionally ventured to sit at tables not their own during meals. "It's remarkable," Professor McGonagall commented during a Transfiguration lesson, watching Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs working seamlessly together on a challenging assignment. "I haven't seen this level of interhouse cooperation since, well, not in my tenure at Hogwarts." Not everyone appreciated these developments, however. Umbridge had implemented increasingly restrictive educational decrees, the latest forbidding gatherings of 3 or more students without explicit permission. The DA had been forced to adopt even more stringent security measures, with Harry using his empathic sense to detect potential informants before each meeting. Most concerning was Blackthorn, whose activities had become simultaneously more subtle and more disturbing. No more first years had been poisoned, but strange occurrences plagued the castle, students reporting memory gaps after encounters with the transfer student, familiar paths suddenly seeming unfamiliar, and whispered rumors of strange rituals performed in abandoned corridors during the darkest hours of night. "He's testing the castle's defenses," Harry explained to Dumbledore during one of their weekly progress meetings. "Trying to find ways around the Founder's protections. I can feel him probing the wards, especially around the sacred spaces. Yes, Dumbledore agreed gravely. The castle informs me of these attempts. Thus far, Hogwarts has maintained its integrity, but Mr. Blackthorn's methods grow more sophisticated with each attempt. And we still can't directly confront him. Even with evidence of ward tampering. His guardian has ensured that only the most egregious violations could result in expulsion, Dumbledore replied, frustration evident despite his measured tone. Ward exploration, while suspicious, falls within acceptable academic curiosity according to the Board of Governors. So we wait until he actually succeeds in breaking through? Harry demanded, the golden Gryffindor energy flaring with his indignation. We prepare, Dumbledore corrected gently. We strengthen our own defenses, continue your development, and maintain vigilance. Speaking of which, the headmaster's expression lightened slightly, your progress with the Hufflepuff abilities has been exceptional. Professor Sprout reports you've demonstrated advanced earth magic typically unseen outside specialized botanical mastery programs. It comes naturally, Harry admitted. More easily than the Ravenclaw abilities, actually. Less conscious effort, more intuitive connection. Unsurprising, Dumbledore nodded. Hufflepuff magic aligns well with your natural inclinations toward loyalty and protection. The empathic foundation resonates with qualities you've always possessed. A thought that had been troubling Harry resurfaced. Sir, if 3 founder bloodlines are now active, shouldn't the 4th be awakening soon? Slytherins, I mean. Dumbledore steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Salazar's gifts typically emerge in response to different catalysts than the others. While Gryffindor responds to danger, Ravenclaw to intellectual challenge, and Hufflepuff to compassionate need, Slytherin's heritage often requires strategic necessity. What does that mean exactly? It means, Dumbledore explained carefully, that Slytherin's abilities tend to manifest when cunning and resourcefulness become essential for survival, when direct confrontation or conventional methods prove insufficient. So basically, when I'm backed into a corner and need to outthink my opponent instead of outfighting them, Harry translated. An apt summation, Dumbledore agreed. Given Mr. Blackthorn's activities and the approaching solstice, I suspect such a catalyst may present itself sooner rather than later. The headmaster's prediction proved more accurate than either of them anticipated. The very next day, as Harry left the library after an evening study session, his empathic sense detected a familiar emotional signature approaching, Blackthorn, radiating unusual excitement beneath his typical calculated control. Harry ducked into an alcove, reinforcing his mental shields as Blackthorn rounded the corner. The transfer student wasn't alone. Floating beside him, suspended in a translucent bubble of magic, was an unconscious Hermione. Cold fury surged through Harry, the golden Gryffindor energy responding instantly to the threat against someone he cared deeply for. With effort, he suppressed the instinctive reaction to charge forward, instead drawing on Ravenclaw's analytical clarity to assess the situation. Blackthorn moved with purpose, guiding Hermione's suspended form toward a rarely used staircase that led to the lower levels of the castle. His magical signature was stronger than Harry had previously observed, suggesting he had recently performed some ritual to enhance his abilities. 2 options presented themselves: confront Blackthorn directly, risking Hermione's safety in the ensuing conflict, or follow discreetly to discover his destination and plan. The Gryffindor in Harry wanted immediate action, but the developing Ravenclaw wisdom counseled patience. Silently, Harry disillusioned himself with a tap of his wand, the spell enhanced by his founder magic to create near-perfect invisibility. Moving with careful precision, he followed Blackthorn down the staircase, maintaining enough distance to avoid detection while keeping the kidnapper in sight. They descended past the dungeon level, taking ancient stone steps that Harry had never noticed before, spiraling downward into the foundations of the castle. The air grew colder, damper, the walls rougher and more primal than the finished stonework of the upper levels. Finally, after what seemed an interminable descent, Blackthorn stopped before a blank wall carved with faded runes. He raised his wand, tracing a complex pattern while murmuring words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a chamber beyond. Blackthorn entered, Hermione's floating form following behind. Harry waited several heartbeats before approaching the opening, extending his magical senses to detect any wards or traps. Finding none immediately apparent, he slipped through the dissolving wall into the chamber beyond. The space was vast and unsettling, a natural cavern enlarged and modified by magic, its walls etched with thousands of serpentine runes that glowed faintly green in the darkness. At the center stood a raised stone dais, upon which 7 crystalline containers were arranged in a precise pattern. 6 contained swirling, pearlescent substances that Harry recognized with horror as extracted memories. The 7th stood empty, clearly awaiting a new addition. With a gesture from Blackthorn, Hermione's unconscious form settled onto a stone table beside the dais. The transfer student moved with practiced efficiency, setting out instruments of silver and crystal around her still figure. "I know you're there, Potter," Blackthorn said suddenly, not turning from his preparations. "Your magical signature is distinctive, even concealed. You might as well show yourself." Harry maintained his disillusionment, moving silently to a position that placed him between Blackthorn and the exit. Only when he had secured this tactical advantage did he cancel the spell, revealing himself with wand raised. "Step away from her," he commanded, the golden energy of Gryffindor gathering visibly around his free hand. Blackthorn turned, regarding Harry with clinical interest rather than alarm. Up close, Harry could see subtle changes in the transfer student's appearance. His eyes now held an unnatural gleam, and faint, scale-like patterns seemed to shift beneath his skin when he moved. "Right on schedule," Blackthorn remarked, as if commenting on a particularly predictable experiment. "I wondered what it would take to draw you out alone. Your friends make such convenient leverage. What did you do to her?" Harry demanded, advancing slowly. "A simple sleeping charm," Blackthorn replied dismissively. "She's unharmed. For now." He gestured to the stone table. "I required privacy for our conversation, away from Dumbledore's monitoring and those tedious wards that prevent direct conflict between students." "What conversation?" Harry kept his wand trained on Blackthorn, while extending his empathic sense toward Hermione. Relief washed through him as he confirmed she was indeed merely sleeping, her emotional signature calm and undisturbed. "About your heritage, of course," Blackthorn smiled thinly. "About what you are becoming, and what I require from you." "Let me guess," Harry said coldly. "My blood for some ritual your ancestor designed." "The convergence ritual." Surprise flickered across Blackthorn's features. "You are better informed than I anticipated." "Yes, Einar's convergence requires founder blood, specifically, blood from a descendant who carries multiple founder lineages. The winter solstice approaches, and with it, the optimal alignment for the ritual's completion. And the missing witches and wizards? The ones who disappeared this summer." Blackthorn gestured toward the crystal containers on the dais. "Necessary participants. Their contributions have been secured." Sickness roiled in Harry's stomach as he realized the pearlescent substances weren't memories but extracted magical essences, the distilled magical signatures of Blackthorn's victims. "You're stealing their magic." "Harvesting," Blackthorn corrected, as if the distinction mattered. Each carried a diluted founder bloodline. Together, they provided the foundation. "But you," his eyes gleamed with naked hunger, "you carry 3 active founder bloodlines, possibly 4. The perfect catalyst. And if I refuse to cooperate?" Blackthorn shrugged. "Then Miss Granger contributes in your stead. Her magic is impressively structured, not founder blood, but certainly powerful enough to fuel a preliminary phase." Rage surged through Harry, the combined energies of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff responding to the threat against someone he cared deeply for. The golden protective fire mingled with yellow empathic energy, creating a swirling aura that illuminated the chamber. "You won't touch her," Harry stated, his voice deadly calm despite the power radiating from him. Blackthorn observed the magical display with academic fascination. "Remarkable. Three founder magics actively manifesting simultaneously. My ancestors' theories proven correct after a millennium. He raised his own wand. A demonstration seems appropriate, don't you think? To properly gauge your development before the solstice. The attack came with blinding speed, not a standard spell but a whip of distorted magic that bypassed conventional shields. Harry's Gryffindor instincts took over, the sword of Gryffindor materializing in his free hand to cleave through the magical construct. Impressive, Blackthorn commented, already launching his next attack, a barrage of spells in such rapid succession that they blurred together in a continuous stream of destructive force. Harry erected a golden shield, reinforcing it with Ravenclaw precision to counter the specific magical frequencies in Blackthorn's assault. The defense held, but Harry could feel the immense power behind the attacks, far beyond what any student should possess. You've been absorbing their magic, Harry realized aloud, understanding the source of Blackthorn's unnatural strength. The missing descendants, you've taken their abilities for yourself. A preliminary application of Einar's principles, Blackthorn acknowledged, circling warily. Crude compared to what the full convergence will achieve, but effective nonetheless. Harry maintained his defensive position between Blackthorn and Hermione, analyzing his opponent's movements with Ravenclaw clarity while extending his Hufflepuff senses to monitor Hermione's condition. The conflicting demands on his attention left him vulnerable to Blackthorn's next attack, a spell that didn't target Harry directly but the stone beneath his feet. The floor liquefied momentarily, throwing Harry off balance. Before he could recover, a second spell struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward into the cavern wall. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, the sword clattering from his grasp and vanishing. You rely too heavily on direct confrontation, Blackthorn observed, approaching with measured steps. Gryffindor's influence, no doubt. Courage without cunning is merely recklessness. Harry struggled to rise, his back screaming in pain from the impact. Blackthorn raised his wand again, this time directing a spell toward the still unconscious Hermione. No! Harry shouted, desperation surging through him. Something shifted in that moment of extreme necessity, a fourth energy awakening within his magical core. Unlike the warm gold of Gryffindor, the cool blue of Ravenclaw, or the nurturing yellow of Hufflepuff, this power felt sleek and calculating, a coiled readiness that analyzed weaknesses and exploited opportunities. Green energy flickered at his fingertips, subtle but unmistakable. Slytherin's heritage, awakening in response to strategic necessity, just as Dumbledore had predicted. With this new awareness came sudden clarity. Blackthorn had overextended, placing himself between two potential targets. His focus remained divided, his magical energies temporarily depleted from the powerful spells he had cast in rapid succession. Most importantly, the ritual preparations he had arranged required precise magical alignments that could be disrupted with minimal force applied at the correct point. Without conscious thought, Harry channeled the green Slytherin energy through his wand, directing it not at Blackthorn himself but at the crystal containers on the dais. The spell wasn't powerful, merely a precisely calculated disruption in the magical containment fields. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The crystalline vessels shuddered, their carefully balanced magic destabilizing. Blackthorn spun toward the dais with a cry of alarm, his concentration broken. In that moment of distraction, Harry called upon all four founder magics simultaneously, Gryffindor's protection enveloping Hermione, Ravenclaw's precision guiding his movements, Hufflepuff's earth magic destabilizing the stone beneath Blackthorn's feet, and Slytherin's strategic cunning coordinating the multi-pronged attack. Blackthorn stumbled as the floor shifted beneath him, his attention divided between Harry's assault and the deteriorating ritual components. With a snarl of frustration, he abandoned the offensive, instead casting a hasty containment spell around the crystal vessels. "This isn't over, Potter," he spat, real emotion breaking through his clinical facade for the first time. "The solstice approaches. What has begun cannot be stopped." Before Harry could respond, Blackthorn activated some pre-prepared magical contingency. A swirl of dark energy enveloped him, and with a sound like shattering glass, he vanished, along with the crystal containers and their ominous contents. Harry rushed to Hermione's side, the four-founder magic still swirling around him in a chromatic display of power. A quick diagnostic spell confirmed she was physically unharmed, the sleeping charm already beginning to fade without Blackthorn's active maintenance. As Harry gently lifted her from the stone table, her eyes fluttered open, confusion giving way to alarm as she took in their unfamiliar surroundings. Harry? What, where are we? How did I get here? Blackthorn, Harry explained grimly, helping her sit up. He took you to lure me here. We're somewhere deep beneath Hogwarts. Hermione's analytical mind quickly processed this information, her gaze sharpening as she noticed the multicolored energy still emanating from Harry. Your magic, it's different. There's green now, alongside the others. Slytherin's heritage, Harry confirmed. It awakened during the confrontation. All four founder bloodlines, now active. Her eyes widened. The convergence Blackthorn mentioned in your dreams. It's happening in you, naturally. Which makes me his prime target, Harry acknowledged, helping Hermione to her feet. He's been harvesting magic from founder descendants, storing it in those crystal containers. He took them when he fled. Harvesting magic. Horror dawned on Hermione's face. The missing witches and wizards, are they? I don't know, Harry admitted. But we need to get back to Dumbledore immediately. Blackthorn's plans are accelerating, and now he knows I have all four founder bloodlines active. As they searched for a way out of the chamber, Harry's newly awakened Slytherin senses detected something his previous abilities had missed, a section of wall that radiated ancient, serpentine magic. Drawing on instinct, he approached it, placing his palm against the cold stone. Open to the air of Salazar, he hissed in Parseltongue. The stone rippled like water, revealing a narrow passage beyond. Unlike the rough-hewn steps they had descended with Blackthorn, this corridor was finished in smooth, polished stone, with small emerald sconces providing soft illumination. Another founder passage, Hermione observed. Like the ones to Gryffindor's armory and the others. Salazar's sanctum, Harry realized. Dumbledore said he suspected its existence but couldn't locate it. It must connect to this chamber somehow. Should we explore it now? Hermione asked, glancing down the mysteriously illuminated corridor. Harry considered this, then shook his head. Later. Right now, we need to warn Dumbledore about Blackthorn. The winter solstice is less than 7 weeks away, and he's clearly made more progress with his ritual than we realized. They followed the passage upward, eventually emerging behind a sliding panel in the dungeons not far from the potions classroom. Harry's empathic sense confirmed no one was nearby to witness their unexpected appearance. We need to get Ron and head to Dumbledore's office, Harry decided, keeping his voice low despite the deserted corridor. And we should warn the DA members to be extremely cautious around Blackthorn. If he took you so easily. I don't even remember being taken, Hermione admitted, troubled. The last thing I recall is leaving the library. I was heading back to Gryffindor Tower, and then, nothing until waking up down there with you. His magical abilities are enhanced from absorbing the other's power, Harry explained grimly. He's far more dangerous than we initially realized. As they made their way cautiously toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry remained acutely aware of the 4 distinct magical energies now flowing within him, gold, blue, yellow, and green, each representing a different founder approach, a different magical philosophy. Together, they created something greater than their sum, a balanced magical understanding unlike anything he'd experienced before. But would it be enough to counter Blackthorn's stolen power? The transfer student had absorbed magic from multiple founder descendants, creating an artificial convergence that mimicked Harry's natural inheritance. When the winter solstice arrived, which approach would prove superior, blood inheritance or blood theft? Harry tightened his grip on Hermione's hand as they hurried through the darkened corridors. One thing was certain, the final confrontation was approaching, and everything he'd learned from the founders would be tested in ways they had never anticipated. The news of Hermione's abduction and Blackthorn's confirmed ritual preparations sent shockwaves through Dumbledore's office. The headmaster immediately summoned key order members, including Snape, McGonagall, and to Harry's surprise, Sirius via flow connection. The ritual he's preparing is consistent with Einar Blackthorn's theoretical work, Dumbledore confirmed after hearing Harry's account. A convergence of founder magics, artificially induced through extracted magical essences. But will it work? Sirius demanded from the fireplace, his face grim in the dancing flames. Can he actually transfer all those magical abilities to himself? Theoretically, yes, Snape answered, his typical disdain absent in the face of genuine concern. Ancient blood rituals could permanently transfer magical talents under specific circumstances. The practice was banned precisely because it proved effective, if monstrously unethical. And the victims? Harry asked quietly, still processing the horror of the crystal containers and their pearlescent contents. The missing descendants. Are they still alive? A heavy silence fell over the office. Finally, McGonagall spoke, her voice unusually gentle. Without examining the extraction method used, we cannot be certain. However, complete magical extraction typically leaves little more than an empty shell behind. Like a Dementor's kiss, Hermione whispered, her face pale. Similar in outcome, though different in mechanism, Dumbledore acknowledged soberly. The body survives, but the magical essence that gives a wizard their unique abilities and personality is removed. Harry felt sick. 7 people, their magic harvested like crops, their essences stored in crystal vials for Blackthorn's monstrous ritual. And all to prove a theory rejected by the original founders 1,000 years ago. He'll come for Harry next, Ron stated flatly. With all 4 founder bloodlines active, Harry's the perfect final ingredient. Which is why security must be our highest priority, Dumbledore agreed. Harry will not leave the castle grounds under any circumstances until the solstice has passed. Additional order members will patrol Hogsmeade and the surrounding areas in case Mr. Blackthorn attempts another abduction. And within Hogwarts? Hermione asked. He took me from inside the castle walls. The Founder's protections didn't stop him. Because he hasn't directly harmed anyone on Hogwarts grounds, Dumbledore explained. The Founder's protections prevent violence against students but cannot prevent all questionable activities. A limitation Blackthorn has clearly identified and exploited. But my heritage should offer additional protection, shouldn't it? Harry asked. That's what you said before, that the castle responds to founder bloodlines. It does, Dumbledore confirmed. Which is why you must formally claim your inheritance, Harry. All 4 founder legacies. Claim them how? By visiting each founder's sanctuary and accepting their full legacy, Dumbledore explained. You've already connected with Godric's, Rowena's, and Helga's sacred spaces. Now you must find Salazar's sanctum, which you've inadvertently discovered, and complete the circle. What will that accomplish exactly? Harry pressed. It will activate the castle's deepest protections, McGonagall answered. Hogwarts was designed with contingencies should a convergence of bloodlines ever occur. When all 4 legacies are formally acknowledged, the castle itself becomes an extension of the heir's will. Control of the wards, Snape elaborated, seeing Harry's confusion. Ability to redirect the castle's inherent magic. Command over passageways and hidden spaces. Powers typically reserved for headmasters, but greatly enhanced for one with founder blood. The implications staggered Harry. Control over Hogwarts itself, the ability to direct the ancient magic that saturated the castle's very stones. It seemed impossible, yet after everything he'd experienced in recent months, strangely plausible. When? He asked simply. Immediately, Dumbledore replied. The passage you discovered leads directly to Salazar's sanctum. You must claim his legacy tonight, while Blackthorn regroups from the disruption of his preparations. I'll go with you, Sirius declared from the fireplace. Too dangerous, Snape countered immediately. Slytherin's sanctuary will have protections against non-heirs. Only Potter can safely enter. I'll go as far as the entrance, Hermione offered. We can use the DA galleons to signal if anything goes wrong. Preparations were made quickly. Dumbledore strengthened the castle's standard wards while McGonagall organized additional patrols by trusted prefects. Snape departed to determine whether Blackthorn had returned to his Slytherin dormitory or fled the castle entirely. Half an hour later, Harry and Hermione stood once again before the sliding panel in the dungeon corridor, Ron beside them clutching the Marauder's map. "Coast is clear," he reported, scanning the parchment intently. "No sign of Blackthorn anywhere on the map." "He's probably hiding in the room of requirement," Hermione suggested. "Or left the grounds entirely to continue his preparations elsewhere. Either way, we need to move quickly," Harry said, pressing his palm against the panel. "Open to the heir of Salazar," he hissed in Parseltongue. The wall slid aside, revealing the emerald-lit passageway beyond. Unlike their previous hurried journey, they now had time to observe the corridor's details, serpentine carvings that wound along the walls, subtle runes etched into the floor, and the occasional alcove housing ancient artifacts of mysterious purpose. "I'll wait here," Hermione said as they reached the point where the passage began to descend more steeply. The sanctuary might react negatively to non-heirs, like Snape said. "Take the map," Ron handed the parchment to her. "Keep watch for Blackthorn or anyone else approaching. If something happens, I'll alert Dumbledore immediately," she promised, gripping her enchanted DA galleon tightly. Harry continued downward with Ron, the passage growing narrower and more ornate with each step. Unlike the warm invitation of Hufflepuff's garden or the intellectual welcome of Ravenclaw's eyrie, Salazar's domain projected cautious assessment, as if judging their worthiness to proceed. Finally, the passage opened into a spacious chamber that took their breath away. Unlike the dungeon aesthetic Harry had expected, Salazar's sanctum was a marvel of elegant sophistication. Polished black marble floors reflected the emerald light from floating orbs above. Glass cases displayed artifacts of obvious antiquity and power. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with ancient tomes in various languages, while another wall featured a massive tank of crystal-clear water housing small, silvery serpents that swam in mesmerizing patterns. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais of white marble, upon which rested a silver pedestal holding a single object, a locket, emeralds forming an ornate S on its surface. "Slytherin's locket," Harry breathed, recognizing it from historical descriptions. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, turning slowly to take in the surroundings. "Not what I expected from the founder of Slytherin House." "Appearances can be deceiving," remarked a cold, precise voice. "A principle I endeavored to teach all my students." They spun toward the sound. On the far wall hung a portrait previously hidden in shadow, Salazar Slytherin himself, depicted in elegant green robes, his sharp features and penetrating gaze a stark contrast to Hufflepuff's warmth or Gryffindor's bold presence. "Heir of my blood," Salazar acknowledged Harry with a slight incline of his head. "And companion." His gaze flicked dismissively over Ron before returning to Harry. "You come at last, with all four bloodlines awakened within you. The convergence my colleagues and I both anticipated and feared. I need to claim your legacy," Harry said directly, approaching the portrait. "To activate Hogwarts protections against Einar Blackthorn's descendant." A flicker of genuine emotion crossed Salazar's painted features, not the disgust or arrogance Harry had half expected, but something closer to grim satisfaction. "So Einar's line persists," he said softly. "And continues his misguided work, no doubt." "You knew him," Harry realized. "The fifth who was denied." "I knew him better than most," Salazar confirmed. "I recognized the danger in his approach when my more optimistic colleagues still hoped for reconciliation." "Blackthorn's collecting founder magic through blood rituals," Ron explained. "Stealing it from descendants, storing it in crystals." "Crude but effective," Salazar observed dispassionately. "Einar always lacked subtlety in his methods, preferring direct extraction to the more elegant approach of cultivating magical bloodlines." His gaze sharpened on Harry. "Which is why your existence represents everything he despised, proof that magical convergence occurs naturally through bloodlines, without requiring his barbaric extraction techniques. "So you'll help me stop his descendant?" Harry asked. "I will grant you my legacy," Salazar corrected. "What you do with it remains your choice. Though I would suggest," his thin lips curved in a cold smile, "that neutralizing Einar's line permanently would prevent future recurrences of this unpleasantness." The portrait gestured toward the locket on the pedestal. "Take what is yours by birthright. Place it around your neck and speak the acceptance in the noble tongue." Harry approached the pedestal cautiously, aware of Ron watching nervously from the chamber's edge. The locket seemed to pulse with contained power, the emeralds catching the green light of the chamber. As his fingers closed around it, he felt an immediate connection, not the warm recognition of Gryffindor's sword or the clarity of Ravenclaw's diadem or the nurturing embrace of Hufflepuff's soil, but a cool acknowledgement of kinship, like a predator recognizing one of its own. He lifted the chain over his head, the locket settling against his chest with surprising warmth. Instinctively, he knew what words were required. "I, Harry James Potter, accept the legacy of Salazar Slytherin, by right of blood and magic," he hissed in Parseltongue. "Let what was separate be joined. Let what was hidden be revealed." The locket glowed bright emerald, then seemed to dissolve, the metal and gems melting into Harry's skin like quicksilver. Green energy spiraled through him, weaving through and around the gold, blue, and yellow of the other founder magics. Unlike his previous heritage awakenings, which had each brought distinct new abilities, this integration felt like completion, the final piece of a complex magical puzzle clicking into place. With the integration came understanding, not just of Slytherin's personal magic, but of how all four founder approaches complemented each other. Gryffindor's protective courage, Ravenclaw's analytical wisdom, Hufflepuff's connective empathy, and now Slytherin's strategic cunning, each balancing the others, creating a harmonized whole greater than its component parts. As the green energy settled into his magical core, Harry felt the castle responding around him. Hogwarts itself seemed to awaken to his presence, centuries of accumulated magic acknowledging his unique status. Through this connection, he sensed the wards, the secret passages, the very stones of the ancient structure, all now responsive to his will in ways they had never been before. "The convergence is complete," Salazar's portrait observed. "For bloodlines united in one heir. The castle recognizes you now, as it has recognized no one since our time." "I can feel it," Harry murmured, overwhelmed by the sensation of Hogwarts magic flowing around and through him. "The whole castle, connected to me." "Use this connection wisely," Salazar advised. "Unlike ordinary magic, which bends to the caster's will regardless of intent, founder magic responds to purpose and character. The castle will support worthy goals and resist corruption." "What about Blackthorn?" Ron asked, approaching cautiously now that the magical display had subsided. "Can Harry keep him out of Hogwarts now?" "If he commands it, yes," Salazar confirmed. "Though Einar's line has always been resourceful in bypassing conventional protections. I would suggest a more permanent solution when opportunity presents itself." Harry frowned at the implication. "I'm not going to kill him." "Your Gryffindor heritage speaking," Salazar observed with mild disdain. "Noble but impractical. Some threats cannot be merely contained or reformed." Before Harry could respond, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. From the passage leading back to the castle came Hermione's voice, urgent and frightened. "Harry! Ron! Something's happening up above, the whole castle is shaking." They raced back up the passage to find Hermione clutching the map, her face pale. "Look," she pointed to a section of the parchment where a name moved with purposeful speed through corridors that shouldn't exist. Damien Blackthorn, advancing directly toward the third-floor corridor that had once housed the Philosopher's Stone. "He's found another way in," Harry realized. A passage the Founders didn't know about. Or one they deliberately excluded from the castle's standard protections. Salazar's voice came unexpectedly from behind them. Harry turned to find the portrait had somehow followed them, now hanging on the passage wall where no frame had existed before. "What do you mean?" Harry demanded. Einar helped design certain aspects of Hogwarts' original structure before his departure, Salazar explained reluctantly. Including passages that responded to his unique magical signature. We believed we had sealed them all, but it seems his descendant has rediscovered at least one. The castle shuddered again, more violently this time. Harry extended his awareness through his newfound connection to Hogwarts, sensing a disturbance in the ancient wards, something forcing its way through layers of protective magic, creating instability throughout the structure. He's attacking the castle's core ward anchor, Harry said, the knowledge coming to him through his founder connection. If he destabilizes it, all of Hogwarts' defensive magic will collapse, Hermione finished, horror dawning on her face. Everyone inside would be vulnerable. Decision crystallized within Harry. With all four founder magics now active and integrated, he finally had the power to end Blackthorn's threat, not through violence as Salazar suggested, but by using the combined founder approaches to counter the artificial convergence Blackthorn had created. We need to get to the third floor immediately, he said, already moving toward the dungeon corridor. Can you both cast disillusionment charms on yourselves? We'll move faster if we're not worrying about being seen. As they hurried through the castle, Harry directed the building's magic to clear their path, portraits swinging aside to reveal shortcuts, staircases aligning perfectly for their ascent, even the castle's ambient light dimming in corridors they traversed to provide better concealment. This is amazing, Ron whispered as they emerged from a passage Harry had never known existed, directly opposite the third-floor corridor. You're controlling the whole castle. Not controlling, Harry corrected, feeling the distinction was important. Working with it. The castle wants to help. They paused at the corridor entrance, Harry extending his magical senses to assess what awaited them. Beyond the familiar doors stood not Fluffy the three-headed dog, but a shimmering vortex of magical energy, Blackthorn's ritual already in progress, drawing power from the castle's own wards to fuel whatever transformation he intended. Stay back, Harry instructed his friends. If this goes wrong, we're coming with you, Hermione interrupted firmly. At least to the door, Ron amended. If it gets too dangerous, we'll fall back and alert Dumbledore. Knowing argument would waste precious time, Harry nodded reluctantly. Fine. But at the first sign of serious danger, you both retreat. Promise me. With their reluctant agreement secured, Harry pushed open the doors. The scene beyond confirmed his worst fears. The room had been transformed into a ritual chamber, the 7 crystal vessels arranged in a precise pattern around a central podium where Damien Blackthorn stood, arms raised, channeling power from Hogwarts itself into the swirling vortex above him. The transfer student had changed dramatically since their encounter beneath the castle. His skin now bore distinct scale-like patterns, his eyes glowed with unnatural light, and his entire form seemed to flicker between solid matter and something more ephemeral, as if he were becoming one with the magical energies he commanded. Potter. Blackthorn's voice echoed with unusual resonance when he spotted them. Perfect timing. The convergence ritual requires one final component, your founder blood, freely given or forcibly taken. It's over, Blackthorn, Harry replied, stepping forward alone while gesturing for Ron and Hermione to remain by the door. The castle belongs to me now. All 4 founder bloodlines have accepted me as their heir. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Blackthorn's transformed features. Impossible. The convergence cannot occur naturally. Einar proved it requires ritual extraction. Your ancestor was wrong, Harry stated simply, allowing his 4-colored aura to manifest visibly, gold, blue, yellow, and green swirling in harmonious balance around him. The founder's magic unites through birthright when needed, not through theft. Blackthorn's face contorted with rage and disbelief. No. 5 centuries of research, of preparation. Einar's work cannot be invalidated by mere genetic accident. The vortex above him pulsed dangerously, responding to his emotional disturbance. The castle shuddered again, more violently, as the ritual drew increasingly destructive amounts of power from the wards. You're destabilizing Hogwarts itself, Harry warned, advancing cautiously. Whatever you're trying to achieve, it's not worth destroying the school and everyone in it. You understand nothing. Blackthorn snarled, abandoning his previous clinical detachment entirely. Einar should have been acknowledged as the greatest magical innovator of his age. Instead, the founders stole his research, incorporated his discoveries into their work, then banished him from history. This ritual will prove his method superior to their antiquated ethical constraints. Harry reached out through his connection to Hogwarts, feeling for weaknesses in Blackthorn's ritual construct. The vortex drew power from the castle's wards, but also from the crystal vessels containing the stolen magical essences. If he could disrupt either power source. Your victims, Harry said, gesturing to the crystal containers. The missing descendants. Are they still alive? Something like genuine regret flickered across Blackthorn's face. Their bodies, yes. Their magical essences are preserved here, their final contribution to magical advancement. And after your ritual? What happens to them then? Their essences will be consumed, Blackthorn admitted. A necessary sacrifice. The casual disregard for 7 lives hardened Harry's resolve. Drawing on all 4 founder magics simultaneously, he formulated a multi-layered approach, Gryffindor's protective energy to shield the castle from ritual backlash, Ravenclaw's precision to identify the ritual's critical vulnerabilities, Hufflepuff's connective magic to reach the trapped essences within the crystal vessels, and Slytherin's strategic cunning to execute the counterattack when Blackthorn least expected it. I'm giving you one chance, Harry said, his voice steady despite the power building within him. End the ritual now. Return the essences to their rightful owners. Face proper magical justice for what you've done. Blackthorn laughed, the sound distorted by the magical energies flowing through him. Justice? From a society that would label Einar's genius as dark magic while celebrating the founder's theft of his ideas? No, Potter. The ritual continues. And you will contribute to it, willingly or not. With a sudden gesture, Blackthorn directed the vortex's power toward Harry in a concentrated blast that would have overwhelmed ordinary magical defenses. But Harry was no longer limited to conventional magic. The 4-colored aura surrounding him solidified into a perfect spherical shield, each founder energy reinforcing the others against the attack. The magical backlash staggered Blackthorn momentarily, the opening Harry had been waiting for. With Slytherin precision, he directed a focused pulse of founder magic not at Blackthorn himself, but at the podium beneath him, disrupting the ritual's foundation. Simultaneously, he reached out with Hufflepuff's connective magic toward the crystal vessels, establishing contact with the trapped essences within. Rather than attempting to free them directly, which might have destroyed them in the process, he offered a channel back to their original bodies, a magical pathway home. The response was immediate and astonishing. The pearlescent substances within the vessels brightened, responding to the offered escape route. As Blackthorn scrambled to stabilize his collapsing ritual, the essences began to pulse rhythmically, pushing against their crystal prisons. No! Blackthorn shouted, abandoning his attack on Harry to try salvaging the ritual components. You don't understand what you're doing. The transition is delicate, if interrupted improperly, the essences will dissipate entirely. They're choosing to leave, Harry countered, maintaining the pathways he'd created. Their magic recognizes its rightful place. With a sound like breaking glass multiplied 7-fold, the crystal vessels shattered simultaneously. The freed essences hovered momentarily, swirling in complex patterns, before streaking upward through the ceiling, returning to bodies that might be hundreds of miles away, but were still connected to their rightful magic. The ritual vortex, deprived of its primary power source, began to collapse in on itself. Blackthorn's partially transformed body flickered more violently, the incomplete convergence destabilizing without the essences to sustain it. What have you done? He gasped, genuine fear replacing arrogance as his body began to revert painfully to its original form. The ritual cannot be stopped midway, the magical backlash will. His warning was cut short as the collapsing vortex imploded with catastrophic force. Harry instinctively extended his founder's shield to encompass Ron and Hermione, protecting them from the magical shockwave that rippled outward. The castle itself responded to his will, channeling the destructive energy safely into the ward network where it could be harmlessly absorbed. When the chaos subsided, Blackthorn lay unconscious on the floor, his body returned to human form though still bearing faint scale-like markings across visible skin. The ritual components had been destroyed completely, leaving only scorched stone where the elaborate setup had stood. "Is he dead?" Ron asked hesitantly from the doorway. Harry approached cautiously, extending his magical senses to assess Blackthorn's condition. "No. Just unconscious." The ritual reversal stripped away the stolen magic. "He's still got his own natural abilities, but nothing more." "And the essences? The victims?" Hermione asked, joining them. On their way back to their original bodies, Harry confirmed, the Hufflepuff connection allowing him to sense the distant reunions beginning to occur across Britain. "Whether they'll recover completely. That depends on how long they were separated and how their bodies were maintained in the meantime. We should secure him before he wakes up," Ron suggested practically, gesturing to Blackthorn's still form. Before they could move, however, the doors burst open again. Dumbledore strode in, followed closely by Snape and McGonagall, all three with wands drawn and expressions grave. "Harry," Dumbledore took in the scene with remarkable composure. "I see you've resolved the situation. The ritual's been stopped," Harry confirmed. "The stolen essences are returning to their owners. Blackthorn's been neutralized." Dumbledore nodded, approaching to examine Blackthorn more closely. "Most impressive. A conventional magical approach would have resulted in far more destruction. I used all 4 founder magics together," Harry explained. "Each one contributing something different to the solution. The convergence as the founders intended it," Dumbledore said with quiet approval. "Balance rather than dominance." As Snape conjured magical restraints for the unconscious Blackthorn, McGonagall turned to Harry with uncharacteristic emotion in her eyes. "The castle has settled," she observed. "The wards are stabilizing. Whatever you did, Mr. Potter, you've saved more than just the victims of this ritual. You've preserved Hogwarts itself. What happens now?" Harry asked, suddenly aware of bone-deep exhaustion settling over him. Using all 4 founder magics simultaneously had drained him more than he'd realized. "Now," Dumbledore said gently, "we begin healing. The Ministry will be notified, Mr. Blackthorn will face the Wizengamot for his crimes, and the victims will receive whatever care they require for recovery." "And Harry?" Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. "What about his founder heritage? Now that all 4 bloodlines are active?" "That decision rests with Harry alone," Dumbledore replied. "The power he now commands has not been seen since the founders themselves walked these halls. How he chooses to use it, or whether he chooses to use it at all, must be his decision." Harry looked down at his hands, still faintly glowing with the 4-colored aura of combined founder magic. The power was undeniable, the responsibility enormous. Yet what struck him most was how natural it felt, not a burden imposed, but a birthright finally recognized. "First things first," he said, straightening despite his fatigue. "Let's make sure the victims recover. Then we can worry about what comes next." As they left the chamber, Harry maintaining a watchful magical connection to the still unconscious Blackthorn, he felt Hogwarts itself responding to his passage, torches brightening, suits of armor standing at attention, even the stone beneath his feet seeming to firm up supportively. The convergence was complete. 4 founder bloodlines, united in one heir. The full implications remained to be seen, but one thing was certain, Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He had become something the wizarding world hadn't seen in 1,000 years. The heir of Hogwarts. And with that title came a responsibility that extended far beyond defeating dark wizards or preventing ancient rituals. It meant preserving the founder's true legacy, magical education based on ethical principles, balanced approaches, and the fundamental belief that power existed to protect, not dominate. As they reached the hospital wing where Blackthorn would be secured until ministry officials arrived, Harry felt a strange peace settling over him. For the first time since discovering his complex heritage, the path forward seemed clear. Whatever came next, whether facing Voldemort or rebuilding the wizarding world's fractured society, he would approach it with the balanced wisdom of all four founders guiding his way. Chapter 4, Slytherin's cunning. November faded into December, bringing with it swirling snow and the castle's traditional festive decorations. 12 enormous Christmas trees dominated the Great Hall, Flitwick's enchanted icicles glittered from banisters, and magical mistletoe appeared in unexpected doorways to the delight of older students and the embarrassment of younger ones. But beneath the seasonal cheer, Hogwarts pulsed with an energy it hadn't possessed in centuries, responding to the completed convergence of founder bloodlines in its newly recognized air. Harry felt the change most acutely. The castle now existed as a constant presence in his awareness, not intrusive but supportive, like a loyal familiar anticipating its master's needs. Staircases adjusted their movements when he approached, doors unlocked at his touch, and the very stones seemed to warm slightly beneath his feet during his nighttime wanderings. "It's still a bit unnerving," Harry admitted to Ron and Hermione as they crossed the entrance hall, the massive oak doors swinging open of their own accord when Harry was still 10 paces away. "Like having an overeager house elf following me everywhere. Most people would love having a sentient castle catering to their every whim," Ron pointed out, pulling his cloak tighter against the December chill as they stepped onto the snow-covered grounds. "It's more responsibility than convenience," Hermione observed, watching Harry's face with the perceptive understanding that had grown between them in recent weeks. "The castle's magic responds to your emotions now, doesn't it?" Harry nodded. "Yesterday I was frustrated with Umbridge's latest decree, and all the torches in the corridor started flaring up. Had to consciously calm them down before something caught fire. The Ministry's interference at Hogwarts had escalated following what the Daily Prophet was now calling the Blackthorn incident. Rather than acknowledging Harry's role in stopping a dangerous ritual and saving 7 lives, Fudge had seized upon the event as evidence that Hogwarts had become dangerously mismanaged under Dumbledore. Umbridge, now wielding unprecedented authority as High Inquisitor, had implemented increasingly restrictive educational decrees while the Prophet printed daily articles questioning Dumbledore's competence and mental stability. Only the combined intervention of 3 members of the Wizengamot, all relatives of Blackthorn's rescued victims, had prevented Fudge from removing Dumbledore entirely. But the minister's veiled threats made clear that any further incidents would result in direct ministry control of the school. The trio walked in comfortable silence toward the edge of the frozen lake, their boots crunching on fresh snow. The grounds were mostly deserted, most students preferring the castle's warmth to the biting December wind. This isolation was precisely what Harry sought after a week of whispers, stares, and the occasional request from younger students to make the suits of armor dance again. "Harry, how are the victims doing?" Ron asked as they reached a secluded stand of bare trees near the lakeshore. "Better," Harry replied, leaning against a thick trunk. With his enhanced empathic abilities, he could maintain a tenuous connection to the 7 witches and wizards whose essences he had restored. "The older ones are recovering more quickly. The youngest, that girl from Cornwall, still struggles with reconnecting to her magic." "It makes sense," Hermione said, conjuring blue flames in a jar for warmth. "Their magical essences were forcibly separated from their bodies for months. That kind of trauma doesn't heal overnight." "At least they're alive," Ron noted. "Still can't believe Blackthorn got only 15 years in Azkaban. Should have been life." "His guardian pulled strings," Harry said grimly. And Fudge was more interested in using the whole affair to discredit Dumbledore than pursuing proper justice. The trial had been a frustrating affair. Despite ironclad evidence of illegal blood rituals, magical essence extraction, and attempted murder, Augustus Blackthorn had marshaled an impressive defense, portraying his ward as a misguided young scholar pursuing theoretical research without understanding its consequences. Character witnesses from prominent European wizarding families had testified to Damien's academic brilliance and alleged gentle nature. In the end, the reduced sentence reflected political influence more than judicial reasoning. At least his guardian's research permissions were revoked, Hermione offered. And all the Blackthorn family's artifacts were confiscated for ministry examination. Harry nodded, though he suspected Augustus Blackthorn had hidden his most dangerous research long before the Aurors arrived at his manor. The older Blackthorn remained free, his connections to the abductions and ritual unproven despite Harry's testimony. Another frustration in a month full of them. Any word from Sirius about you-know-who? Ron asked, lowering his voice despite their isolation. Nothing concrete, Harry replied. The Order believes he's gone to ground since Blackthorn's arrest. Probably reassessing his strategy. This was the most concerning development of all. Voldemort's complete silence in the wake of Harry's emergence as heir of all four founders suggested the Dark Lord was planning something significant, a strategic recalibration rather than an impulsive response. Harry's connection to Voldemort through his scar had grown strangely muted since the convergence of his founder bloodlines, as if the balanced magical influences created a natural barrier against the Dark Lord's intrusions. He won't stay quiet forever, Hermione said, voicing Harry's unspoken concern. Especially once he fully understands what you've become. Which is why we need to prepare, Harry agreed, pushing away from the tree. Starting with a proper exploration of Salazar's sanctum. There's got to be knowledge there that could help against Voldemort. Now? Ron asked, glancing at the darkening sky. It's nearly dinner time. After dinner, Harry decided. I've been putting it off too long. Slytherin's heritage is the one I understand least, and it might be the most useful against Voldemort, given their connection. They trudged back toward the castle, the snow falling more heavily now. As they reached the oak doors, Harry felt a familiar ripple in his founder awareness, Hogwarts alerting him to someone of interest nearby. He extended his senses, recognizing the distinct magical signature approaching from the direction of Hogsmeade. Snape's coming back, he murmured to his friends. And he's troubled. The potions master had been absent from the castle for 3 days on what Dumbledore described only as order business. Harry's enhanced perception could now detect not just Snape's magical signature but undertones of his emotional state, controlled anxiety and grim resolution, unusual even for the typically dour professor. Should we wait for him? Hermione asked as they paused in the entrance hall. Harry shook his head. Better not. If he's returning from spying, he won't appreciate us questioning him. But I'll mention it to Dumbledore if we see him at dinner. The Great Hall buzzed with pre-holiday excitement, students discussing plans for the approaching Christmas break while enjoying roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. At the staff table, Dumbledore's absence was conspicuous, as was Snape's, though the latter entered midway through the meal, taking his seat with a curt nod to McGonagall. Harry observed the exchange discreetly, his enhanced senses detecting the silent communication between the deputy headmistress and the potions master. Something significant had occurred, something that prompted McGonagall to glance briefly in Harry's direction with increased concern. They're worried about me, he murmured to Hermione, who sat beside him following a gradual but noticeable shift in their seating arrangements over recent weeks. Snape brought news about Voldemort, she guessed, keeping her voice low. Something involving you. Harry nodded, his appetite diminishing. The green energy of his Slytherin heritage stirred in response to potential threat, heightening his strategic awareness. Unlike his other founder abilities, which he'd consciously developed through practice, the Slytherin gift seemed to activate automatically when circumstances required them, analyzing threats, identifying vulnerabilities, formulating contingencies. We should visit the sanctum tonight, he decided. As soon as possible. The dungeons lay silent and cold as they made their way toward the hidden entrance Harry had discovered during Hermione's abduction. The Marauder's map showed most students already in their common rooms, with prefects beginning their evening patrols of the upper floors. They encountered no one as they reached the unmarked section of wall that concealed the passage to Salazar's domain. Open to the heir of Salazar, Harry hissed, the parcel tongue flowing more naturally than ever before. The wall dissolved, revealing the emerald-lit corridor beyond. As they entered, Harry noticed details he'd overlooked during their previous urgent visit, subtle serpentine patterns in the stonework that shifted position when observed directly, and ambient magic that responded to his presence with curious recognition. "It feels different from the other Founder's spaces," Hermione observed as they descended. "More alert." Slytherin valued vigilance, Harry replied, the knowledge surfacing from his integrated Founder awareness. His sanctuaries were designed to assess visitors continuously, not just at the entrance. The passage opened into the black marble chamber they'd briefly visited before. Without the urgency of pursuing Blackthorn, they could now appreciate its sophisticated elegance, the perfect balance of grandeur and functionality that characterized Salazar's approach to magic. Display cases housed artifacts labeled in spidery script too ancient for Harry to decipher conventionally, though his Ravenclaw abilities translated the general meaning through magical resonance. "Detection implements," he explained, gesturing toward a collection of silver instruments resembling complex astrolabes. "For identifying magical signatures at a distance." "And these?" Ron asked, examining a set of crystalline vials containing swirling, mercury-like substances. "Memory enhancers," Harry replied, the knowledge coming to him intuitively. Slytherin developed techniques for perfect recall and accelerated learning through controlled memory manipulation. "Nothing like a pensieve?" Hermione inquired, studying the vials with academic interest. "More sophisticated," Harry said. "These don't just store memories for review, they optimize them for integration with existing knowledge." As they explored, Salazar's portrait observed them with calculating assessment from its position on the far wall. Unlike the other Founder portraits, which had immediately engaged with Harry as their heir, Slytherin maintained a reserved distance, evaluating before investing. "You return with purpose," the portrait finally acknowledged as Harry approached. "The Dark Lord moves against you, and you seek advantage." "You know about Voldemort?" Harry asked, surprised. Salazar's thin lips curved slightly. "My awareness extends beyond this chamber, heir. The castle speaks to me, as it speaks to you. I know of the self-styled lord who claims descent from my line through his mother's family." "Is he actually your descendant?" Harry asked directly. "In blood, yes," Salazar confirmed dispassionately. "In understanding, no. He grasps power but not purpose, cunning but not wisdom. A failure of education rather than lineage." This frank assessment of Voldemort surprised Harry. The Founder's portraits had proven far more nuanced than their historical reputation suggested, but Salazar's apparent dismissal of the Dark Lord who championed his supposed blood purity agenda was unexpected. "He believes he's fulfilling your vision," Harry pressed. "Purging Muggle influence from wizarding society." Salazar's expression hardened. "A simplistic interpretation of complex concerns. I advocated caution regarding Muggle-born education during an era when Muggles routinely burned suspected witches. Prudence, not prejudice, motivated my position." "But the Chamber of Secrets," Harry countered. "The basilisk you left to purge the school of those you deemed unworthy." "A security measure, not a cleansing mechanism," Salazar corrected sharply. "The basilisk was intended to protect the school during external attack, a last resort when conventional defenses failed. Its later misuse by misguided descendants reflects their misinterpretation of my intentions, not my original design." Harry exchanged surprised glances with Ron and Hermione. If Salazar's portrait spoke truly, centuries of wizarding history had fundamentally misunderstood the Founder's actual position. "History is written and rewritten to serve current interests," Salazar observed, noting their skepticism. "I held views on magical education that conflicted with my colleagues, certainly. But the cartoonish villain depicted in modern histories bears little resemblance to my actual philosophy." "Then what was your actual philosophy?" Hermione asked boldly. Salazar's portrait regarded her with analytical interest. "Magic is power. Power requires discipline and judgment to wield responsibly. Not all possess the necessary qualities to master the more dangerous magical arts. I advocated selective advanced education based on ability and character, not bloodline alone. His gaze returned to Harry. A position that remains controversial even today, I observe. Harry absorbed this, recognizing elements of truth that aligned with his integrated founder knowledge. The original disagreement between Salazar and the other founders had been more nuanced than subsequent histories recorded, a philosophical dispute about magical education methodologies rather than a simple blood purity argument. "But you did leave Hogwarts after a dispute with Gryffindor," Harry said. "I departed when it became clear my approach would not be adopted," Salazar acknowledged. Though the dramatic duel depicted in popular histories never occurred. Godric and I maintained correspondence until his death, disagreeing respectfully as scholars may. This revelation altered Harry's understanding of the founder dynamics significantly, suggesting the house rivalries that defined modern Hogwarts resulted more from centuries of accumulated mythology than the founders' actual intentions. "You sought me out for practical reasons, not historical clarification," Salazar observed, redirecting the conversation. "The Dark Lord plans his next move, and you wish to counter it effectively." Harry nodded, appreciating Slytherin's direct approach. "Voldemort has been silent since I completed the convergence. I believe he's reassessing his strategy now that I command all 4 founder bloodlines." "A reasonable assumption," Salazar agreed. "A cunning adversary retreats to evaluate when confronted with unexpected developments. The question becomes, what strategy will he adopt upon completion of this assessment?" "That's what I'm trying to determine," Harry admitted. "My connection to him has diminished since the convergence. I can't sense his thoughts or emotions as clearly as before." "An expected development," Salazar nodded. "The balanced founder magics naturally shield against external magical influences, including the connection forged by his failed killing curse. So how do I anticipate his next move?" Salazar studied Harry with increased interest. "You have accessed my heritage but not fully embraced it. Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's intellect, and Hufflepuff's empathy flow naturally through your actions. My contribution, strategic cunning, remains underutilized." "I've used Slytherin abilities," Harry objected. "During the confrontation with Blackthorn, reactively, not proactively," Salazar corrected. "Strategic thinking anticipates rather than responds. It positions pieces before they are needed, creates contingencies before crises manifest, and most importantly, understands opponents thoroughly enough to predict their actions." Harry recognized the truth in this assessment. His use of Slytherin abilities had indeed been largely reactive, emerging in moments of need rather than guiding his overall approach. "How do I develop this aspect more fully?" he asked. "Begin with the Sanctum's resources," Salazar replied, gesturing to the chamber around them. "My personal library contains texts on strategic magical theory unavailable elsewhere. The detection instruments will allow you to monitor magical signatures throughout Britain with sufficient practice. And the memory enhancers will accelerate your integration of this knowledge." He directed their attention to a previously unnoticed archway at the rear of the chamber. "Most significantly, the lower levels of my domain contain something more valuable than mere artifacts, direct access to Hogwarts foundational magic. The Ward Nexus." Hermione gasped, immediately understanding the implication. Indeed, Salazar confirmed with the first hint of approval he'd shown her. The point where the castle's defensive magic anchors to the Earth's natural power. From there, one with sufficient founder blood can extend their awareness far beyond the castle's boundaries. I could track Voldemort's movements, Harry realized. Maybe even anticipate his plans. With practice and proper preparation, Salazar cautioned. The Nexus responds to all 4 founder magics in balance. Approach it with Gryffindor's courage dominating, and it will overwhelm you with raw power. Led with Ravenclaw's intellect alone, and you will become lost in infinite magical patterns. Hufflepuff's empathy untempered would connect you to every living being's emotions simultaneously. Only with Slytherin's focused direction can you utilize the nexus effectively. The portrait gestured toward a cabinet beside the archway. The memory enhancers will prepare your mind. 3 drops of the silver solution before attempting nexus connection. Harry approached the cabinet, examining the crystal vials within. Each contained a different swirling substance, silver, emerald, sapphire, and amber, labeled in the same ancient script he'd observed earlier. Strategic cognition, he translated, touching the silver vial. Pattern recognition. Emotional regulation. Magical sensitivity. Preparations I developed for my more advanced students, Salazar explained. Each enhances specific mental capabilities temporarily. For Nexus work, the silver solution is most appropriate for beginners. Harry removed the vial, studying it with both conventional and magical senses. His Ravenclaw abilities detected no harmful properties, only complex charm work designed to optimize neural pathways temporarily. I'll try it, he decided. Harry, are you sure? Hermione asked, concern evident. Using unknown potions, it's not unknown to me, Harry assured her. My founder connection recognizes it. And we need whatever advantage we can get against Voldemort. Without further hesitation, he uncorked the vial and carefully measured 3 drops onto his tongue. The liquid tasted oddly neutral before dissolving completely, leaving behind a sensation of mental clarity similar to but distinct from Ravenclaw's influence. Where Ravenclaw's gifts enhanced perception and analytical processing, this sharpened his strategic cognition specifically, the ability to project potential outcomes, identify optimal approaches, and anticipate obstacles. Whoa, Ron commented, observing the subtle change in Harry's demeanor. Your eyes just went all focused. I can see patterns more clearly, Harry explained, the enhancement already integrating with his existing abilities. Connections between seemingly unrelated factors. Potential futures based on current trajectories. A limited demonstration of strategic cognition, Salazar noted. The Nexus will expand this capacity exponentially when properly accessed. Harry turned toward the archway, which now emanated a subtle magical resonance his enhanced perception detected easily. I'm ready to try the Nexus. We'll come with you, Hermione said immediately, moving to his side. Salazar's portrait made a disapproving noise. Inadvisable. The Nexus responds unpredictably to those without founder blood. They stay with me, Harry stated firmly, the combined influence of all 4 bloodlines lending his voice unusual authority. Their presence helps me maintain balance. Salazar studied him for a moment, then inclined his head slightly. As you wish, Heir. Though they should remain at the periphery once you initiate connection. The archway led to a spiraling staircase descending far deeper beneath the castle than seemed physically possible. As they descended, the ambient magic grew denser, more palpable, until Harry could almost see the swirling currents of power flowing through the very air around them. Beside him, Ron and Hermione felt it too, though less distinctly, Ron shivering occasionally when particularly strong eddies of magic washed over them, Hermione's eyes widening as her academically trained senses struggled to categorize what they encountered. The staircase eventually opened into a perfectly circular chamber carved directly from bedrock. Unlike the refined elegance of the upper sanctum, this space possessed a primal, elemental quality, raw magic made manifest in physical form. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais where 4 crystalline pillars surrounded a swirling vortex of pure magical energy, each pillar glowing with a founder color, gold, blue, yellow, and green. The ward Nexus, Hermione whispered, awestruck. The magical heart of Hogwarts. Harry approached slowly, feeling the Nexus respond to his presence. The swirling energies shifted subtly, aligning toward him as if recognizing a kindred magical signature. Each pillar pulsed brighter as he drew near, the founder magics within him resonating with their respective anchors. What do I do? He asked, his voice hushed in the chamber's cathedral-like atmosphere. Stand at the center, came Salazar's voice, surprisingly present despite his portrait remaining above. Allow each founder magic to connect with its respective pillar. When balance is achieved, extend your awareness through the nexus to locate your target. Harry stepped onto the dais, positioning himself within the 4 pillars. The vortex between them responded immediately, tendrils of multicolored energy reaching toward him like curious fingers. He closed his eyes, consciously balancing the 4 magical influences within him: Gryffindor's protective courage, Ravenclaw's analytical wisdom, Hufflepuff's empathic connection, and Slytherin's strategic direction. As each internal magic aligned with its external counterpart, Harry felt his consciousness expanding beyond physical limitations. His awareness extended outward from the nexus, flowing through Hogwarts' ward structure and beyond, first encompassing the school grounds, then Hogsmeade Village, then widening further to cover increasing portions of Wizarding Britain. Magical signatures appeared as distinct patterns within this expanded awareness, thousands of individual witches and wizards going about their evening activities, concentrated clusters in wizarding settlements, isolated points in predominantly Muggle areas. With Slytherin's strategic focus guiding him, Harry directed this overwhelming perceptual input toward a specific target, searching for the unique magical signature he knew better than any other through their years of connection. Voldemort. For several minutes, his expanded awareness found nothing, suggesting either significant magical concealment or location beyond his current range. Then, at the very edge of his perception, he detected something anomalous, a magical presence both familiar and distorted, hidden behind layers of protective enchantments that bore the distinctive magical signature of Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry focused on this discovery, directing more of his awareness toward it. Slowly, details emerged: an ancient manor house in northern Wiltshire, surrounded by elaborate protective enchantments. Within, approximately 20 Death Eaters gathered in what appeared to be a formal meeting, their magical signatures arranged in a hierarchical pattern around the central figure Harry sought. As his perception sharpened, Harry could distinguish individual Death Eaters: Lucius Malfoy's distinctive aristocratic magic, Bellatrix's chaotic darkness, Dolahov's precise destructive patterns. And at the center, Voldemort himself, his magical signature both powerful and fundamentally damaged, fragments held together by dark rituals and sheer will. They appeared to be reviewing architectural plans, detailed magical projections of a familiar structure that sent a chill through Harry's extended awareness. The Department of Mysteries. Specifically, the room containing the prophecy Dumbledore had finally revealed to Harry following the Blackthorn incident. "He's planning an infiltration," Harry murmured, his physical voice sounding distant to his own ears. Targeting the prophecy. With Slytherin's strategic cognition enhanced by the memory potion, Harry analyzed the Death Eaters' planning session, identifying weaknesses in their approach. Their intended entry point, their timing, their contingencies, all became clear through careful observation of their magical interactions with the projected plans. Then Voldemort looked up sharply, as if sensing distant observation. His damaged magical signature pulsed with sudden awareness, sending a probing tendril of magic outward, searching for the source of the perceived intrusion. Harry instinctively strengthened his magical shields, the balanced founder energies creating a protective barrier even across this unusual connection. But before he could withdraw completely, Voldemort's probe brushed against his extended awareness, creating momentary contact. In that instant of connection, 2 revelations occurred simultaneously. Voldemort recognized Harry's magical signature, now transformed by the founder convergence. And Harry glimpsed something shocking within Voldemort's fragmented soul, a revelation so unexpected it broke his concentration entirely. Harry gasped, staggering backward as his awareness snapped back to his physical body. The pillars flared briefly before settling back into their steady glow, the Nexus vortex swirling more rapidly in response to his agitation. "Harry!" Hermione rushed forward, catching his arm as he swayed unsteadily. "What happened? What did you see?" "Voldemort," Harry managed, his mind reeling from both the extended perception and his unexpected discovery. "He's at Malfoy Manor. Planning to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries for the prophecy." "Did he sense you watching?" Ron asked anxiously. "Yes," Harry confirmed, allowing Hermione to guide him from the dais to the chamber's edge where Ron waited. "But that's not the most important part." He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts as the Slytherin memory enhancement helped him process what he'd witnessed. I saw something in him, something impossible. What? Hermione prompted when he hesitated. Founder blood, Harry replied, still struggling to accept the implication. Diluted, fragmented, but unmistakable. Voldemort carries Slytherin heritage, as expected, but also traces of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? Ron repeated incredulously. You know who is descended from two founders. It explains his exceptional magical abilities despite his damaged soul, Harry reasoned, the enhanced strategic cognition connecting disparate pieces of information. The Gaunt family carried Slytherin's blood through the male line. But his mother must have had distant Ravenclaw heritage without knowing it. Like your mother, Hermione realized. A diluted founder bloodline reawakening spontaneously. Harry nodded, the implications expanding in his strategically enhanced mind. Voldemort's obsession with the founders makes more sense now. On some level, he senses this connection but doesn't fully understand it. It's why he created Slytherin-related Horcruxes and sought Ravenclaw's diadem specifically. Dumbledore had finally revealed the truth about Horcruxes to Harry following the Blackthorn confrontation, explaining his suspicions about which objects Voldemort had chosen and why. The diadem's significance now carried additional meaning beyond its historical importance. So what does this mean for the conflict between you? Ron asked, cutting to the practical concern. It means, Harry said slowly, that we're more evenly matched than I realized. He has fragmentary founder heritage from two lines, enhanced by dark rituals and decades of magical study. I have complete founder heritage from all four lines, but only recently activated and still developing. Except you're not creating Horcruxes or using dark magic, Hermione pointed out firmly. True, Harry acknowledged. And that fundamental difference in approach may be what ultimately matters. He straightened, his balance restored as he processed the revelation. We need to tell Dumbledore immediately. Voldemort's planning the Ministry infiltration soon, within days, judging by the preparations I observed. As they ascended the spiral staircase, returning to Salazar's main sanctum, Harry felt the strategic enhancement from the memory potion integrating more fully with his natural Slytherin abilities. The temporary boost was fading, but it had accelerated his development of strategic thinking in ways that would persist. Salazar's portrait awaited them, his calculating gaze assessing Harry's changed demeanor. You discovered something unexpected, he observed. Something concerning your dark adversary. Voldemort carries diluted Ravenclaw blood alongside his Slytherin heritage, Harry confirmed. And he's planning to retrieve the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. If portraits could show surprise, Salazar's came remarkably close. Two founder bloodlines, he mused. Corrupted and unbalanced, but potentially formidable when combined with his existing dark magic proficiency. Can I defeat him? Harry asked directly, Gryffindor's forthrightness emerging alongside Slytherin's strategic assessment. Salazar considered this carefully. Victory depends on definition, Heir. Can you overpower him magically? Perhaps, with sufficient preparation and strategic application of your converged abilities. Can you defeat his underlying ideology and prevent others from adopting his mantle? That presents a more complex challenge requiring all founder approaches in balance. Meaning that Gryffindor's direct confrontation, Ravenclaw's knowledge preservation, Hufflepuff's community building, and Slytherin's strategic foresight must all contribute to your approach. The portrait leaned forward slightly. For distinct methodologies for addressing conflict, all necessary for lasting resolution. This multifaceted perspective aligned with Harry's developing understanding of the founder's original intent, complementary approaches rather than competing philosophies. Victory over Voldemort would require more than magical superiority, it demanded a comprehensive strategy addressing immediate threats while establishing foundations for long-term stability. I need to master all four approaches fully before confronting him, Harry concluded. Precisely, Salazar agreed. Return to the Nexus regularly to enhance your strategic cognition naturally. Study the texts in my library to understand magical conflict beyond mere spell exchanges. And most importantly, maintain balance among your founder influences, allowing each to contribute without domination. Harry nodded, already formulating a comprehensive preparation strategy that incorporated all 4 founder methodologies. Thank you for your guidance. We need to inform Dumbledore about Voldemort's plans immediately. As they prepared to leave, Salazar called after them. One final observation, Heir. The Dark Lord's dual founder heritage, while powerful, lacks what yours possesses, harmonious integration. His fragments compete rather than complement, creating fundamental instability his dark rituals cannot fully correct. Remember this vulnerability when confrontation becomes inevitable. Dumbledore received the news of Voldemort's plans with grave concern but not surprise. The headmaster had suspected the Department of Mysteries would become a target ever since the prophecy's existence was revealed to Harry. Tom's obsession with the prophecy has only intensified since your magical convergence, Dumbledore explained as they sat in his office later that evening. He senses a shift in the balance of power but cannot fully comprehend its nature or implications. He knows I was observing him, Harry said. He'll accelerate his plans now. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which presents both danger and opportunity. The Order has been monitoring the department for months in anticipation of such a move. With specific intelligence about his approach, we can prepare more effectively. Harry described the details he'd observed, the entry points the Death Eaters planned to use, their intended timing, and the specific protective measures they'd identified and prepared to counter. Most concerning is their apparent inside information, he concluded. They have detailed knowledge of Auror patrol schedules and the department's security measures. Suggesting Ministry infiltration beyond what we've identified, Dumbledore nodded. Not unexpected, but troubling nonetheless. Should I go there? Harry asked directly. When they make their move. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully, his blue eyes assessing the changed young man before him. In the weeks since the founder convergence, Harry had matured remarkably, the balanced magical influences creating a presence that commanded respect without demanding it. What does your strategic assessment suggest? Dumbledore asked rather than answering directly. Harry appreciated the approach, recognizing the headmaster's intent to develop his independent judgment rather than foster dependency on authority. My presence creates both advantages and vulnerabilities, Harry analyzed, Slytherin's strategic thinking complementing Ravenclaw's analytical precision. I possess magical capabilities that could counter multiple Death Eaters simultaneously, potentially preventing casualties among Order members. However, my presence also represents Voldemort's primary target, potentially distracting defenders and creating additional protection challenges. A fair assessment, Dumbledore acknowledged. And your conclusion? I should be present but not immediately visible, Harry decided. Positioned to intervene if necessary while allowing the Order to execute their defense as planned. Essentially, a strategic reserve rather than a frontline combatant. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Salazar would approve of that approach. A balance between Gryffindor's instinct for direct confrontation and Slytherin's preference for positional advantage. There's something else, Harry added, more hesitantly. My observation of Voldemort revealed his dual founder heritage, diluted Slytherin and Ravenclaw bloodlines. Ah, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of thoughtful reconsideration. That explains certain anomalies in his magical development that have long puzzled me. The Ravenclaw connection would have manifested differently from your mother's, corrupted by his fundamental nature rather than enhanced by it. It makes our confrontation more evenly matched than I initially believed, Harry observed. In raw magical potential, perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. But magic is more than genetic inheritance or technical proficiency, Harry. It reflects the wizard's fundamental nature and choices. Your balanced founder convergence harmonizes with your core character, Tom's fragmented heritage conflicts with his damaged soul. This perspective aligned with Harry's own intuitive understanding, but hearing it articulated helped crystallize his strategic approach. Victory wouldn't come from magical power alone but from applying that power in alignment with principles the founders themselves would recognize. When do you think he'll make his move? Harry asked, returning to practical considerations. Soon, Dumbledore replied. Possibly within days, given your detection of his planning session. I will alert the Order immediately and enhance our surveillance of the department. As Harry and his friends prepared to leave, Dumbledore added one final observation. Your exploration of Slytherin's strategic abilities comes at a crucial moment, Harry. In chess, the middle game often determines the ultimate outcome more than the opening or endgame. We are entering that phase now with Voldemort, where strategic positioning matters more than individual exchanges. The following days passed in tense preparation. Harry divided his time between regular classes, continued founder ability development, and strategic planning sessions with Dumbledore and key Order members who visited the castle under various pretexts. Umbridge watched these comings and goings with suspicious attention but could find no specific regulations being violated to justify intervention. The DA continued its meetings with increased focus on practical defense against multiple opponents, a training emphasis Harry implemented based on his strategic assessment of potential Death Eater tactics. Without explicitly revealing the anticipated Department of Mysteries confrontation, he structured exercises that developed skills directly applicable to that scenario. Paired shields are more efficient than individual protections when defending against multiple attackers, he explained during one session, demonstrating how two casters could create overlapping defenses that required less magical energy to maintain than separate shields. And coordinated offensive sequences from different angles force opponents to divide their attention, creating exploitable gaps. These tactical innovations emerged naturally from his integrated founder approaches, Gryffindor's combat expertise, Ravenclaw's analytical optimization, Hufflepuff's cooperative enhancement, and Slytherin's strategic exploitation of weaknesses. The students responded enthusiastically, magical capabilities improving dramatically under this multifaceted instruction. Between these preparations, Harry continued exploring Salazar's sanctum, studying the founder's personal library and practicing with the detection instruments. The strategic cognition memory enhancer became a carefully rationed resource, used sparingly to accelerate his development of natural Slytherin abilities rather than creating dependency. Most significantly, he visited the Ward Nexus regularly, extending his magical awareness throughout Britain to monitor Voldemort's activities. These observations confirmed accelerated preparations for the Department of Mysteries infiltration, with Death Eaters conducting reconnaissance and testing Ministry security measures through minor probes. They're likely to move within 48 hours, Harry reported to Dumbledore 3 days before the end of term. Their preparations are nearly complete, and they've adjusted their approach based on recent security changes the Order implemented. Dumbledore nodded gravely. The timing aligns with our intelligence from other sources. Severus reports increased urgency in Tom's instructions, though he remains excluded from the operations details due to his Hogwarts position. What about the Ministry's official security? Harry asked. Have they been informed? Partially, Dumbledore replied carefully. Kingsley and Tonks have enhanced Auror presence in the department under various pretexts, but direct warnings about Death Eater infiltration were rejected by the Minister as fear-mongering, designed to undermine his authority. Harry's frustration must have shown, because Dumbledore added, political considerations often constrain rational security responses, unfortunately. Fudge's position has become increasingly precarious as evidence of Voldemort's return accumulates. Acknowledging a direct threat to the Ministry itself would effectively concede his year-long denial campaign was misguided. So we're operating without official support, Harry concluded. Precisely. The Order will deploy independently, positioned to intercept the Death Eaters while maintaining plausible explanations for their presence if questioned. And my role? Harry asked, though he already anticipated the answer. You will accompany me under disillusionment, Dumbledore confirmed. Positioned to observe initially, intervene if necessary, but avoid direct confrontation with Tom himself unless absolutely unavoidable. Harry nodded, understanding the strategic reasoning. His founder abilities, while developing rapidly, remained untested in full-scale magical combat. Preservation of his unique capabilities took precedence over immediate tactical advantage, particularly when the Order possessed sufficient strength to counter the expected Death Eater force. "When should I be ready?" he asked. "Tomorrow evening," Dumbledore replied. "Our intelligence suggests final preparations for a night operation. We will depart after dinner, ostensibly for a meeting at the Ministry regarding Hogwarts educational standards, a pretense Madame Umbridge cannot reasonably object to given her dual role as High Inquisitor and Ministry representative." As Harry rose to leave, Dumbledore asked an unexpected question. "How are you managing the balance of founder influences, Harry? Any difficulties maintaining equilibrium?" Harry considered this thoughtfully. "Each responds differently to stress or focus. Gryffindor tends to dominate during perceived threats, Ravenclaw during intellectual challenges. Hufflepuff emerges strongest in emotional situations, while Slytherin activates during strategic planning. The challenge is maintaining awareness of these tendencies and consciously balancing them when circumstances favor one approach excessively." An insightful assessment, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. The founders themselves struggled with similar balance challenges when working together, each naturally defaulting to their preferred magical approach when confronted with complex situations. Their eventual solution was complementary collaboration rather than individual equilibrium. Meaning that perfect internal balance may prove less effective than strategic deployment of each approach when most appropriate, supported by companions who complement your momentary focus. Dumbledore's gaze conveyed significance beyond the words themselves. "Your friends provide natural counterbalances to your founder tendencies. Ms. Granger's analytical nature moderates Gryffindor impulsivity, Mr. Weasley's loyalty tempers Slytherin calculation, and both offer perspectives that enhance your overall effectiveness." Harry hadn't considered this dimension of founder balance before, but it resonated with his experiences. His most effective moments came not from perfect internal equilibrium but from appropriate application of specific founder approaches in concert with his friends' complementary strengths. They should accompany us tomorrow, he realized, the strategic advantages immediately apparent. Not just for the balance they provide, but because they've trained specifically for this scenario in the DA. "I anticipated you might reach that conclusion," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Arrangements have been made to include them in our party without arousing undue suspicion. Ms. Granger's academic reputation provides natural justification for observing Ministry educational policy discussions, while Mr. Weasley's father can reasonably request his son's presence during an evening visit." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the headmaster's foresight, along with renewed appreciation for his friend's essential roles in his developing founder journey. Their steadfast support provided more than emotional comfort, it created a functional magical ecosystem that enhanced his effectiveness beyond what isolated development could achieve. As he left Dumbledore's office, Harry's thoughts turned to Hermione specifically. Their relationship had evolved significantly since his founder convergence, moving beyond friendship towards something deeper and more complex. The balanced magical influences had clarified his emotional landscape, allowing him to recognize feelings previously obscured by crisis management and survival concerns. Hermione awaited him in the common room, her expression brightening when he entered. With his Hufflepuff empathic sense, Harry detected her genuine happiness at his appearance, tinged with more complex emotions that mirrored his own evolving feelings. "Dumbledore confirmed tomorrow night," he told her quietly as they sat before the fire. Ron had detention with McGonagall for a transfiguration assignment mishap, leaving them temporarily alone. "You and Ron will be included in the official party." "Good," she replied, concern and determination mingling in her emotional signature. "We've been practicing specific countermeasures for Death Eater tactics based on your observations." Harry nodded, appreciating her characteristic preparation while noticing something else, a heightened awareness of her proximity, the subtle floral scent of her hair, the way firelight played across her features. His Ravenclaw perception noted these details with unusual clarity, while Hufflepuff's empathic sense detected reciprocal awareness in her emotional patterns. "Hermione," he began, Gryffindor courage pushing him forward while Slytherin caution suggested careful phrasing. "With everything happening tomorrow, there's something I should tell you." She turned toward him, her expression open but guarded. "What is it, Harry?" "The founder convergence has changed me in ways beyond magical abilities," he explained, choosing words deliberately. "It's clarified things I couldn't see clearly before, including how I feel about you." A blush rose in her cheeks, but she maintained steady eye contact. "And how do you feel?" "That you're essential," he said simply. "Not just as my closest friend or intellectual guide, but as something more. Something I'm still defining but recognize as fundamentally important." Her emotional signature shifted, anxiety giving way to cautious joy, uncertainty yielding to tentative certainty. "I've felt the changes in you," she acknowledged softly. "Not just the magical abilities, but a deeper integration of who you are. As if pieces that were always present have finally aligned properly." "That's exactly it," Harry confirmed, relieved at her understanding. "And with that alignment came clarity about certain things, including us." "Us," she repeated, testing the word's implications. "Us," Harry affirmed. "Whatever happens tomorrow at the Department of Mysteries, I wanted you to know that my feelings have evolved. Deepened. And I hope," he didn't finish the sentence because Hermione leaned forward and kissed him, briefly but unmistakably intentionally. When she pulled back, her eyes reflected both certainty and questions. "I've been waiting for you to realize," she said, a smile playing at her lips. "Though I didn't expect founder magic to be the catalyst." Harry laughed softly, feeling tension dissolve into comfortable warmth. "The convergence didn't create these feelings, it just cleared away the confusion that prevented me from recognizing what was already there." "Well then," she said, taking his hand, "I'm grateful for ancient magical bloodlines and their timely awakening." They sat together in comfortable silence, hands intertwined, watching the fire burn down to embers. Tomorrow would bring danger and potential confrontation with Voldemort himself. Strategic planning and tactical preparations remained necessary. But in this moment, Harry appreciated the balanced perspective his founder heritage provided, recognizing that meaningful human connection represented what they were ultimately fighting to preserve. The completed convergence had given him unprecedented magical capabilities, but its greatest gift was this integrated understanding, that power existed to protect what mattered, knowledge to preserve what was valuable, empathy to nurture what was good, and strategy to secure what was worth keeping. Tomorrow's conflict would test all four approaches in practical application. But tonight, Harry simply appreciated the clarity they collectively provided about what, and who, truly mattered. The Department of Mysteries corridor stretched before them, silent and dimly lit. Harry stood disillusioned beside Dumbledore, Ron and Hermione similarly concealed nearby. After arriving at the Ministry under the educational consultation pretense, they had separated from their official escort and made their way to the department's entrance where Order members already maintained discreet surveillance positions. "No movement yet," Kingsley Shacklebolt reported softly as they approached. The senior Auror stood in the shadows beside the lift, his official presence justified by a routine security inspection. But the magical detectors registered unusual activity near the maintenance entrance 10 minutes ago. "They're testing for monitoring charms," Harry murmured, his enhanced magical perception detecting the faint residue of probe spells. "Standard Death Eater reconnaissance procedure, based on what I observed during their planning." "How long until they make their move?" Tonks asked from her position near the opposite corridor, currently disguised as a middle-aged ministry cleaning witch. "Soon," Harry replied, extending his magical senses further. "They've established a temporary apparition point in the maintenance tunnels below, bypassing the standard restrictions through a weakness in the ward structure." Dumbledore nodded, impressed by Harry's precise assessment. "Exactly as our intelligence suggested. They'll likely emerge from the service corridor momentarily." Harry felt Ron and Hermione move closer beside him, their familiar magical signatures providing reassuring context despite their physical invisibility. Since their conversation the previous evening, his connection with Hermione had deepened further, a comfortable certainty replacing previous hesitation. That certainty now extended to their tactical coordination, each instinctively understanding their role in the coming confrontation. "Something's happening," Harry whispered, detecting a disturbance in the magical field surrounding the department entrance. "They're disabling the security charms on the maintenance door." The concealed order members shifted to predetermined positions, Kingsley and Tonks covering the main approach, Remus Lupin and Arthur Weasley stationed near the department entrance, Moody and several others Harry couldn't immediately identify taking flanking positions along adjacent corridors. "Remember," Dumbledore instructed softly, "our primary objective is containment and identification. Magical confrontation only if absolutely necessary. The Ministry cannot deny Voldemort's return if his Death Eaters are captured within the department itself." Harry understood the strategic consideration. Physical evidence of Death Eater infiltration would force Fudge to acknowledge the truth he'd spent months denying, potentially shifting Ministry resources toward the actual threat rather than political maneuvering against Dumbledore. A subtle shimmer in the air near the maintenance corridor signaled the disillusionment of multiple figures, Death Eaters abandoning stealth for speed as they approached their objective. Harry counted 12 distinct magical signatures, each carrying the dark resonance of Voldemort's mark. Leading them was Lucius Malfoy, his aristocratic magical signature unmistakable despite his masked appearance. "The Dark Lord was right," Malfoy's voice carried softly to their position. "Ministry security remains laughably inadequate despite Dumbledore's warnings. The prophecy will be ours within minutes." The Death Eaters moved with practiced coordination toward the department entrance, clearly following a rehearsed infiltration plan. Harry recognized several from his Nexus observations: Bellatrix Lestrange's chaotic magical signature, Dolahov's precise destructive patterns, the Lestrange brothers' complementary aggressive energies. They reached the department entrance unchallenged, Malfoy casting specialized unlocking charms on the black door. The magical barriers yielded with concerning ease, suggesting internal assistance beyond what Harry had previously detected. "Now," Hermione whispered beside him, tension evident in her voice despite their preparation. "Not yet," Dumbledore replied, his calm authority steadying the group. "Let them commit fully to the infiltration before revealing our presence." The Death Eaters disappeared through the department entrance, the door closing silently behind them. Dumbledore waited precisely 30 seconds, long enough for the intruders to move beyond immediate retreat, before signaling the Order members to advance. "Harry," he said quietly, "maintain your disillusionment until absolutely necessary. Your magical signature would immediately alert Voldemort if he is monitoring his followers." Harry nodded, though the gesture remained invisible. The strategic reasoning was sound. Preserving the element of surprise regarding his presence represented a significant tactical advantage. He followed the headmaster toward the black door, Ron and Hermione moving silently beside him. The Department of Mysteries unfolded before them, a circular room with identical doors that rotated upon their entrance, designed to confuse unauthorized visitors. Dumbledore, however, seemed unaffected by the disorientation measure, immediately identifying the correct path. "The prophecy hall lies this way," he murmured, leading them confidently through the magical labyrinth. They will have triggered internal alarms by now, though the department's autonomous security response remains minimal during evening hours. They moved through a succession of strange chambers, one containing a tank of disembodied brains, another housing a whispering archway on a stone dais, a third filled with complicated timepieces of various designs. Harry's enhanced magical perception registered the extraordinary magical experimentation occurring in each space, but Slytherin's strategic focus kept him centered on their primary objective. Finally, they reached the Prophecy Hall, a vast, cathedral-like space filled with towering shelves containing thousands of glowing orbs. In the distance, they detected movement, the Death Eaters spreading methodically through the collection, searching for the specific prophecy Voldemort sought. Row 97, Lucius Malfoy's voice echoed slightly in the cavernous space. The Dark Lord was explicit, "It bears the names of the Potter boy and our master." The Order members had entered behind them, spreading out to establish containment positions under Dumbledore's silent direction. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained near the entrance, positioned to prevent escape rather than engage directly, a strategic allocation of resources that recognized their capabilities while minimizing unnecessary risk. Through his magical senses, Harry detected the moment Lucius Malfoy located the prophecy, a surge of satisfaction in his magical signature, followed by cautious apprehension as he removed the glowing orb from its shelf. "I have it," Malfoy announced to his companions. "We withdraw immediately as planned." "I think not, Lucius," Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the hall as he cancelled his disillusionment, revealing himself at the far end of row 97. Simultaneously, the other Order members dispelled their concealment spells, surrounding the Death Eaters in a carefully coordinated containment pattern. "Dumbledore!" Bellatrix hissed, her wand immediately raised toward the headmaster. "The Dark Lord said you might interfere." "Not just interference, Ms. Lestrange," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Official apprehension of unauthorized intruders in a restricted ministry department. A rather straightforward security matter, wouldn't you agree?" The Death Eaters shifted into defensive formation, evaluating their tactical options. Despite being outnumbered, they maintained disciplined positioning, a testament to Voldemort's enhanced training regimen since his return. "You've overreached, Dumbledore," Malfoy responded, his aristocratic drawl concealing obvious tension. "The Ministry will question why you and your associates happened to be present during a routine evening. Particularly with no official authorization." "An excellent point," Dumbledore acknowledged pleasantly. "Though I suspect Minister Fudge will be more concerned with explaining the presence of 12 known Death Eaters infiltrating the Department of Mysteries. Particularly when several were supposedly cleared of all charges following the last war." The standoff intensified, magic gathering on both sides as confrontation became increasingly inevitable. Harry remained disillusioned, assessing the tactical situation with Slytherin precision while Gryffindor readiness hummed through his magical core. Then everything changed in an instant. A cold, unnatural darkness swept through the prophecy hall, Peruvian instant darkness powder, Harry recognized, a tactical countermeasure the Death Eaters had prepared specifically for containment scenarios. Simultaneously, multiple blasting curses struck the surrounding prophecy shelves, sending thousands of glass orbs crashing to the floor in a cacophony of breaking glass and suddenly released spectral voices. Chaos erupted as Order members and Death Eaters exchanged spells through the magical darkness. Harry maintained his position, extending his founder's senses to track the battle despite visual impairment. Beside him, Ron and Hermione had instinctively moved into defensive posture, their training evident in their disciplined response. "They're attempting to fragment our containment," Harry analyzed, perceiving the Death Eaters' tactical approach. "Splitting into smaller groups to force pursuit through separate department sections. A standard evasion protocol," Hermione confirmed. "Should we maintain position or engage?" "Maintain for now," Harry decided, strategic assessment suggesting their current location remained optimal for preventing complete escape. The prophecy is still their primary objective, they won't leave without it. Through the magical darkness, Harry tracked the battle's progression. Order members pursued Death Eater groups through various department sections, maintaining contact but not yet achieving decisive advantage. Dumbledore himself engaged multiple opponents simultaneously, his extraordinary magical skill evident even through Harry's indirect perception. Then a new magical signature entered Harry's awareness, powerful, fragmented, radiating cold fury. Voldemort had arrived. "He's here," Harry whispered, the founder magics responding automatically to the threat. Approaching through the rotating room, he's created his own entrance. "The prophecy?" Ron asked tensely. Still with Malfoy, Harry confirmed, tracking the distinct magical resonance of the prophecy orb. Moving toward the time room with Bellatrix and 2 others. Strategic assessment crystallized instantly, Voldemort's arrival represented a significant escalation, potentially overwhelming even the combined Order force. Preventing the prophecy from reaching him took priority over maintaining their current containment position. "We need to intercept Malfoy," Harry decided, Slytherin's strategic precision complementing Gryffindor's decisive action. Before he connects with Voldemort. How? Hermione asked practically. We can't see through this darkness. I can sense their magical signatures, Harry explained. Follow me closely. He led them through the darkness, navigating between ongoing magical confrontations with precision derived from his enhanced perception. The Founder magics worked in harmony, Ravenclaw's analysis identifying optimal paths, Hufflepuff's spatial awareness maintaining connection with his companions, Slytherin's strategic evaluation continuously updating their approach based on shifting battle dynamics, and Gryffindor's protective instinct maintaining vigilance against immediate threats. They reached the time room as Malfoy's group passed through, still unaware of their pursuit. Harry tracked them into the brain tank chamber beyond, where Malfoy paused to regroup with Bellatrix and assess their extraction options. The Dark Lord awaits beyond the archway chamber, Bellatrix was saying as they approached the exit. Once we deliver the prophecy, that won't be happening, Harry interrupted, finally canceling his disillusionment as Ron and Hermione did the same beside him. All three had their wands trained on the Death Eaters, who spun in shock at their sudden appearance. Potter! Malfoy exclaimed, genuine surprise evident beneath his mask. The Dark Lord said you remained at Hogwarts. Your intelligence is outdated, Harry replied calmly, the balanced Founder energies creating an imposing magical presence. The prophecy stays here. Bellatrix recovered quickly from her initial surprise, her mad eyes gleaming with fanatical devotion. The boy thinks he can challenge us, Lucius. How delightful. She raised her wand with practiced precision. The Dark Lord will reward me magnificently for delivering both the prophecy and Potter himself. The battle erupted with explosive intensity. Bellatrix launched a barrage of cutting curses that Harry deflected with a golden Gryffindor shield while Ron and Hermione engaged the other Death Eaters with coordinated offensive spells. Their DA training manifested in seamless tactical cooperation, covering each other's vulnerabilities while exploiting openings in their opponent's defenses. Harry maintained strategic focus on Lucius Malfoy, who still clutched the prophecy while attempting to maneuver toward the exit. The aristocratic Death Eater fought defensively, prioritizing escape over confrontation as his mission parameters clearly dictated. Crucio! Bellatrix shrieked, directing the unforgivable toward Hermione with vicious intent. Harry responded instantly, interposing a specialized Founder shield, not the standard Protego that would merely deflect the unforgivable, but a composite defensive magic that actually absorbed and neutralized the curse's malicious energy. The shield glowed with all four Founder colors as it processed the dark magic, converting it to harmless magical residue. Impossible! Bellatrix gasped, momentarily shocked by the unprecedented magical defense. Harry used her distraction to launch a precisely calculated offensive combination, a Slytherin-inspired sequence of spells designed to create compounding tactical disadvantage rather than direct damage. The first disrupted her footing, the second interfered with her magical perception, and the third temporarily inverted her directional instincts. The cumulative effect sent Bellatrix stumbling into a tank of preserved brains, which immediately responded to her disoriented magic by extending tentacle-like appendages that wrapped around her arms and face. Her screams transformed from rage to genuine terror as the experimental magical organisms attempted to establish neural connection. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione had effectively neutralized the other Death Eaters through similarly coordinated tactics, Ron's surprisingly powerful shield work containing their offensive magic while Hermione systematically dismantled their defenses with precisely calculated counterspells. Only Lucius Malfoy remained actively engaged, having recognized the increasing disadvantage of their position. With calculation worthy of his Slytherin background, he suddenly changed tactics, pointing his wand not at his opponents but at the prophecy itself. One step closer, Potter, and your precious prophecy shatters, he threatened, magical energy gathering at his wand tip. The Dark Lord may prefer it intact, but he values denial to his enemies above all else. Harry assessed the situation with integrated Founder perspective. Malfoy's threat was tactically sound, destroying the prophecy would prevent Voldemort from hearing its contents, but would equally deny Harry the potential strategic advantage of its information. However, Harry possessed knowledge Malfoy didn't. Dumbledore had already shared the prophecy's contents with him following the Blackthorn incident. "The prophecy means nothing to me, Malfoy," Harry replied with convincing indifference, employing Slytherin misdirection. "Dumbledore revealed its contents months ago. I'm merely preventing Voldemort from obtaining the information." Uncertainty flickered across Malfoy's aristocratic features, his wand wavering slightly as he recalculated his position. That momentary hesitation provided the opening Harry needed. With Slytherin precision, he cast not at Malfoy directly but at the floor beneath him, a localized transfiguration that temporarily converted solid stone to frictionless ice. As Malfoy struggled to maintain balance, Harry followed with a wandless summoning charm directed at the prophecy itself. The glowing orb flew from Malfoy's grasp toward Harry, who caught it with seeker-trained reflexes. Simultaneously, Ron and Hermione cast body-bind curses that found their target in Malfoy's momentarily undefended state, sending the aristocratic Death Eater crashing rigidly to the floor. "Nicely done," Harry acknowledged his friend's perfect timing. "Now we need to withdraw before," a wave of cold, malevolent magic washed over them, interrupting Harry mid-sentence. The chamber's temperature dropped precipitously as a tall, serpentine figure materialized in the doorway, red eyes gleaming with fury, wand already raised. Voldemort had found them. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord's high, cold voice filled the chamber. "Once again interfering in matters beyond your understanding." His gaze fixed on the prophecy in Harry's hand. "Fortunate that I arrived before that could be damaged irreparably." Harry felt Ron and Hermione move into defensive positions beside him, their determination evident despite facing wizardry's most feared practitioner. The Founder Magics responded instinctively to Voldemort's presence, Gryffindor's protective energy manifesting as a golden aura, Ravenclaw's analytical magic assessing tactical options, Hufflepuff's empathic sense monitoring his friend's conditions, and Slytherin's strategic cognition evaluating potential outcomes. "The prophecy stays with me, Tom," Harry replied calmly, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately to establish psychological leverage. "Your Death Eaters have failed. Order members are neutralizing the remaining intruders as we speak. This operation is finished." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a terrible semblance of a smile. "Such confidence from one so young. Perhaps your recent, magical developments, have fostered overestimation of your capabilities." The casual reference to Harry's Founder convergence confirmed his suspicions. Voldemort had been gathering intelligence about his transformed abilities, likely through sources within Hogwarts itself. "Not overestimation," Harry corrected. "Accurate assessment. You sense the change yourself, or you wouldn't have come personally." "Curiosity," Voldemort countered smoothly, though Harry's empathic sense detected underlying concern beneath the Dark Lord's controlled exterior. "Reports of your supposed founder heritage required verification. A scholarly interest, you might say." As they exchanged words, Harry sensed Dumbledore's approaching magical signature, extraordinarily powerful and moving rapidly toward their location. Maintaining Voldemort's attention until reinforcement arrived represented their optimal strategy. "More than reports," Harry replied, deliberately allowing his balanced founder aura to manifest visibly, gold, blue, yellow, and green energies swirling around him in harmonious integration. "The convergence is complete. All 4 founder bloodlines, awakened and unified." Something flickered across Voldemort's serpentine features, a complex emotion Harry's empathic sense identified as envy mingled with grudging recognition. The Dark Lord's own fragmented founder heritage, diluted Slytherin and Ravenclaw bloodlines damaged further by his Horcrux creations, paled in comparison to Harry's complete convergence. "Impressive light display," Voldemort acknowledged with forced dismissal. "Though founder magic requires more than genetic inheritance to master effectively. Decades of magical study cannot be replaced by fortunate bloodlines." "True," Harry agreed, surprising the Dark Lord with his concurrence. "Fortunately, I've had excellent teachers." With that statement, he shattered the prophecy orb in his hand. The tactical calculation behind this unexpected move represented perfect Slytherin strategy, denying Voldemort his primary objective while simultaneously creating momentary psychological disorientation. The spectral figure of Sybil Trelawney rose from the broken glass, reciting the prophecy Voldemort had sought for over a year, words Harry already knew and had incorporated into his strategic planning. Voldemort's momentary shock at this development provided the critical opening. Harry launched a precisely coordinated attack sequence, not aiming to defeat Voldemort directly, which remained beyond his current capabilities despite the Founder convergence, but to create optimal disengagement conditions for himself and his friends. The multifaceted assault combined all four Founder approaches: Gryffindor's raw power disrupting Voldemort's magical focus, Ravenclaw's precision targeting specific vulnerabilities in his defensive posture, Hufflepuff's empathic magic temporarily interfering with his emotional control, and Slytherin's strategic application ensuring maximum effectiveness from minimal magical expenditure. Voldemort countered with extraordinary magical skill, deflecting or absorbing most elements of Harry's attack. Yet even his remarkable abilities couldn't completely negate the balanced Founder magic, particularly the Hufflepuff empathic component, which briefly destabilized the emotional suppression techniques the Dark Lord had developed over decades. That momentary vulnerability coincided perfectly with Dumbledore's arrival. The headmaster emerged behind Voldemort, his wand already moving in complex patterns that manifested as brilliant white magic unlike anything Harry had witnessed previously. "Tom," Dumbledore said simply, power resonating through the single syllable. Voldemort spun to face this new threat, immediately recognizing the tactical disadvantage of his position, caught between Harry's Founder magic and Dumbledore's unparalleled wizardry, with Ministry reinforcements likely approaching following the battle disturbance. "This confrontation will continue another time," the Dark Lord declared, dark magic gathering around him for apparition despite the department's anti-transportation wards. "But remember, Potter, Founder blood means nothing without the wisdom to use it properly. A lesson your parents learned too late." With that parting threat, Voldemort executed a specialized disapparition variant that shattered the local magical restrictions, vanishing in a swirl of dark energy that left cracks in the very fabric of reality around his departure point. The sudden absence of imminent threat allowed Harry to focus on his friend's condition. Both appeared physically unharmed though magically drained from the intense confrontation. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, Hufflepuff's empathic sense already confirming their essential well-being but seeking specific information. "Fine," Ron confirmed, though his magical reserve showed significant depletion. "Did you actually just fight you-know-who to a standstill?" "Hardly," Harry replied honestly. "I created a temporary tactical advantage that Dumbledore's arrival converted to a strategic withdrawal situation. Voldemort remains significantly more powerful in conventional magical terms. But not in Founder magic," Hermione observed perceptively. "His reaction to your balanced aura confirmed it. He recognizes you possess something he can't replicate despite his greater experience." "Precisely, Ms. Granger," Dumbledore agreed, joining their conversation after verifying the incapacitated Death Eaters were securely restrained. Tom's magical development, while extraordinary, followed a fundamentally unbalanced trajectory, emphasizing power and control at the expense of connection and harmony. Harry's Founder convergence represents everything his approach cannot achieve. "Which makes me an even more significant target now," Harry concluded, strategic assessment identifying the likely progression. "He'll intensify his efforts to eliminate me before my capabilities develop further." "Yes and no," Dumbledore corrected thoughtfully. "Your display tonight will indeed concern him deeply, but it may prompt reassessment rather than immediate escalation. Tom respects power above all else. Your demonstration of Founder magic will force him to reconsider his approach. That reconsideration provides valuable time for your continued development." Ministry officials could be heard approaching from the department entrance, Aurors responding belatedly to the magical disturbance their monitoring charms had detected. Dumbledore glanced toward the sound with mild concern. "We should prepare for official questions," he advised. "The minister will undoubtedly arrive shortly, and our presence requires explanation consistent with our educational consultation cover." Harry nodded, already formulating appropriate responses with Slytherin's strategic precision. The captured Death Eaters, Malfoy, Bellatrix, still entangled with the experimental brains, and their companions, provided irrefutable evidence of Voldemort's return that even Fudge couldn't dismiss. As they moved toward the approaching Ministry officials, Hermione's hand found Harry's, their fingers intertwining naturally. The simple contact carried profound meaning after the life-threatening confrontation they just survived. "We actually did it," she murmured, equal parts amazed and relieved. "Prevented Voldemort from getting the prophecy, captured Death Eaters, and escaped relatively unscathed." This time, Harry acknowledged, tempering celebration with realistic assessment. "But tonight revealed as much to Voldemort about our capabilities as it did to us about his. The next confrontation will be different, he'll prepare specifically to counter Founder magic." "Then we'll prepare too," she replied with characteristic determination. "Together." Harry squeezed her hand gently, drawing strength from her unwavering support. The balanced Founder magics within him resonated with the connection, each contributing distinct perspective to his appreciation, Gryffindor valuing her courage, Ravenclaw respecting her intellect, Hufflepuff cherishing her loyalty, and Slytherin recognizing her strategic value. But beyond these magical assessments, Harry's fundamental human connection with Hermione transcended Founder influences entirely, representing something purely his own, independent of ancient bloodlines or magical convergence. That personal connection, he realized, provided foundation for everything else. As Ministry officials surrounded them and political complications unfolded, Harry maintained that essential understanding. The Founder convergence had granted him extraordinary magical capabilities, but his humanity, his capacity for friendship, loyalty, and love, remained his greatest strength. Voldemort, with his fragmented soul and isolated existence, could never comprehend this fundamental truth. And therein lay the Dark Lord's ultimate vulnerability, one Harry would exploit to fullest advantage when their final confrontation inevitably arrived. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.